culture united. Our culture united. Our culture united. Our culture united. Connecting all over the world. Connecting all over the world. Connecting all over the world. Connecting all over the world.
Sorry, I'll be jamming to that theme song. I know y'all be jamming over there too. Culture United Wednesdays, every Wednesday right here on the Company Man YouTube channel. Hashtag CU Wednesdays. 9-second applause to you all. We got a dope lineup today. Great topics to talk about this week. It's been a big week in the culture. And this panel, I think, is the most equipped I've seen in a minute to tackle all the things that have been going down. Joining us today, one of my favorite guests to have on the show. He's in the middle of doing a Hip Hop is a Sport tournament on his channel, which is fire. If you're a new artist, you're an independent artist, you want to go see really talented acts work their way head-to-head tourney style, he's got you this week. One of the greatest reactors of all time, Screwface Jean. 9-second applause.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's a super dope intro, man. Wow.
It's all facts. Ain't nothing but facts over here. Word up. Joining us today, he's got a fantastic side channel, Lil Bill's Barbershop. And it's ironic because he is in the car, but he is dropping barbershop insight. I loved his take on T.I. and 50 Cent this week, just like I like most of his takes on most of the things he talks about. One of my favorite video essayists, Lil Bill, is here. 9-second applause.
Plug the new Bill. You don't know. Plug the new video you just dropped yesterday.
Y'all said I got an echo. J Electronica. Everybody that's a young old head, go watch the J Electronica joint that I did on Maine. Nah, but jokes aside, for real, go watch that. That's like I say every other video of mine is my magnum opus. This is my latest magnum opus, and it's short. This is Daytona. This is Alfredo. So it's compact.
Word up. There it is. Word up. Back fresh from Mardi Gras, freshly engaged. One of the most compelling voices we have right now. She has been, I think, becoming a lot of people's favorite YouTuber, whether she realizes it or not. I see her going viral on all kinds of things that they're talking about, and she deserves it all. BK, 9-second applause.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be back. Thanks for just valuing my voice in the space. I'm so happy to see all y'all. What's up, chat? What's up to the mods? I'm excited for the combo tonight.
Word up. Welcome back. Also joining us this week, one of my favorite people, period. She has been a beacon of insight and a beacon of really ways for me to be a better person, whether she realizes it or not. One of the best strategists you'll ever see, the one and only Elle. 9-second applause.
Hey, Justin. Hey, panel. I'm really excited to be here. I can't wait to get into these topics, and congratulations again, BK. Woo.
Word up. And also joining the panel this week on a victory lap. My man's been working on this piece, the solitary piece, for half a decade, it sounds like. Half a decade, you know what I mean? And it is a testament, just like most of his pieces are in general, but it is a testament to the level of focus and care and what it can reap and the impact it can have on a community. And I think everybody I've talked to about this piece is floored, and I think it's just another great addition to one of the best video essay catalogs I've ever seen in my life. The one and only FD Signifier. 9-second applause.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The video was demonetized for the last 3-4 days, but it wasn't Tyler. Tyler has yet to attack. We're gonna knock on wood. This was from MGM and Hollywood Shuffle for all of like 30 seconds I used for their film. They tried to say the whole 4-hour video was going to be theirs. Shout out to Screwface, who hit me up when I got attacked the first time, but I just felt I was too insecure to take those chances with as much money as I need this video to make to re-up. Because it was a labor of love, but Screwface hit me up, was like, look, here are the chicks I use with music. But I think we're in the clear now. I should get, those coins back by next month. And the video's still doing amazing. And we'll get to it later.
Word up. Yeah, we're definitely gonna spend some time on that. Fantastic, the Tyler Perry video that's installed here. As usual, thank you to all the moderators for managing the chats each week. Big thank you to everyone who contributes super chats. We also have Cash Apps on the screen. If you'd like to donate directly to the person that you're supporting, that is something we promote here heavily. The conversation is normally a 2-hour conversation for the main topics, and then we have open it to audience questions and discussions after that. And so let's go ahead and get started. This is one of my favorite rap beefs maybe ever. Now, I say that to say that list might have 10, 12, 15. I don't know how long the list is, but this one has ratcheted up the charts quickly. And of course, I'm talking about T.I. versus 50 Cent. Now, these are two men who have had things to say to each other for about 20 years. And over the past 5 years, the emphasis has been on T.I.'s desire to do a Verzuz versus 50, which I think would be crazy compelling. I think that would be way more interesting than maybe the reflexive feeling we might have on how one-sided that would be. I don't think it would be as one-sided as people think. And I think it would be fantastic because these guys are similar in a lot of ways. Well, that Cold War, I didn't even know really existed, went really hot after 50 started posting T.I.'s wife, Tiny. Okay. And he did so following a interview T.I. did with $1 Million Worth of Game, where he talked about how 50 was lame for not wanting to do the Verzuz, because he said he wanted to do it in the beginning, and all this stuff just went crazy. And then an hour before today's show, T.I. drops another diss track at 50 Cent. So that's now 3. And the last one was fantastic beat. I thought this last one was so dope, the right one. I'm going to start with you, Lil Bill, because I really appreciate your commentary around this. T.I. versus 50 Cent. What's your reaction to where we are? And are we underplaying 50 Cent and his pettiness at this point in time? Because I see a lot of energy behind what T.I.'s doing.
First of all, that one track was enough. That one track, listen. First of all, I ain't gonna say I'm an OG 50 Cent hater, but around my neck of the woods, we was already off of 50 by the time Get Rich or Die Trying had already came out. So I am not. I feel like, all right. So I'll start with what I said this morning or whenever I said it, is that yeah, Tip got some weirdo energy. We already know it's well documented, but he said what needed to be said. Full stop. Everything. I have not seen a more thorough evisceration of a man on wax since D Block went at 50, like, what was that, like 20 years ago now, and put it all out on the line. But the one thing that makes me feel like a dinosaur is that in the back of my mind, I know it's not going to matter, because 50 is a meme. 50 is not even popular for rapping no more. 50 is popular for making people laugh. He's popular for his personality. And we keep coming back to this point that hip hop as a genre is as strong as it's ever been, but the culture is booty butt cheeks. The monoculture speaking, not, the individual subcultures, but the overall umbrella culture of the way that we discuss and understand diss tracks and whatever and whatnot, because this was just a straight up gangster grills, walk them down, bar after bar. It reminded me of the finals. That's why I enjoyed the finals so much, is it reminded me of a Gangsta Grills diss track. But I just feel like it's not going, as far as bars go, outside of Ja, what beef has 50 really won or even held his own just based off of the strength of his bars alone? D Block dusted him. Who else he had problems with? Rick Ross, you can't really say that he beat Rick Ross. Who else he had problems with? Did he ever even go at Cameron like on wax or whatever. No, he just makes his little, you know, Dipset freestyles, not Dipset, I'm gonna say G Unit freestyles, and then just yaps for like the last 5 minutes of it, just talking, no bars, just talking. So, but I just feel like 50 is going to weather the storm like he always has, because we're living in the age of it ain't that deep, it's not that serious. Nobody's really going to look past because. And this is when I knew what type of time Tip was on, is when he came out the gate with, I can't say, if I say the C word, I'm gonna get sensitive, right? I don't want you to lose money. I'm
What's
Trash
up?
Panda. When he came out the gate
there
with
you
the
go.
Trash
I like how you
Panda
said that.
allegations.
Trash Panda. 1 second.
Then that's what type of time I knew that Tip was on, and I'm glad he said it, because I'm tired of us tiptoeing around this point about 50, is that bro has some very heavy Trash Panda adjacent behavior and antics with him, especially when it comes to the way that he interacts with black women. Again, Tip ain't the right messenger for it, but the message got out anyway. That's what I care about. So now it's on us. Now it's on the culture to see how we gonna react, how we gonna respond to it. So yeah, there you have it.
Word up. 1 second. Applause. Yeah, you know, I thought this was that angle that you described right there, Lil Bill. To me, that is a very compelling angle for T.I. personally to take. Right, he's the king of the South. Now, whether or not, you know, people agree with that he's, look at him as actually the king of the South, he's the king of the South, right? And T.I. is beloved. I don't know if we could say the same thing about 50. I don't know if 50 is beloved, right? And so, being that 50's empire is built off of still focusing on entertainment for the black community, you know, the ripple effect of this potentially is very interesting, depending on where this goes, right? You have someone as high profile as T.I., who also has music money, movie money, TV money, who's got real estate money, who's got, you know, the same street credibility that 50 got, right? And now that person is essentially pointing out how maybe not so close to the audience that he profits from 50 actually is. BK, what was your take on all this?
Yeah, I echo a lot of Lil Bill's sentiments and yours as well. I think T.I. was the perfect person to do it, because they're similar tax bracket, to your point, with just credibility, but he can actually bar up too. And I love it because it's coming from the South. I'm always, you know, unabashedly repping the South. And like, I don't know, that clip that you put in your video where he was like, you know, Andre said South got something to say. Like, I'm gonna say it, right? And like, let's let our records speak for themselves. Let's go song for song. Pick your best 20, pick my best 20. Like, why would 50 run away from that? Why would he run away from like a Verzuz stage? You know, now that it's like this thing that's not on Instagram Live anymore, there's the stage and the production and like all that now. Maybe he just doesn't think his records can be up to snuff. I don't know. I don't know why. It just seems like a simple thing he could just, you know, promote heavy off of and participate in. But it does kind of speak to like his lack of participation in the culture, and it's more just memifying of it. And to Lil Bill's point too, like, black women are always ultimately the target. Like, how did Miss Tina get in it? Like, even if she did post support for, it's just like he did that to one of the co-stars on Power too, like post her in unflattering like positions and stuff like that. It's just like he gets nasty. I think not only with his business dealings, but like in the way in which he moves. And I think T.I. was the perfect person to say, you on that white man shit, and like you're kind of pimping out the culture, and like you lost all your battles, and you can't really go toe to toe with me and like say something, do something. Like, I have the money to back it up, I have the credibility to back it up. I just think it's perfect, and I loved the right one. It was great. I was bopping. Like, that was fire. He put like a little hook on it. It was nice. I'm excited to see where it goes. I don't think 50 will rap back, but I think the memes, like for us now as an audience, will get kind of tired. Because you're like, okay, well, what else do you have except for just bashing the next woman, you know? Like, I'm excited to see like how he'll respond.
Word up. We'll say applause. Yeah, I mean, even the family dinner approach, emphasizing his family, really shows the distinction between him and 50. Now, I also think that 50 is someone who finds a way to maximize every vulnerability any of his adversaries have had. And the benefit of being a guy who's not a family guy, doesn't have family, is that he doesn't have to worry about family. Right. And 50 Cent is one of them guys who everybody's on the table, and his family's already been on the table. That's why, you know, this battle so far has gotten to where it is. Screwface, what do you think about T.I. versus 50 and the things we've seen so far?
Well, I basically agree with everything that's been said so far, but I'm like the opposite of Lil Bill because I was like 12 years old when Get Rich or Die Trying came out. So like I was in that generation that looked at him like a superhero. Like when he was like, and I wasn't anywhere near the East Coast and stuff. I was in the middle of Nebraska just getting all of this information. So I looked at him like a superhero, but this one, like, and I've seen all of his, you know, so-called W's or L's or whatever. And for his whole career, what has seemed to have happened is they've been able to rebrand a lot of his L's into W's. And if you got caught up into the wave of the whole aftermath, because it wasn't just 50, it was the Eminem, it was the Game, it was the whole thing. If you got swept up into that, it was easy to buy into that. But I feel like this was the first time that I can feel like where it feels different. Like this one feels like, because even when he battled Jadakiss and everybody's like, he got eviscerated on Checkmate, and it still felt like it got swept under the rug a lot more. This one feels like the new kid punched the bully in the face, and everybody was like, and everybody's like looking now. Like there's something that felt a lot different because even the conversation now of people don't want to see the memes anymore. People want to see the actual music or some other thing. And I think T.I. played it very strategically when it comes to the battle rap stuff, where he said a lot of things that felt like it almost defused 50 before he can get into it. Because when he was talking about the thumbs and all of this stuff now, so now when he drops something and it's like, oh, look at this picture I dropped though. Isn't it funny, T.I.? It's not working the same way. And I'm pretty sure he ended up deleting like 2 posts that he just posted or something like that. So even to him, and I don't usually see 50 as somebody who posts and then deletes what he posts. So it looks like it's not even hitting the same with him. So something feels different with this one. And I'm glad that it happened. I'm glad that, because I've been shaky with 50 Cent ever since he's been super pro Trump and all this stuff like that. I'm glad T.I. pointed out some of that stuff. So yeah, like Bill said, the ball is in the culture's court, but it does feel like feels a little different this time than what usually happens.
1 second plus. Maybe they just old and people don't care as much. You never know. You know, I also think that too, you know, 50, I don't know what it is. Even when 50 is in a spot where it seems like he's vulnerable, I still have my guard up, you know, like,
yes, for sure.
Yes, you know, like he took all that stuff down. He clearly looks bad. I also think that potentially that had more to do with the meeting with Tyler Perry he just had recently, ironically. And, you know, if they're whatever deal they're going to do, business deal they're going to do, Tyler Perry, as we'll talk about later when we get there, that his base is black women. You can't be out here taking pictures with 50 Cent and he's out here, got Beyonce mama up there, got King's mama up there, you know what I mean? So I don't know even if that has anything to do with T.I. from a strategy standpoint. Elle, what do you think? Do you think he took that down because of the blowback?
I think it's possible, but I also think he has a history of posting things that are a little crazy, and then you'll look back a week later or so and he'll take it down. So I don't know if it's Tyler Perry or if it's I'm giving them too much light, or it's like I just wanted to get that point out and now it's over. But I would lean a little bit more towards the Tyler Perry. But I just want to say I'm tired of 50 Cent. Like I'm extremely tired of 50 Cent. I don't know what happened. He almost feels like a guy who used to beat people up in high school, and now he's 50 and at the grocery store still arguing with people about being able to beat them up. And you know, you're just waiting on the day where he meets his match. But I also wonder if we are responsible in some ways of creating that monster, because we accepted, like even back to Ja Rule, we accepted the way he kind of demolished Ja Rule in his career. And it was clear in our face that he was being hypocritical. Like, you got Ja Rule out the way so you can steal his style and become him. And we kind of accepted it and danced to the songs and bigged him up or whatever. So I wonder, from 50 Cent's point of view, does he feel like people have that expectation of him to take it a step too far, to, like, even if you watch Power, like, his character in Power is like this, the way he represented himself is like this menacing, you're always going to be worried because you never know what I'm going to do, I'll go below the belt, I'll take it there. So I feel in some ways 50 is somewhat of a Frankenstein created by us, but I am tired of 50 Cent. I think he's very childish. I think he's very much a bully. I think his tactics are unbecoming of the man that he tried to present himself to be, like, as if he's a super winner. It's loser shit to me.
How much do you think that is related to perhaps the circumstances in which we were introduced to 50 Cent? Meaning, we had heard he got shot 9 times, right? We heard Murder Inc. had something to do with it. And it felt, you know, perhaps a little bit more honorable the way that 50 was going about things. Do you think the broader, you know, environment helped color our acceptance of 50? Toss on Dr. Dre, toss on Eminem. It's kind of hard to.
Absolutely. And I think that that's the vehicle that kind of lets in the culprit in a way. So I'm not necessarily saying like, oh, we're terrible people for falling for it, but I do think there is some value in being like, hold on, wait, I think we might have, you know, fell for the banana in the tailpipe in a way, because we were kind of heralding him like Screw said, like a hero. And it's like, when you think about it, he really wasn't being that heroic. For real. He was kind of just going around busting people in the head and going in their pockets.
1 second applause. That's what bullies do. That's what bullies do out here. Where you at on this, FD?
Part of me is scared to talk because when I see 50 Cent in the picture with Tyler Perry, you'll never see the 50 Cent is bad and here's why video on FD Signified Shadow. I don't want them problems. Just keeping it a buck because he'll never keep it rap. You know what I'm saying? Because he's a bully. And I'm like, look, I don't fought enough bullies. You know, I'm not gonna fight the one that is just that enjoys the violence of it all. You know what I'm saying? But no, like I have so many thoughts. I don't think this is a rap feud. Because 50's not gonna rap. And 50 ain't rapped in forever. The last time I heard 50 rap was on Magic 3 with Nas, and it was that verse on Magic 3. Do y'all remember that? It was like it was bad. It was like 4 bars and a bunch of stunting after that. Yeah, it was like, I mean, it was cute to get, you know, Nas and 50 on the track together, but like that was just, I was like, oh, okay, those days are over. So this is a celebrity feud at this point. And I think that's how we should engage with it. Just to kind of establish the reality of the hip hop of it all. Two patented FD signifier out there hot takes. One, T.I. would have killed 50 in the Verzuz. I don't know how anybody, I think that's why. Not only would T.I. have killed them if they performed, but if they didn't even done the old Verzuz where they just sit there and play their songs, T.I. has way more hits than 50. I know that seems shocking. But like literally 50 did Get Rich and Ja Trying, and that was kind of it. He may have had a couple of hits after that, but as T.I. said, Kanye took him out the game pretty early. T.I., even though I'm not a huge fan of the new joint he just dropped personally, T.I. never went away. T.I. sound literally, who just dropped an Atlanta 2004 compilation album? They ain't even
Metro Boomin.
Metro Boomin literally just dropped a T.I. album last year. For the love, you know, out of nowhere. That's how influential and big T.I. is. At the same time, I think y'all are overestimating T.I.'s pockets. Just being here in Atlanta and having paid good attention to T.I. and just kind of paying attention to T.I.'s moves over the years, I don't think T.I. has 50 Cent money. 50 Cent's building his Tyler Perry empire. That's a different level of money. I don't know which capital firm he's connected to for that. T.I. ain't connected to no capital firms. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a different level of capitalism when you get the capital firm behind your vision for a thing. You know, it's Blackwater, Deloitte. I don't know who's involved, but I'm just saying T.I. ain't there. And lastly, the thing that I don't know if 50 will do it, but T.I.'s got some allegations that I don't think ever made it out of Atlanta for real. That I was surprised that T.I. went there. Now the not good thing. Give me a better way to put this. T.I.'s allegations all also involve Tiny and other women, so it's kind of on some. It's just ugly stuff. It's ugly stuff there that I remember hearing about years ago that didn't really make it out for real. And so like once and so I wasn't as happy with the diss as others because all I was thinking about is this is going to be worse than the Kendrick pedophile you got a daughter bars, in that if this becomes a who abused black women more contest, I'm out for real. I'm out for real. And you know, I didn't hear this new joint from T.I. before I got on. I'm hoping it's a little different. Somebody in chat just said dry snitching. Like, yeah, like that's a lot of that was there.
Well, I'm gonna play that here after.
Okay, cool.
It's next if you want to react to it.
Can I? Because I was gonna react to it probably, and I didn't really. I'll bop out and then bop back in. Whatever.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, cool. Yeah, okay. When we get
we
there,
can get the Screwface live reaction premiere.
No
dedication, man.
You ain't taking my content. Let me come back.
He said, "Oh snap, we're gonna do that."
Look, he couldn't even get
I owe it to my audience. No, I feel you. You gotta hear the conversation.
I don't like
right?
hearing the song before I react to it.
That's good. No, I respect that. I respect that. No, I respect that. You keep it on.
They got crap. No, it's all love and jokes. My bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I think 50 definitely knows about the skeletons in T.I.'s closet, and I think 50 is definitely going to put those on Front Street at some point. I also look at this and say that T.I. has to be very successful for a while now, right? He can't have any speed bumps. This album can't underperform. He can't have, you know, he can't have any other comedy moments that look bad. Like 50 is on his bumper, you know what I mean, from here forward, and that's just what it's going to be. And I also think that while there is sort of a celebratory feeling coming from the audience, for all the reasons I think everybody on here stated, 50 Cent has been someone who's been a bully for a long time. He has been posting unflattering pictures of women and memeing people to death. And, you know, truthfully, you really look at, you know, his resume and relationships, he's had a lot of friction with a lot of people's favorites for a very long time, right? Yeah. And, you know, but at the same time, man, it's still 50 Cent, right? And I'm with FD to a degree when it comes to where's this really going to go, right? Is this something that we think is really just going to taper off, or is this something that is going to keep going? Because T.I. is out here stunting right now, and he is in rollout mode. I like Let Him Know a lot. I like that song. It's number 43 on the Billboard charts. I would not have expected a T.I. song to be charting in the top 50 in 2026. Yeah. If you'd asked me 2 years ago if T.I. was going to be on, nope, I would not have said it. He's got a Hype Williams video coming. You know, he's on an upswing right now, and he is stunting. But do you guys think that this is going to splinter in some weird ways or what?
So I part of me, especially hearing that 50 already is deleting memes and stuff, the reason why 50 became a meme lord is because 50 never loved rap that much, and he got his money. He got rich. He didn't die. And so he's not interested in going into a booth or doing anything hip hop adjacent, and he doesn't have to, because somebody said earlier, I'm not sure who it was on the panel, but like 50 is not going to lose anything from his actual bread and butter based off losing a rap battle or losing standing in the wider hip hop, the eyes of the wider hip hop culture. Somebody did say like, Tyler Perry's audience is all black women. Will they abide by 50? Yes. Tyler Perry's audience of black women, no shade, will definitely not have big issues with 50's past violence toward black women. I don't understand it personally, but I've seen it up close enough to know that we're just not talking about a population that is that critical of the bad behavior of men until somebody that they respect points it out as bad. They will give a pass to it. Just as they've given passes to so many other black men. If you perform black masculinity to a certain level, there's a certain population of black people, period, male or female, everything in between, that will uphold that patriarchal standard for you, regardless of what you do, until some other man says that it's bad that you did that. And the other man needs to have more money than T.I. compared to 50.
1 second applause. I don't know what that says about. I mean, look, I watched. Obviously, we're gonna get there after we get through this segment, and you know, he said T.I.'s audience. No, excuse me, Tyler Perry's audience of black women won't care. That sounds wild to me.
I'm kind of processing that.
That sounds wild to me.
I watched your video, so I know you're talking about like the church going lower C conservative women. Will they not have a problem with 50 Cent? I don't know if I agree with that, but I do understand what you're saying. But I also think it matters what is brought up. Like we understand what some of the allegations are, but maybe there are some allegations or things that we don't know yet. So if the right thing is uncovered and it goes viral in a way where it's talked about, I'm sure there is some skeleton that can come out of the closet that could make that same audience or a wider audience that's influential to that audience kind of say, nah, we're not messing with 50 Cent. You don't think so?
I mean, I kind of do. I would say I kind of do agree with FD's take in the sense of like, I don't know if we all have aunties that still adore R. Kelly, but like, it just doesn't get worse than that for me. And that chokehold that he still has on that, I don't know, it's a delicate thing to talk about, but it's like there's a Venn diagram there of crossover and it's a defense of patriarchy more so in their lives, and then that spills out over into the men they support, and that the ultimate god in the situation is patriarchy, and not necessarily, and even believing that like a man like that could be redeemed, or like, oh, he didn't mean it, or whatever, like just the sympathies towards that. And not that these women are horrible because they support heinous things or whatever, but I think it's more speaks about the intersection of that little c conservative, but the glorification of patriarchy, and the way that if you follow that path, it's going to have you supporting men that you beloved, even through shit like that, whether it's your uncle, your cousin, your pastor, or like an R. Kelly or a 50.
Chris Brown is another one that I think about, that amongst this age group still go up for Chris Brown, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't listen to. I have I set a policy in place for myself when it comes to R. Kelly. I'll only listen to R. Kelly if it's on a CD or a tape, because it's a sunk cost. You know, I don't want to give him no new money, but if someone around me pulls out TP 2000 and they put it in the CD player, you know, that's a little different.
Well, you know, the streaming money goes to the victims.
Does it really?
Does it really?
Yeah.
You know how much weight you just took off my chest?
Yes.
The streaming money goes to the victims?
They have what's it called? Restitution. There's a restitution in a portion of that.
Cookout is back on.
Boy,
that does not mean go stream R. Kelly.
I'm not gonna be playing it out loud like in public.
I mean, but technically, we're doing a service at this point.
It's not 100% of the streaming money. If I punch a person in the eye and I make $2 and they get $1, I'm still making $1. Okay.
Okay.
And I will still owe that person that same restitution and have to come up with another way to pay them. Okay.
I'm just saying, being from the south suburbs of Chicago during R. Kelly's era and having cut him off cold turkey well before the Truth About R. Kelly video thing dropped. You talk about, I cut out parts of my child. I cut out homecoming dance. I cut out first kisses. Okay, from my brain, because you know something was playing in the background. So I may just delicately remember those things in private, discreet moments, but we won't be streaming a lot now.
I too am from the south suburbs of Chicago, and I easily can separate the person from the art. And I feel like although those songs are classics, the fact that you were probably singing about kids kind of, you know, takes away the classicness, I would say. So I think whether or not the victims are getting money from the streaming, you're still kind of, but I don't know, because people still watch old Disney movies. Like I don't know, that starts to become a little bit of a slippery slope, because there's a lot of media that is damaging to different communities that people still ingest. So I don't know. I don't know that I have that all the way thought out.
There's an argument about moralizing your consumption that I always make. I seriously haven't listened to R. Kelly in forever, and I'm probably not going to really jump to streaming them anytime soon. But there is an argument I've often made about moralizing consumption that's not even a slippery slope. What I want to call it, it's a bit of a bait and switch thing that we trapped into, in terms of like, you know, I can be a good person by consuming good content, by buying good things, you know what I'm saying, by having good capitalist practices. And I'm a bad person, or you're bad people, when you don't do the same. So I have my organic, my free trade coffee. I don't go to Starbucks. I have my, you know, whatever. And it's not to say that these things aren't valid behaviors to engage in if you're trying to, you know, just be more righteous, especially if that does something for you in a world that is very, you know, toxic to our well-being. But I tend not to, at least for myself, get too deep into the weeds about consumption habits unless it's like very clear, direct connections to harm, which is, you know, and R. Kelly, it might fit in there, but I'm not making no fights and no videos about R. Kelly consumption in 2026. We'll see.
Well, Bill, you made a great point in your video on T.I. and 50 Cent, talking about how big 50 Cent is with Gen Z, right? And I hadn't really considered it that way. You were talking about how, from a streaming standpoint and the impact that he's had on a generation, 50 Cent's a lot bigger than a lot of people might think. Do you want to elaborate on that? Yeah,
so I know people always get mad at the streaming numbers metric, but don't nobody buy music anymore. So what are the metrics you really going to use? But evidently, and I had to do a whole investigation on this when my 21-year-old brother said that 50 Cent was his favorite rapper. And I said, why? So come to find out, basically everything that he told me was the evidence that I found. And this is why I said earlier that, and I forget who said this, but maybe this is a pessimistic standpoint to take, but ultimately I don't think much is going to happen material wise from this beef. It's going to go back and forth, and then eventually it's just going to blow over, and then everybody going to go back in their corners, and we probably going to have a laugh about it this time next year and say, oh yeah, y'all remember when T.I. dropped them diss tracks on 50? Yeah, that was pretty funny, wasn't it? Because 50 is not. So for those of y'all who don't know or didn't see because I wound up doing a whole half-hour video about this, is that 50 Cent is the 18th most streamed at the time that I recorded, the 18th most streamed rapper in the world. So at the time, again, this is pre-Birthday Blizzard, pre-Fall Off, pre all of that. So more monthly streams than J. Cole. More monthly streams than NBA Youngboy, which really threw me because that's a cult. So I was thrown by that. And come to find out, now I know when people say, oh, well, you know, it's not a good measurement because of, you know, Asia. Well, you could say the same argument for Nas and Jay-Z. I think he was like comparable to Jay. Matter of fact, he was above Jay at that point. So you can make the same argument for Jay, and not basically all of his peers. He's ahead of all of his peers aside from Kanye. So that includes Wayne. That includes all those mid 2000s heavy hitters. Not, but Eminem don't count.
Well, I think Eminem's the reason he streams. I think Eminem's the reason he streams so high.
That's a possibility. It is a possibility, but the thing just threw me again is 50 Cent. Like,
what are they streaming? It's like 7 songs.
Don't do that to 50. Y'all don't do that. Don't do that.
Let me.
First of all,
redacted.
Just on the rap tip. Get Rich or Die trying front to back. I don't know if it's 16 songs, 18 songs. It is a flawless project, right? Then Massacre, the first half is really good, all the way up until you get to like the second Pussycat Doll song. Everything is fine. You know what I mean?
I will die on this.
I can't remember the second or third. I'm probably misspeaking. But then,
I will
I think
die
Curtis
on
is
the
one that had all
hill
Pussycat
that
Dolls
Get
songs,
Rich or
right?
Die Trying is the album that Nas tried and failed to make for like 6 years between Illmatic and Stillmatic. So I will give him his flowers on that. Not rap, not bars, not bars. I'm talking about the perfect combination of street tales and commercial bops.
I
Is
don't
what
think
Nas
50
was trying to
Cent
make
is anywhere
and never
near-
was able to make it. So that's what I mean when I say that. Now, I'm for real. If you listen to what
Wait,
Nas was doing,
real quick, Bill. What were you saying?
I don't think
Elle?
50 Cent is anywhere near Nas on a street tale.
not as a rapper, but as a
street
songwriter.
tales level.
As a songwriter, not as a rapper. Because Nas spent all that time trying to cross over into commercial appeal, never really got there like that. 50 was able to do that because he is a better songwriter, not a better rapper, but he is a better structurer of bops. And then also because he had Dre backing him up too, and Nas had Premier
And Eminem. Eminem's artist.
And Eminem.
50 Cent is a totally different artist from a volume standpoint if he does not have the most emphatic fan base in all of rap history supporting his projects.
I agree about song structure. I just want to double down. Street tales, which I think is a particular skill set. 50's not even top.
Yeah, no, 50 is nowhere close to Nas with just when it comes to just straight bars. But insofar as writing a commercially viable song that you are going to, because remember who was the primary consumer of rap music?
Yeah, because like you look at It Was Written and I Am and Nostradamus, and this is a person that never really super sunk into Get Rich and Die Trying personally, right? Like it just kind of I wasn't, for me it's not such a great joint, a couple of pieces aside, but I can definitely see how if you compare I Am and Nostradamus to Get Rich or Die Trying, they're all from the same parentage, all from the same lineage. And 50's was definitely like, definitely took off commercially more.
Where you at on this, Screw? 50 Cent was superhero.
Well, because so much was said. So with I guess to speak to if 50 was, the Nas and what album was Uchiwali on?
Nostradamus.
Okay, so I see what you're saying then. All right. Well, what I was gonna say originally is 50 is somebody who I think, now the odds of him rapping, because a lot of us don't think he's gonna rap, are 0 and none. But I think he's also somebody who wants to do the most viral thing at whatever moment he can. And he actually, believe it or not, has rapped recently, I guess, because he did this feature with some random white rapper or something like a few months ago.
That tracks.
So what up?
That tracks.
Yeah, so so he did that song. So I also was thinking that I think with the memes and stuff, they're not hitting the same way that T.I. songs are hitting. So even if 50 has something to promote or something to do, I think the most, not because he has a love for hip hop or respect, I think because he has a love for capitalism. I think the thing that will garner the most attention right now for him to do is make some sort of song. Even if he's not doing it because of the love of, if 50 Cent could drop 1,000 memes tomorrow, he's been doing it. It's like since he's responded to this, he's posted up the Beyonce's mom and that stuff. So he could do that, but I think if we just right now heard 50 Cent just dropped a response, that will be way more of a moment than whatever meme or whatever picture he can post. So I just think now, do I think he's going to do it? Probably not. But I just think if we ever had a chance for him to rap, it would be in this moment, because I feel like maybe he thinks his memes aren't, because usually he can like give you 3-4 memes and get you out of there and it's over. But I think it's not sticking the same way that he thinks. So whatever, if I was his team, I would say if you want to capitalize on this moment, you do a song. Like, that's,
well, capitalize in what way? Because if he drops a song and it's trash, that would be very detrimental to his image of demolishing people and bullying people. So if he's not going to drop a banger that becomes like literally like the theme music to like
Power.
I'm trying not to, yeah. That's true. Those are some of the best songs that he's put out in the last couple of years, the intros to the songs. And I don't know that hip hop is what's feeding 50, but maybe because the Power series is kind of in the hip hop-ish world in a way. Kind of. I don't even know if I agree with myself on that, but I think him dropping a song that is trash is a terrible idea. Even though, you know, on my Gina View shit, I do want him to get in the booth because I just want to hear niggas rap. But if he gets like, if he loses on the bars to TIs, he will lose points more so. I
think anybody dropping a trash diss track is gonna be bad for them. So I don't think he's going into it thinking he's gonna do a trash one. And I think that when 50 Cent shines, it is this stuff, even musically. Like, I mean, the reason that we know him, the reason he blew up was a beef with Ja Rule. So like, I think, though obviously he's not musically as viable as he used to be, that's because he's trying to chase hit records and stuff. He's trying to do the stuff. I think if 50 Cent made a diss track right now, I honestly don't think it needs to be as good lyrically because nobody's expecting that. I think there's going to be a shock value of him dropping a song because we expect the social media trolling. We expect, and I think that's why it's not hitting the same as it used to. I think that if he drops his song, whatever scathing stuff he finds, because there's a lot of stuff like we point out that you can say about T.I. If he just put that in a song, I think it'll hit more than if he makes a meme about it. That, I mean, obviously if he drops a trash song, it's going to be bad. But I think either way, if he loses this confrontation or just sticks with doing memes and T.I. keeps coming out with songs, he's going to look like he lost anyway.
Y'all don't think in some ways T.I. could look like he's clout chasing if he keeps coming out with songs and 50 never responds?
Oh, for sure. And also that's why I feel like the warning sign of like this, if this just gets into salacious tea for shock value, because that's the only thing that's going to get people to like stream it or whatever, then it's going to get really, really fucking bad. And it's going to get bad for like any black woman in the vicinity of either of these two men, to be honest, particularly T.I.'s daughter. But also I think if 50 is just clout hungry, then even a bad diss track is going to get him hella impressions. So like he really kind of, it just depends on what he's in it for and what his next move is going to be. But if he got in the, I think to Screw's point too, is like, we don't expect him to get in the booth. And so if he does, then like, even if it has just like a solid hook, people may even just like give him brownie points for that. He still has like a little bit of goodwill, but like, if he does that, he'll probably go straight to the T, which is, you know, just recounting people's crimes and trauma, then that's going to be bad. That's going to be really bad.
Yeah, not really in my world. In my world, if we're not expecting you to drop because you keep doing meme stuff and you do try to drop and it's not magnificent, at least 8 out of 10 or better, then it's evidence that you have fallen off and you can't really talk too much about hip hop anymore. It's evidence that you're outside of this world now. And also, I kind of disagree with the way it's being carried as if he's had this illustrious music career throughout all his albums. Like, I think Get Rich or Die Trying is arguably, I think I'll go as far as to say top 50 greatest rap albums of all time. But I don't think that about the rest of them. The rest of this Massacre, Baby by Me, Before I Self-Destruct, Animal Ambition, trash. So I don't really give him that you're a super great rapper and you consistently release great projects. I don't look at 50 like that. I look at him like due to Dr. Dre, due to whatever team he had when he did Get Rich or Die Trying, he made a super classic. But after that, it was the trolling. So I actually think the way that 50 could win is he has to do something kind of like the Jim Jones shit. Like he has to partner with the landlord and have him locked out, kicking his door in. He has to do something like that where it's like he's moved chess pieces in the real world to the point where it's shifting your life. I think that's the only way he could win. I don't think he can win through a rap song.
But
Right, and that's again to me. That's where I'm going to get this point off, and then I want to move on to the next topic. But this is where I do think this is very interesting again, and I will reiterate this. Right, you know, that is the level what you just described, Elle. That's the level that I think 50 coming. I think 50 gonna find a way to really put a complication, more than reputational, around something TI related, because I think that that's what this calls for. I think him taking the stuff off of. Taking all those posts down online could be a number of reasons, but I know it's strategic. I can tell you that. I might not see it, but I know that he's thought about this. And that's another reason why I think it's very interesting TI's approach, because truthfully, the place that 50 is most vulnerable is his hold on the community. The power universe is what he's doing. This is how he's building his own Tyler Perry Studios, right? This is all that comes from his efforts into this particular demographic that TI is now calling him out on, right? We'll see what happens with it. You know, we watch what happened with Drake. You know, like Brittany says right here, birds of a feather flock together, 50 Tyler Perry Drake, right? I don't know. I mean, I watched FD's video, which we're about to talk about right now. But when you start getting to the point where you compromise people's audience, that to me is where everybody is vulnerable. And TI is the first one that I've seen recently do so impactfully when it comes to 50 Cent. So we'll see where it goes. That's the first conversation of the night. 1 second applause to everybody. Big shout out to Brittany with this birds of a feather flock together. And now we're moving on to Atlanta. But I guess we're also still in Atlanta, but also in Louisiana, right? Because 50 was with Tyler Perry. 50's building in Louisiana. Tyler Perry's from Louisiana. He's in Atlanta. T.I.'s in Atlanta. FD's in Atlanta. Made a video on Tyler Perry. And it really is. Well, look, I think you give it away. You give it away in your own video.
Yeah, it's out there. It's out there.
We're going to talk about Tyler Perry. Then we're going to move on to Baby Keem after this. But I do want to show this clip, because this clip from FD's masterpiece really spoke to me in a different way, because I'm someone who has only watched Tyler Perry at my grandma's house, right? And generally speaking, we were watching the plays and then the bootleg plays that she got. And then that got me into, you know, the first couple of movies that came out. And now I'm watching House of Pain it seemed like 5 times a day at one point in time with my grandma, right? And so my connection to Tyler Perry is through her. And so a lot of the stuff that FD really points out in this documentary are things that I can connect with. But I never really looked past just that. And I think that this part right here that I want to share, for me personally, it put Tyler Perry in a completely different light. And so we're going to take a look at this real quick. And we're going to go.
It's like the awfulness of Tyler Perry's life.
Can you guys hear this, by the way?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I hear a slight echo though, so maybe everybody should mute.
Okay.
That muscle, and there's no telling what comes next from him, because Michael B. Jordan, quiet as is kept, really good creator. But nothing illustrates like the awfulness of Tyler Perry's lack of support of other Black creators behind the camera than Issa Rae and her work, and especially her recently released short docuseries on HBO called Seen and Heard. And watching this while preparing to make this video was surreal, because one of the first people fully interviewed for this documentary is Tyler Perry. And I couldn't help wonder why. Why would she start this documentary about the grand struggle of making Black media with the man that's done so little to actually help other Black people in the struggle, especially juxtaposed from her own ethos when it comes to Black media and art? The beginning of the documentary shows him driving up to his studio, and he's saying the types of things that he always says about his studio, how it should inspire Black people to build their own dreams, to not ask for permission, also probably not for help, and how he came from being nothing, blah, 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 blah. And by the end of the 2-episode miniseries, I started to wonder if this actually wasn't on purpose, is that maybe Issa Rae feels a little bit like me. I'm not gonna put that on her. Issa, I'm not gonna put that on you.
Mara Brocca killed
I'm just saying. Because see, early in Issa Rae's career, before she became the juggernaut she is, Issa coined the famous quote, "I'm rooting for everybody black." And she clearly means this because Issa herself didn't have access to the Hollywood machine initially. And like Perry, she did make her own thing starting on YouTube. But unlike Perry, she was eventually connected with Larry Wilmore and he helped her develop Insecure with HBO. And this documentary shows how important that type of structure has been for Black people to be both in front and behind the camera when it comes to our media. And the documentary quickly moves from Tyler to Oprah to Debbie Allen to Mara Brock Akil to Stan Lathan to Swizz Beatz. It goes all over the map, all over Black media and film history in the last like 60, 70 years. And one clear motif of the series is showing how almost all of these Black people, all of these Black shows and movies are part of one big grand tree, a network of artists and creators behind the scenes working to open doors for each other and to share resources they've been able to extract from the system. It's meant to show how learning and mentorship is a key ingredient to developing things. Debbie Allen, for example, for better or worse, got her start from Bill Cosby, and she got to helm a different world. And in a different world, she had an intern named Mara Brock Akil, and then Mara Brock Akil was mentored by Ralph Farquhar on the short-lived South Central, and then she managed to create Girlfriends in the Game. When she was there, she mentored Lena Waithe. And then Lena Waithe landed the job on The Chi. And then Lena Waithe got to do things on her own that gave her an opportunity to bring other directors and writers and other Black names into the background, behind the camera, and so on. And what you recognize from this documentary is that a great variety of Black media and art only exists because people with power and resources shared them with other people to create pathways for other Black artists. And this goes on for 2 whole episodes, and it's a beautiful thing to witness. And then at the very end, they come back to Tyler Perry and he's showing off his studio.
Welcome to the Dream Building. This is Medea's house. Here we have the Georgian side of the mansion. If you want to be in a hotel hallway, like to say the Ritz-Carlton or something, then all of a sudden you're in a hotel hallway. Welcome to the White House. This is the 80% replica of the actual White House in Washington, D.C. Then if you get sick and need to go to the hospital, turn this corner and you're in the hospital. Iconic window here. President's bedroom. Obama, my man.
And I may be reading too much into it, right? But it feels clear that he's not like them because Tyler Perry cannot say the things that these other creators are saying. He cannot point to anybody he's mentored, supported, or put on to do anything significant within the media field other than to act in other people's movies. It's very, very clear, at least from this documentary, that there's no one that is a part of his tree because he's planted no seeds.
Word up. Word up. That was so illuminating to me. Watching that, he can't say the things the other people can say because he's never planted any trees. That was a brand new thought for me, FD.
I was getting emotional. I need to take a moment. Because like, it was 2 things. One, because I had to upload the video a second time. I fucked up and left the audio track in there. So I'm so mad that Screw, I think, is that Screw? Or am I, y'all hearing that?
Yeah, I hear it.
Screw up, that might be you, man. I'm just assuming.
What are you hearing?
Like
Fiddling.
Yeah.
I'm not moving, but I'll leave because my screen's blacked out too for some reason. So I'll leave and
I
come
thought
back.
you just turned the camera off.
Me too.
Yeah, I thought you did the same thing too.
No, I'll be back. My
I
bad.
thought he was crying from the emotional impact of the video, and he was like, "I just can't let people see this."
Screw it, don't want to be no Tyler Perry. Even if he wants to be Tyler Perry, he don't want to be Tyler Perry.
Right. But so if I could just go on for a bit, and I appreciate even having the spotlight. That was the point that was most important for me to get across. And so to hear that that's something that you caught, and like to see it in the comments. Give me a second. I'm sorry, y'all.
Yeah, have your emotional moment because I'm about to push back.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That'll help me
that'll help real quick. That'll help real quick.
To see how many people responded with that specific point was really like validating and like powerful for me, because that's been a big thing I've been on in my content for years now. Is kind of like being more critical of Black faces in high places and representational politics, and thinking that just because this one Black person is successful, that means that Black people as a whole are benefiting from it, especially if that one person's success is greatly on the backs and through the exploitation of other Black people. And so having that resonate, you know, of course we did we talked about the colorism, we talked about the wigs, talked about the bad movies. But when people got to that part and they were still with me, or as many people as I've seen were still with me, that really meant something to me, because it's like people then can recognize this problem amongst our peers and, you know, move with it. So yeah, so I just really appreciate that was what was played. I didn't know what you were going to play. When I saw it was that, like, the video took an extra 3 months because I couldn't get that part right. And I kept coming back to it, to like, how do I couch this effectively? And in that 3 months is when I watched that documentary, because I hadn't seen that documentary up until that point. When I saw Issa low-key like dry read him in that documentary, like the dry read she had through how she structured her documentary, where he's showing off this empty studio. Meanwhile, she's at parties with all these other Black creators where they're trying to figure out how to get it. And she says at the end, we don't have our own. I'm like, oh, wait, Spider-Man me. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. I'm really interested to hear the pushback, though.
One, I want to say, I enjoy hearing you explain that, because I think a lot of people who make media, that's kind of what they want to be understood. So I think that was a dope moment. And then even hearing like, oh, it took an extra 3 months, I think that was important to highlight. So I almost feel bad that I have pushback, but not bad enough to give it. So I wonder if it's fair to say that the way the previous people did it was automatically the correct way, and to highlight that he's different and almost in a way insinuate that he's wrong for being different. But before we get into that, I want to ask, what would you say if his response was, maybe I don't have other directors that come under me, but I have all of these actors that the world forgot about, that we're not getting paid, that we're not getting roles. And even though I may not be paying them millions and millions of dollars, I'm giving them opportunities to get on a show again or get on set again. Because I think I've heard him say that before. Like a lot of these old actors, even though I personally hate Tyler Perry movies, and I wanted to say it very slow because I wanted my hate to permeate through the screen from my house to your laptop, iPad, TV, or whatever. I hate the storylines, the imagery. Moment of silence. Okay. But as a philosophy student, I like to listen to people's arguments and see whether or not they at least have a stable rationale, whether I disagree with it or not. And I think there is some value to the idea of you haven't seen some of these actresses and actors in years, because nobody's hiring them. So yeah, maybe I'm doing like a McDonald's version of a movie, but at least they're getting a check. So maybe that is his version of seeds, or maybe not necessarily seeds would be, or fruit. What would you say to?
Or I would say Thanksgiving Turkeys by Nino Brown, which is that scene in the Nino Brown motif was another. I added that last minute. Who gave me that? That literally was added the day before I posted it. The Nino Brown motif. Oh, I had a pod with Deontay Kyle that released today, and I recorded it like the couple days before the video dropped. And he had kind of the same like challenge. And I said, it's drug dealer giveaways. You know, it's what happens when, you know, we have all the economic and social political power concentrated in a person whose general income is only possible through exploiting the community he comes from. And so he has to create enough of a feedback loop of value so that they don't stop and say, you know what, we should probably get rid of you altogether and we all be better for it. Because the question I would ask is, why are those Black actors not getting work? Let's dig down into the structure of it all. those black actors aren't getting work because there are no black casting directors. There aren't enough black filmmakers. There aren't any black studios. There aren't enough black figures in positions of power to say, you know what? We haven't put Cicely Tyson in. Like, look, get Cicely Tyson for this moment. Get I can't think of you know what I'm talking about, like those folks that you
said should have been Big Mama. What was her name?
Viola Davis.
Loretta Devine.
No, Loretta Devine. I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. You know, like Dream Girls. Like, why are we just now getting back to the sister from Abbott Elementary? Give me your name.
Quinta?
No, not Quinta. The older one.
Oh, damn.
The place older teacher.
I know who you're talking about. And why are we getting back?
Why is she just Rachel Lee, Cheryl Lee Ralph?
Yeah,
you know, who ironically her and not Viola Davis. I'm fucking all the names up. I was so eloquent.
But we love all of y'all. No, we can't.
We love all of y'all. We love all of y'all. I'm horrible at names, like, and that's a mean in my community. But like Shirley Ralph and the other sister were in Dreamgirls together like 40 years ago. It was like this classic moment. I don't know if there's been anything since. And the reason why that happens is because the thing that Tyler Perry doesn't do isn't done. So when Issa and all them other folks are collaborating to extract resources and do these things, it's to preserve whatever we got. Tyler's in a position to supercharge that, to amplify that, to ways that in really no other industry Black people would have possible. Like, there's no industry in which a Black person is completely autonomous, not completely, but like functionally autonomous to white power, except for Tyler Perry in media. And so it's important that it's not just actors, you know, it has to be directors, executives, producers, writers, because if you go back and watch that Issa Rae documentary, that's why the media gets pushed forward and made, is because these are people that can get the budget. These are people that can get access to the tools to make the thing. And so I can't give him a lot of credit, considering his position, for employing actors and keeping them paid and fed when he's maintaining a system where he's the only person that can possibly be done by, when he could be contributing to a system where those actors can get fed throughout the media apparatus, but instead he sees it fit to keep himself in that position.
Okay, so just I want to, and anybody can cut me off if I'm doing too much back and forth, but I just want to make sure I understand your argument. Are you saying, hey, Tyler, you're in a position where you can create a bunch of baby Tylers, and it's selfish of you not to create a bunch of baby Tylers, because if you were to create a bunch of those, then more people could have more roles, and it will eliminate the deficit that we have in Hollywood?
It's that plus also just the nature of Black art. And how Black art is required to filter itself through white sensibilities and white power structures. So we talk about the movie Sinners. So the Sinners video was supposed to be the last video before this one. I don't know if you saw that one, but in that video, I talked very explicitly about how I love Sinners, but I feel like I see where Sinners pulled its punches in terms of really getting at Black issues and Black consciousness. And I remember how he did that in Black Panther as well. And I start the video with this interview where Coogler is being interviewed by this young lady. And she's getting at, hey, so I recognize the Marxist undertones of this. And you're talking about capital and how they lose their money when they get to the white man, how they lose their way as soon as they take the white man's money and the metaphors. And Coogler's like, yeah. But I really can't get into all that. I can't go no further than where we are right now. And he knows why. And I think we all know why. So what if Sinners was produced by Tyler Perry Studios? Maybe Tyler Perry puts
terrible.
Produce means Tyler Perry writes the check.
Oh,
says, here's the check for the budget. Coogler, go do your thing. You know what I'm saying? He might have had, maybe there's something there, right? I don't know.
No, I get your point overall, but I guess in my mind, and I could be being too much of a stickler, but this is what this is about, fleshing out these ideas. Mm-hmm. I don't know that I want him to make 50 Tyler Perrys. I hate Tyler Perry's content. It's terrible.
It's not him making 50 Tyler Perry. It's I'm gonna lose the chat if I haven't lost him already. I want Tyler Perry to be more like J. Cole. Because you know what J. Cole
In
has
what
done?
manner?
J. Cole has created more artists better than him than I think any rapper has ever done. J. Cole has brought us Jid. J. Cole has brought us Earth Gang. That's all I got really. But like that's more than most. That's more than most rappers. That's more than most rappers. Their crew is whack.
Dr. Dre.
Right, Dre, Kanye.
Dr. Dre's a rapper, like for real.
Kanye.
Let me try to summarize this better because I don't want to make it like I'm tearing down your argument. You're saying, Tyler, you turned into the studios that cut the checks easier so that the other Black people interested in making movies, be it directors, cast, whatever, don't have to jump through the same hoops that they have to jump through the white studios. You can create an easier pathway by you being the studio, but instead you're so self-centered that you're putting out all of this fast food movies where you're actually taking all of these roles in order to get it done.
Exactly.
What say you if he says, hey, I know it looks like I have a bunch of money, but the only reason why I was able to accumulate this level of money is because I took all of those roles and I did it in a fast food manner. And that's the only way I could have extracted this.
Dope, Tyler. Keep doing that. But I need you to hit up Boots Riley and cut him.
I love Boots Riley. Shout out to Boots Riley.
Keep doing your fast food. Like, I don't think that, like, as much as I dislike Tyler Perry's stuff, and I think it's overall harmful, I wish he would take some of the harmful shit out. But overall, like, I talk about how I still like wrestling. I don't watch it barely at all now, but like professional wrestling is my shit. And it's dumb and racist and sexist. And it has been that forever. And it's also ran by an awful human being, or at least it used to be. Right? But if Tyler Perry continued to do his thing, he would still have the funds to do all these other things. Furthermore, he'd make way more money. Tyler Perry has never made anything that's made as much money as anything Coogler's made, like the actual product. So he wouldn't lose any money in doing it. He'd be really, if it was about capitalism, he would actually be doing the thing for real by doing what he's doing. If it was really about the money of it all, Tyler, in my opinion, doesn't see he doesn't. He's not an artist, and he knows that, and I think he almost resents it. I think he resents the position he's in a weird way, where there's so many other clearly superior artists that he could be connecting with. And I don't know, maybe they throw a lot of shade at him on behind the scenes, and that's why he also don't fuck with nobody. That's a possibility. But I think him writing, directing, producing everything himself is one part. It's really about control and like keeping his own thing. Because there's no reason for him to have 12 sound stages. He has 12 sound stages to make a handful of TV shows. That don't make no sense. That's bigger than most American major studios that are doing multiple big tentpole. I went to Paramount Studios this summer, and they were filming Christopher Nolan's new thing. They were filming a bunch of stuff all at the same time. Tyler don't got those problems on his studio lot, and his studio lot's bigger than Paramount's.
You know, I want to. There's two things here I want to point out. One, big shout out to the Mighty Owl. Says shout out, one of the best videos I've seen, maybe the best video from FD.
Wow, shout out to you, Mighty Owl.
One take applause. And then this comment here from Reggie286. Is it fair to put expectations on someone else who may have their own plans that they're working through?
If you ask me, yeah. Just my black consciousness. Everybody's supposed to be 10 toes down. If you have made your millions off of being a part of what we are and what we do, then you got to pay your dues in some form or fashion, commiserate to what we've given you. So if you ask me, ain't no such thing as that's his business personally, but that may be the communist weirdo in me that feels that way. But that's just my sensibilities.
Can I cut in real quick, Feet? So let me say this to some of the Tyler capers in the comments. One rich nigga do not get us any further to liberation. It don't work that way. It period. I don't understand. And I'm not talking to Elle. I'm not talking to Elle. I'm talking about the people that's, how you going to tell him how he'll use his money? Well, when you make your money off the back of black people, what We can't make this argument about politicians and not make the same argument for niggas that are literally making money off of us, not votes. But then we talk about the Democrats not doing this, the Democrats not doing that. All right, well, Tyler Perry's entire fan base is old black aunties. What is he doing for them but giving them more trash television? Tyler Perry could start his own A24 studios of just black creators. He don't got to create nothing. Just cut the check, Tyler. He could do that, but he's not, because he's Marcus Garvey. That's what it is. That has always been my problem.
As much as I agree with you, you know them Garveyites gonna be.
I know. I don't care. I grew up Hotep. I can say it. I can say, how many times do I got to say my legal name was supposed to be Unique Hassan? I can say it. My father had a portrait of Elijah Muhammad in his front room. I can say it. You know what I mean? He is Marcus Garvey, and this has always been my problem with Garvey and with Garveyites, is that one rich Negro do nothing for the community. It does nothing but make that one Negro closer to getting to the white folks' table. This is the reason why once the FHA got passed, all right, here we go, smarty arty Negro time coming. This is the reason why when King died and the FHA got passed and all of the bougie blacks was able to buy their houses in the suburbs, the civil rights movement fell apart because there was no more resources. There was nothing but poor folks like my grandparents stuck in the hood trying to find a way to make it work, while all the people with money said, all right, we got our seat at the table now. So that's why when there's an expectation when you are, I don't like that we are willing to give so much grace to rich black folks because they are black. Because there comes a point where you cannot use that as a buffer against the self-interestedness of your politics. You cannot continue to make money off of us and not at the very least expect criticism for not paying it forward. You understand what I'm saying? So whatever Tyler do or don't do with his money, that's his business. But I feel like folk got a right to at least critique the fact that he just hoarding it somewhere like any other rich Negro. That don't do nothing for me down here.
I want to jump in right here. Andy Pandy says, Tyler Perry gave Cicely Tyson $1 million. She told it in her book so she could enjoy later years in more comfort, and she said she deserved it. Said she deserved way more. Right now, there's a significant portion of your video, FD, that talks about how, you know, charity is just another way to protect the 1%, protect the wealthy class ultimately. Right.
Yeah,
so
charity,
and you actually give Tyler Perry a lot of props on all the philanthropic work that he's done.
Yeah, charity is a paradoxical thing for underserved, oppressed people. And I've worked in nonprofits. I've worked in the nonprofit industrial complex, and I've been in meetings where I've been like, "Oh, we're doing just enough to keep folks from getting things from getting more dire, from more lawsuits to happening." And so, like, I don't ever want to poo-poo that type of like value and benefit to a person like Cicely Tyson. I'm sure he's done way more that we don't even know about in that tip. Because I think Tyler, the thing I'll give Tyler on some of his issues is that they don't come from like a bad place, if that makes sense. Like there's other people I've critiqued in my content that I think are bad people at their core, and that's why they behave that way. Whereas I think with Tyler, it's a combination of a lot of other factors that makes it really more interesting. But the amount that he does help should never be, you know, poo-pooed completely. But we just have to recognize that that shouldn't shield from a grander critique of the entirety of what he represents and what he's doing with his power and money. And, you know, Cicely Tyson shouldn't need $1 million from him. So like, who's going to be around to give that to Keke Palmer in 40 years? If you know what I'm saying? Like, who's going to be around to do that? Are we going to still be in the same system where Tyler Perry 2080 has to do the same thing for Keke Palmer? Because in that amount of time, we still haven't changed the dynamic of media and Black art in this country. Because if that's the case, then as beautiful as that is, that's a problem.
BK, I know you wanted to say something, but go ahead.
No, you got it. Go ahead.
I don't want to jump in front of you.
It's like, okay, that's Cicely Tyson or that's Taraji B. Henson, right? I'm thinking about a point that I loved from FD's video was like, okay, but you're not letting your actors unionize. Like, you're not letting them like collectively bargain. You're potentially essaying them allegedly. Like, okay, if we have, again, it's the black faces in high places, and like that can't amount to everything that represents our community. And I think Tyler is a perfect example of like why we don't want to see the next Black Bill Gates in the making, or why, if we just had one of our own, we'll be just fine. No, they would be sequestering and hoarding the resources just like Tyler is right now. It's like seeing him walk through that empty lot and seeing him be like, look at what I built. It's just no one gets to enjoy in the spoils of it. It's just like, is that not what a fucking billionaire is, regardless if they're black, white, or whatever? Like it's hoarding resources. It's the face of exploitation with just the black face on it. And it's like, okay, but don't we love Taraji and it's like, yeah, but it's like they're already celebrities, right? Like when I know that you're union busting or not allowing your workers to like collectively bargain or get benefits or, long hours, short shoot, like horrible workplace conditions. And then they potentially are marred by being in a Tyler Perry, whatever. So no one else wants to hire them because you kind of got that stain on you and you're kind of typecasted in that way. Like, what are you actually doing for people? So I don't know. I think like he's an incredible case study. And I hope that, like, to FD's point, like we can look through that prism and see, okay, we could change out a Jay-Z, a Tyler Perry, a Beyonce, whoever, an Oprah, who has exported so much bad to we won't even go going down that rabbit hole, but it's just like, I just hope that we can not glorify blackness in and of itself. And so much so that we are praising capital in and of itself, and trying to take these little cherry picked charity cases or, hey, but like, okay, he did this for this one famous actor that we all love and know, that we're just disregarding the everyday actor that's just trying to get a gig with safe conditions and a union they can report to if SA happens on the set. You know what I mean? Like, so I think to FD's point, the fact that he could be planting so many seeds and could just be cutting so many checks. When we're talking about $1 billion, again, we're talking about 999 more million than a million. Like we're talking about, I don't even think we can like conceptualize how much more $1 billion is than $1 million or 100 million or even 500 million, right? It's almost like you can't go broke. It's an endless well. And so he can dish out a lot more than I think what he lets on. And I think maybe to FD's point, the insecurity about him having kind of an artist complex and knowing that like I've amassed all this, but I'm still kind of putting out McDonald's as shit, that definitely has to like fuck with him. Or else why wouldn't he be inspiring not the next Tyler Perry, but the next creative that could give us an Insecure, that could give us a different world or whatever the case may be. So I think last point, he's just the perfect case study of why the argument of we just need one of our own doesn't work, because they would be doing the exact same thing, which is hoarding all the resources.
I want to say one thing real quick, and I'll get back to you, FD. I love this quote so much that you said. You said, maybe Tyler is suffering from the most acute case of imposter syndrome imaginable. And who can blame him considering his films? 1 second applause.
Thank you. Two things. BK, sometimes, I don't know if y'all notice it, but like at a certain point, your audio goes weird. I don't know if you bump something. Did y'all notice that? Or was that just me? No?
I did. I noticed it.
Okay.
I hit the table, but
to slightly change the subject, if I could just victory lap for a second. You know what the other really impactful thing has been is that I get accused of having a white audience a lot, and don't get me wrong, white folks love me. It's something I'm very insecure about sometimes. They love me so much, and it makes me like every time Lil Bill gets a lot of love, I be like, man, I can do that because in the comments section sometimes it gets
gotta be louder and angrier.
Yeah, I'd be too busy smiling. Somebody said you my anger translator. And I was like, damn, I thought I was angry this whole time. Anyway, I've gotten more of these Like these joints right here, I love these right here. When I see these, I'll be like, yes, I've gotten more of those in the last week than I've gotten in like the last couple of years. And I'm so happy seeing other Black creators that I've watched and respect finally catch on to what I've been doing. Now, part of that is just the nature of YouTube. YouTube is not built for Black political content that isn't reactionary. Either it's Black conservative bullshit, which is mostly watched by white people as well, or it's like Hotep adjacent, reactionary adjacent, all this not gender wars, but also diaspora war stuff that's really popping off. Like that's where YouTube's algorithm understands to put Black people. When I first got on, the first thing I did that got more than 1,000 views was a critique of Tariq Nasheed's bullshit buck break-in documentary. And it got 20,000 views, but most of those views are from Tariq Nasheed fans. Because YouTube was like, oh, I know this. I know you. Yeah, y'all want to watch this. Y'all want to watch this person who clearly doesn't agree with you. Like, I was getting beat up for a minute. And it wasn't until a Black film, shout out Khadijah and Bo, shouted me out that it cleaned that up. And then that got me right. And so it's weird to have a big audience on YouTube, but be completely unknown on a lot of other platforms as a Black political creator. And this video finally seemed to fully reach a lot of these pockets. And, you know, it helps that I've been on a rollout tour for the last like 3 weeks. And it's still going. But like nothing has been more satisfying about this than having my own people feel it and like clock into like what a lot of us have been doing for the last couple of years, you know.
Word up. 1 second pause. Yeah, I want to move on to the next. You guys, anybody, anything else around Tyler Perry, FD? I definitely want to get to Baby Keem.
I know you want to change the subject, so I'll try to do it quick.
So yeah, go ahead and do your thing.
I don't know if what I said came off as if I was taking up for Tyler Perry. I wasn't. I'm confused by the idea of he has so much money that he can perform in a way that could lead us to liberation. Because it's my understanding that that doesn't work that way. So I think that even if Tyler Perry was to make a bunch of other Tyler Perrys, that doesn't put us closer to liberation. Because like I said, in his mind, the recipe to accumulate that much money does not include liberation work. So that is my hesitation. And, you know, interestingly enough, when I was watching your video, I went to Dirksen Middle School too.
Oh,
so
wow.
I graduated 5 years after you. So it's just interesting how it's like, you're like, I had mostly white teachers and they were bringing in this type of movie. I had mostly Black teachers.
Yeah.
And so I think the same is, and Dirksen actually, I learned a lot about pride and Blackness and how to be exceptionally moral at Dirksen Middle School. So it's this interesting thing about institutions, and it's like, it depends on who's leading them. And I just don't know that I would trust Tyler Perry to be a leader to give us what it seems like we're saying he should do. So that's my pushback. My pushback is not in protection of Tyler Perry, like leave the billionaires alone. It's
so my thing would be to be blunt. I think all these billionaires got to go, Black, white, or otherwise. And if we can't get rid of you, you better be cutting checks, right? I don't think Tyler Perry's capital will lead us to liberation or anything, and I don't think I want Tyler Perry as a leader. But I feel like I do feel like media and like the role that media plays in developing Black thought is extremely important for liberation. And the idea, what's the dude that he used to play for maybe he played for the Nets and he wouldn't shoot a couple of years ago in the playoffs?
Nah, that was Ben Simmons.
Ben Simmons?
No.
No.
He did play for the Nets. Don't bring that nigga name up around me anymore.
Talking sports ball.
Well, it's just like what I'm saying is like we need him to shoot the ball. And instead, he just takes it home. It's kind of my whole what I was trying to go with that basketball reference, but I don't be watching basketball, so them shit's always filled. But my point is that he's in a place to give and provide resources. He doesn't have to lead. I don't think any entertainer should be a leader, but if you have a pathway to access to resources, that has been instrumental in liberation activity for Black people and African people throughout history. It's not that you're the leader, is that I have this thing that y'all can use that creates a pathway. And the fact that he's not doing it is my main thing.
Gotcha.
1 second pause. Yeah, that really was the most illuminating part to me. Also, looking at it, and I don't necessarily look at this as, okay, Tyler Perry's got to go outside and make a whole bunch of other billionaires right now. You know what I mean? Jay-Z brags about it, but Tyler Perry, I don't know if we want to put that same expectation on him. But when I realized that he wasn't allowing anyone else to have creator credits, writer credits, that kind of stuff, like when he was hustling, the example for Color Girls was crazy to me, right? Here's someone who got the rights to this legendary black feminist piece, this black feminist text here. She got the rights to it, did a screenplay, got the deal. And because the deal, and then Lionsgate shows up, which is where Tyler Perry is, and he marginalizes her, stiff arms her somewhere. I guess just an executive, just a producer credit, I think is what it ultimately ended up being. I think that's the kind of stuff that, at least when I watched FD's video, that's what I took away, right? I'm like, okay, fine. This dude's out here, worried about building his own table. Fine, that's cool. FD built a table. Anybody can build a table. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to give up your whole life to build a table, right? Bad joke, didn't land, but maybe it did. Who knows? Never know what's happening on the other side of the screen. But the point is that he is only concerned about that aspect of it, from what it actually takes to truly give opportunities to people who are working with you or coming after you, right? It's one thing if you're like, okay, yeah, here's your check for the day. We're not unionizing. Here's your check for the day or whatever. But it's another thing when you're starting to step on other people's work in that process, when you're keeping people from enjoying the spoils of the work that they're actually doing. And then you get into some of the other allegations, and now you're like putting other kinds of pressure on people. Or they have to put a certain type of pressure on you for you to do the right thing and honor the work that they did themselves. That is the stuff around Tyler Perry I was not familiar with. But I do want to shout out, it's Nicola. He says, both sides of me love some FD.
This is the type of shit I'll be dealing with. I love you too, Nicola. I appreciate that. I appreciate that for real.
Word up. 1 second applause. We're going to come back to some of these more super chats. I'm sure you're going to stick around for a little bit to talk to these people because there's a lot of people want to ask you questions, FD. But I do want to talk about Baby Keem. Baby Keem. And then, just again, in terms of narratives and people feeling represented, like, this Baby Keem project, Casino, I have this is probably the album this year in 2024 that has the most replay value for me. It is a very easy album to get stuck in. I get it in a loop. I put it on and then it's over. I'm like, let me hear it again. I put it on, let me hear it again. I don't think it's a perfect album by any means, but what I do think it does very well is, particularly in connecting with the documentary, is I personally feel attached to Baby Keem now. Right. I didn't have a personal connection with Keem before. I think he was a talented dude making some stuff. But seeing the documentary, the Boo Man documentary, and then getting a chance to hear the album, and it's actually a continuation to the documentary in a lot of ways. The questions I had in the documentary are answered on this album. I'm thinking about this now as a total 360-degree piece of art and work here. And it represents Las Vegas. Like, Vegas is all over this project in a macro sense and in a micro sense. And I had a great conversation with Screwface over the weekend, asking him just about this, because I didn't consider how this actually connects with people in Las Vegas or people who are more familiar with Vegas than I am when I listen to it. But apparently there's a lot more there. Screwface, what's your takeaway from Baby Keem's Casino, and how does it represent your experience in Las Vegas?
Well, I think I might have a bias because I've lived in Vegas since like right before pandemic. So I absolutely positively love this album. And I almost had like, I don't know, I had an experience listening to this album, and I've listened to it so many times. I don't think I've listened to an album this many times after it's dropped this closely. One, because it's a quick listen, and two, because I feel like what I said when when I heard it was it sounds like Vegas. So before we even get to the Boo Man episodes, which depicts his come up, just the music itself, because the thing about Vegas, and a lot of residents here say too, is there's a thing where, you know, because the thing that people say is at any given time there's more tourists in Vegas than there is residents. So like, and you'll get discounts and stuff if you show your ID and you're from Vegas. Like they'll give you discounts on stuff because there's to incentivize residents to come out more and stuff. So one thing that a lot of people say, and I've heard, is that the way that Vegas is promoted, obviously, there's two Vegases. There's one that is promoted and shown, and then there's the Vegas for, I won't just say like residents, but like for the people who know Vegas. And I said, it's the juxtaposition to me is, I couldn't think of a better word than street. And when I say street, I don't mean like the stereotypical connotation that street give. I just mean maybe like real. I don't know. I couldn't think of a word, but I said the juxtaposition between the strip and the street, where most people think Vegas is just the Vegas Strip. And that's Vegas' fault, because that's what we push. That's what everybody thinks of. Bring here, come here, gamble, da-da-da. But we also, there is another side of Vegas. It's not just about how dark and negative it is, but it's just about the experiences you see living here. Because I hear like a lot of residents, like I talk to a lot of people who live here too, and over the years, they don't gamble. Like a lot of people, because there's a darker feeling about gambling for the people who are here than the people who come and leave. Because you see how it destroys so many people. You see how somebody will move here with aspirations, and then a few years later, you'll see them begging for money on the street. And that's like a serious thing, because they came here and got stuck. Like that's a serious thing. And then also and I felt like he did this on purpose, where one song would sound like the glamour, the glitz, the strip. It would be more like the commercial song. And then another song would be a very personal, very real. And that's what I call like the street part. I don't know for a better word. So I feel like he encapsulated that so perfectly. And my son was born in Vegas. So like my son is a Vegas baby, and that's where the Boo Man Chronicles came. And it hit me in an emotional way, because watching him and some of the experience, because, you know, I was born and raised in Nebraska, but like I've lived here for long enough that I have fears, you know, raising my son here, and certain things that baby Keem touched and literally said. So there are certain things he said where I was like, ooh, where he went like, this is Vegas. Either you jumping off a building because you poor, or you broke, or you effing, you basically in the sex industry. And that's like, you know, the stereotype, but it's like, this is real. Like coming from, I didn't have the same access that my son is going to have, because with me, like when I snuck out, the most I could do is go to O Street or a bar or something. If my son, you know, he can go to the strip. He's the debauchery that he is just absolutely available to get. I feel like Keem touched that in a way. And then even to the way that, because some people were like, you know, they didn't like the Too Short song. And I went like, you got to understand. And people were like, why Too Short? Why a Bay Area artist? Why not a Vegas artist? And I went, you got to understand, Too Short is like, it's huge in Vegas. When you go out, you're going to hear Too Short. I said that song sounds like a night out in Dreas, a night out in the Omnia, a night out in Hakkasan, and it feels like that's what it feels like. It feels like that. And then the Dramatic Girl song, there's like a show tuny aspect to it, where it's like a little show tunes-esque. And I was like, that's Vegas too. That's like the Dean Martin type, the like, even just with the instrumentation of it, it felt like that. So I felt like it encompassed Vegas in such a way that I feel like if you live here or if you're from here, you will feel that album in a different way. And there's like a third way of getting it, where I said like, it felt like to me what when J. Cole dropped his album, I said, well, if you're from North Carolina, this must hit different. But for me, I don't have a connection in North Carolina, so I don't. But I was like, with Casino, I feel like the same way with Vegas, and I understand if you haven't had those experiences, you might not feel it the same way. But I every time I listen to that album, I get something different. But that's a long-winded explanation. That was my takedown of Casino.
1 second pause. That street to strip thing, you know, I went back and listened to the project thinking about that. And like, if you go from House Money, which feels like a strip song, like, you know, something you might do when you're on the strip in Vegas, then I'm Not a Lyricist feels like the street. That's like a real Vegas perspective from Keem. Then you go to Sex Appeal, which you're back on the strip again, and that's definitely a strip song. And then you go to Highway 95 Part 2, which feels like the street, the trauma that you're going through. Then
And
you're
it's
back
literally
on the
the
strip
highway
and
from California to
Right.
Vegas. That's the highway. So it's just like, but yeah.
Right. And then you go to Circus Circus freestyle. You literally freestyle in front of the Circus Circus. You know what I'm saying? Like there was a nuance there that I didn't actually catch until you broke that down for me the other day. Open floor. What do you guys think of?
If I could be the Elle to Screwface for this section, and just kind of be like, I missed all of that. I missed all of that, and I was Now I say this, so my takes are always not the popular takes. I always talk about it, but I'm just being honest. I like the album a lot. I was a little disappointed, but it's probably because I'm just disconnected somewhat from Keem. I did not watch the documentaries.
Well, there you go. That's the problem already.
But I think I do think, you know, if your album has homework and you got to do the homework to pass the test of liking the album, we have to curve that shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that metaphor stuck all the way through. We got to curve the final grade. But I just found myself waiting for something more impressive a lot of times. There's a couple of tracks where I'm like, oh, we like when Casino was the second track, I'm like, oh, it's about to be an adventure going through this motherfucker. But when I got to probably the most disappointing thing on this album is the Kendrick feature.
Well,
and
which one are you talking about?
What the first one, I should say. I was just really like, y'all did like a 2007, you know, 2000, it's a circa mid 2000s like R&B hip hop ballad thing. Like y'all have done such creative, out there, sonically challenging stuff every time y'all would come together. I can't believe. I mean, I get it. Maybe when they want to subvert, but I was just waiting for like the weirdest shit ever once again, and I was just like, oh,
everything goes in 20-year cycles.
Yeah, maybe. And I get it though, because if you weren't, you know, very much into music circa, I don't know, 97 to 2007 hip hop, that song is probably, you know, newish to you. But I feel like that's 17 other songs of the same ilk. Other than that, I do like the album. I was hoping for something that would make me would force me back on it every time I got into the car. You know what I'm saying? For me, as an older consumer of hip hop who's not as locked in and as outside as I used to be, I thought from Keem I was about to get something that forced me to put it in and let my kids hear the curse words. Because y'all, listen, y'all, Daddy's playing the cursing version because the clean version ain't out. Because I love this too much, and y'all gonna hear it, and we'll talk about it later. And it just wasn't that. You know what I'm saying? And not saying this wasn't good. It just wasn't as transformative as I hoped I was about to get.
1 second pause. Open floor. What do you guys think?
I see all the tomatoes in the chat.
That was so funny. I was like, does this mean Justin has to give him a tomato? Or
No. They come up a lot when I give my takes. It is what it is. It's all love, though. It's all love.
Right. I mean, Will Thompson right here disagrees with you completely. He says, Casino was an instant classic for me. First since Damn. I went super fan status with purchases after one listen. I love the doc rollout too, but I wish there was more personalness in the direct-to-consumer side. I think that's what he means by that. Hard at scale, but Cole showed a way. I got an idea on direct-to-consumer. Peep Twitter for the deets. If you know, you know, and you know.
You know.
If you know, you know, and you know. Word up. Shout out to Will Thompson. 1 second applause. Thank you for that super chat, Will. I'll definitely check that out on Twitter. What do you think about the project, Elle, BK, Bill? Where you guys at?
I gave my take on the side on the barbershop, my initial listen. So I will say that I have softened since then. I ain't gonna hold you. It was the Kendrick feature that kept me sticking around because I missed everything that Screw was talking about. And maybe if I had that perspective, then I would have said, all right, I see what he's doing with this. I see where this is going. Because for me, and I still feel a lot of this is that I'm sitting there. My initial reaction was, this sounds like the rough draft to a Kendrick album. And what I mean by that is that Keem wears that influence on his sleeve pretty hard, in my opinion. But then I had to come back and say, all right, let me try to disengage from that mindset and let me just try to appreciate it for what it is. Now, I'm gonna say this. I enjoyed the Too Short John the first time I heard it. I liked it. I liked all of the bopping tracks. For me, the second half, you know, they had us in the first half. You know what I'm saying? But the second half brought it home for me, and that's why I said, all right, let me give it a couple more spins. You know, again, maybe it's the lack of Vegas connection, maybe it's the generational thing, but it's maybe I do just need to go back and watch the documentary, but I don't know. It's one of those things that right now I ain't gonna say it's bad. I'm just gonna say it don't really hit that spot for me. You know what I mean?
Why Bill ain't got more tomatoes though? Like we said, we both from the same crowd here, and I feel like
ran out of tomatoes. They only brought a few tomatoes, and they threw them all at you.
They ran out of tomatoes.
Ran out of tomatoes. Like,
you know why? You know why I got fewer tomatoes? Is because it's a lot of Kendrick stands in the chat, and you know you said the wrong thing when you said about Kendrick verse, and I wasn't even playing to the crowd. I was being serious. I enjoyed it. I was grinning the whole time. It was funny. It was goofy. I said personally, I feel like I wish Kenny had did more stuff like that in the past, just so that we didn't have to live through that whole, oh, you know, Kendrick can't write a bop. Kendrick can't. I never heard a bad bitch say put on some Kendrick, put on some Kendrick. Like, shut up, nigga. I personally feel like I wish that I had seen him do more of that in the past, just to disprove that point. It's not that he can't. It's just that he don't. You know what I mean? So, yeah, here's my take.
Somebody said FD ain't flirted in a while. That might be it. That might be it. I've been married for 20 some odd years. It's like, I get it, but like, she gonna be asleep when I go upstairs. I'm gonna rub her back and, you know, put on my CPAP machine. You know, we might flirt tomorrow, but we got them kids in the bed tonight.
LBK, what do you guys think about the project?
it was fantastic to me. I really enjoyed it. I think there's a disconnect.
Tomato proof response right up there.
I was processing the tomato, how much you guys deserve the tomatoes. I was shocked. I didn't see it coming. Now I'm kind of hungry. Not gonna lie. I think I want a Capri salad now. Seeing so many tomatoes, but I think people said it right when they talk about the sonics of it, which I think sometimes I don't really like some of the new albums sonically, and I kind of be like, well, maybe I'm old and I'm missing the new sound. And so I don't know if the auntiness of Elle Janelle is the reason why I enjoyed the sonics of it. And I do think it's a West Coast thing. I think nationally, a lot of people are not used to a West Coast sound. And so maybe it's off-putting when you hear it, but because I am used to a West Coast sound, that shit was knocking at me. So I don't know. And I really enjoyed the Kendrick features because I felt like, I don't know if he was trying not to outdo his baby cousin. And I don't want to say that because that's an assumption. Like maybe he was trying not to outdo him, but I actually enjoyed what I could call a watered down Kendrick verse, but I won't call it a watered down Kendrick verse because if you really listen to it, he was getting off, but it wasn't like super complex, but he still had the little hidden pockets of, yeah, I got off. Yeah, I got off. Yeah, I got off. But I felt like maybe he wasn't trying to outdo his baby cousin. So I actually enjoyed the Kendrick verses, and of course, you know, spending 15 years in Oakland, I couldn't wait to hear Too Short, and I appreciated the bass sound. So I was shocked by what you guys said, but I held it in like a professional.
1 second applause. Okay.
Yeah,
DK.
I loved this album, obviously. I didn't even feel like I needed the Vegas connection to like it. I'm also heavily invested in Keem. I loved the Melodic Blue. I went to see him live on the Melodic Blue tour, standing room only, mosh pit, crazy. He started off the show with like classical music just to like, and I'm like, okay. And then when he gets you there, you're like, oh, I see why. But I did see another guy on the Stereo Vision podcast show, whatever. One of them is from Vegas, and he was kind of like expressing like what Screw was saying. And I was like, whoa, I've never actually heard like a Vegas artist, I don't think, at least dive into like where they're from. And even in the docuseries, because my partner and I guess my fiance and I reacted to all three parts, all three parts of the Boo Man docuseries, and I just love how effective it was in such a short amount of time. But I think it was part 2 where he was like talking about how weird, he always used the word weird to describe his experience in Vegas and the stuff you see. And you go to I Am Not a Lyricist, where he's like, I had like needles in the playground sand. Like you just see strange things there. And yeah, so I thought he expressed that completely. I think he's a really good leader of the new school, along with Doechii, and maybe some others, but like them two, the TDE PG Lang camp is putting out some really great art. I think he does a lot of like myth busting for Gen Z too, right? Like they say we don't be having sex, right? He's obviously doing that. They say we don't be outside. He's obviously out the fuck side. They say we're not deep. We don't give a shit about stuff. He just did a whole vulnerable ass project where he's talking about, he's drudging up his childhood trauma and like being vulnerable as a young Black man in America. I think that's awesome. And being like, I cried. I'm human. Fucking sue me. Like, I think that's really important for like a young Black male Gen Z artist to be saying right now. And the roller coaster, I also loved Screw's strip street narrative, because when I've been stuck on this album, but when I went back to listen to it after I saw that video, it's genuinely like the up and down of being in Vegas or being in the casino or whatever. I do think the docuseries, I would encourage everyone to go back and watch. I mean, like a lot of the episodes, there's 3, 2 of them are less than 10 minutes long. Like it's homework, but it contextualizes a lot, I think. And I think, you know, when he's talking about his auntie in the album, you're like, damn, that's Aunt Connie. Like, or he's talking about his cousin, you're like, oh, that's Jarrell. Like, I saw a video of him rapping, and like,
Right.
You can really just put the faces to the names of these stories. Sonically, it was incredible. He was also barring up. Love that too. And I think just like Doechii, he shows the versatility of I can sing, I can put out a hit, I can do pop, I can bar up, I can be sexy. And I loved Kendrick's feature, like as someone was getting like in a new honeymoon stage, and it's like a lot of like, you know, adult hugging and shit. I was like, damn,
Adult
you know,
hugging
like,
is crazy.
yeah, like, you know, he's just like, I'm nibbling on your ear and we adjust like this. It was just very grown and sexy. Like, I was like, whoa, like, and I don't even really see Kendrick like that, but he did what needed to be done on that track. So 10-10. Also shout out Momo Boyd and Infinity Song. That's their band, but Momo she did a great job too. So 10s.
1 second applause.
I'm so glad you said that. I forgot to bring that up. I was so excited to see Momo. Like, I'm really a big fan of Infinity Song, so I love that connection.
Nikki Giro invitation rescinded? Damn!
Oh, damn!
I was just about to start. Listen, let me finish this next take.
Yeah, you got to get it together, because where you gonna get that many fries from?
Let me finish this next take. Nikki Giros, if you a South Chicago suburbs person, you understand that was They went for the juggler on that one. That's
Yes,
messed
Nikki's
up.
is a delicious restaurant, Euros, bunch of fries or whatever. So
so-
that's like an inside Chicago people joke.
Yeah, somebody. Oh, I lost their comment. Somebody made a comment about like me and Bill always complaining about people putting a lot of effort into art, and I want to be clear. I love the reaction this is getting, and I love like another Gen Z stereotype. This album is short with long songs. This album is 11 tracks with like 7-8 of them 3-4 minutes long and more, which is like, so I love so much about this album's existence. I want to make sure I give the album the appropriate flowers and see if I can get some roses in the chat or some flames, just a little bit.
No. Don't switch up now. Don't switch up now.
But no, like I think it's really dope that I think it's dope seeing hip hop that is not my hip hop be in the forefront right now. Right? The last 2 years been dominated by other niggas with CPAPs or CPAPs in their future. Let's keep it a buck, right? It's all ain't nobody under like in terms of like full spectrum dominance, aside from Doechii and really only the black women. Only the black women. Let me rephrase that. Aside from black women, the dudes have had no real space under 30, in my opinion, in hip hop, but compared to their elder peers. So to see Keem kind of, I don't want to say quietly, what's the word to use here? Like, just kind of like, all right, thank you. So here's what I'm doing right now. Here are 2 documentaries. Here's an album with as much meaning as I could possibly put in it for 4 and 5 minute songs. It's not optimized for streaming. It's not 30 songs that are a minute and a half long. It's not meme rap. Like all those things I do love, and I'm happy to like witness, and I appreciate the parts of it that I appreciate. And I'll leave it at that. I got a couple of flames, still a lot of tomatoes, and I feel like y'all are putting in more effort. Like before it was 1 bar tomatoes, we getting into the 3rd bar for the tomato.
Real fast up, Bill. I want Screw. I know you want to say something a second ago. What you got?
Yeah, just to speak on a couple more things and like give a perfect example of, I guess, what I was saying, a moment on the album. Just speak on the Kendrick feature. I really like the Kendrick feature a lot, because I think we tend, and we all do this in hip hop, and this is one of my, and the only reason I feel like I don't do it, and I probably do it too, but I'm very hypersensitive about it, where I feel like sometimes, and it don't matter if you're the most, you can break it down and listen, because I even do it sometimes. I think sometimes we don't really, we hear lyrics more for the beat that they're on than what the exact lyric is. Like, because I always bring up Designer's verse on Panda as an example. Like if you look at Designer's verse on Panda and just read it, and like, let's say another rapper spit it on like a soul sample beat, people would be like, that is a very technically, lyrically dope verse. But since it was spit on like a trap, Metro Boomin type beat on someone who sounds like Future, people don't give it the same value. And I think that's what some people are doing, because FD is not the only person who had to take on Kendrick's verse. I've seen that. Like, people are saying that stuff. And I think a lot of it is people are not appreciating the lyrical and all of the other things that are going on, because it is on like a love song type instrumental. So we're not used to seeing Kendrick like that, even though I feel like he does do a lot more of that than we give him credit for. But he's doing punchlines in it. He's doing metaphors in it. He's doing internal rhyming in it. He's connecting a lot of different things and saying stuff. There's literally lines in it, like the Young Thug line, where you get like a chuckle out of that too, where I feel like he's doing a lot, but I see a lot of people saying that too. But go ahead.
Well, I want to clarify. It's not that the verse is so bad, right? Or not technical enough for me. It's that sonically and like thematically, I was just less interested in hearing, like, I love what him and Kendrick did on freaking the Melodic Blue. Those were not technical Kendrick verses. Those are pretty simple, but they were just so creative and out there. And it didn't, like, it took me a while to appreciate. I think I made that joke last show. What was his first track with Kendrick? I'm sorry, y'all. I promise. Huh?
Is it Family Ties or
no? The one with the really weird ending. Bad bitch, I'm up to him. Say what's up.
Is that
Educated to them girlfriend?
I have no idea.
Am I just that bad at singing it? Like I know
No,
y'all
it's
know
good.
this.
No, I actually.
Range
You muted
Brothers?
yourself, BK.
BK, it's only
Range
you.
Brothers?
Range Brothers, thank you.
Range
Range
Brothers.
It was
Like
muted,
that's
but-
one of my favorite Kendrick features of all time. And it's not like such a technical lyrical miracle feature. It's that it's such an interesting, fun. The song broke so many rules. I made that joke about the 808s doing whatever the fuck they wanted for the whole first half of the song. And like, so hearing him come in and here's a whole other instrument that y'all hadn't even heard before, right with Kendrick, he's riding on it. You know what I'm saying? Like that is what made me, I appreciated that. And so I was looking more for something super out there and creative and weird. The last one they did with the blue screen was the same. It was just like nobody else in mainstream hip hop is doing a collab with Kendrick and saying, we're going to do the weirdest shit anybody's heard in the last 6 months. And so when I saw that feature, I was like, oh, I'm ready. What's this about to do? And when it was kind of something I'd heard a lot of times before from other people, that's what disappointed me. It wasn't that it was a bad verse or it wasn't lyrical or miracle enough. But I can understand that critique because that probably is, I think that's an excellent thing because I've actually made that same argument about being a good lyricist, not always being about, like, I think the Migos are good lyricists, right? Because of their relationship between their lyrics and a beat and a song structure. And like, I think that's a great point. It didn't apply to my critique in the moment.
okay? Yeah.
I think this album is going to end up being really, really important to a generation. You know, I think this is going to connect with Gen Z in a different kind of way. You know, my personal critiques on it are almost not nullified, but marginalized a bit just because of how young Keem is. And I've watched enough artists at this point in my life start out one place when they're 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, and end up someplace totally different by the time their career arc is done. And I think that this one, it was really important for people to do homework, FD, for a new artist or an artist that's being presented on a new level, right? He is a Grammy-winning artist when this album drops, right? So he can't just come out and be niche anymore. People need to know who he is. And I think they took a lot of, the approach they took is great from a mass appeal standpoint, but also from a who is Baby Keem standpoint. Can we get closer to who he is away from what he might sound like? I think the fact that there's not a lot of risk sonically or experimentation in comparison to things we've heard in the past, so intentional to the point that they built the whole documentary around it too. And I would be shocked if anything we ever get from him ever again sounds like this. But I think that if you're taking a project and you're taking an artist and you're trying to move him to the next level where he is not only a representation for a generation, but truthfully, one of the artists that people are going to look at as a leader of a generation, I think this is the kind of thing that you have to do. And I think you really need to watch the documentary though, dog. Like, it's only 30 minutes, all 3 pieces. Go take a look. I know, Screw, you want to say something. That's step on you.
No, just my final point where it was just like a kind of metaphor of what I was saying as it sounds like Vegas. Like, okay, so usually what I don't go out too often, but I'll go out like 4 times a year where it's like my birthday, New Year's, which is my homie's birthday, and then maybe 2 other times maybe. But those times we'll go out for like a whole weekend of just going out and stuff. And one of the times, this happens all the time where like before they close Dreas, but they just closed Dreas. But the example of going from Dramatic Girls to I Don't Blame You is literally like we'll be in Dreas all night because the clubs don't really close. If they do, it's like 7 a.m. or stuff. So we're there, and while you're in there, everything's like dark. They don't have windows, and then everything's in a casino, so it's just lights, and everybody is popping bottles and having fun. And then you almost forget like real life, right? And then one of these times we were there for so long that we left at like 11, and then we came back at like 6 a.m., 7 a.m. And when we left, there's this way of the casinos where as soon as you step, it looks like it's always night. As soon as you step out the door, we stepped out the door and we're like, oh, that was the greatest night ever. Walked out Dre's, and there was like 3 homeless people just sitting there, and then it just quickly reminded you like, oh, this is what they try to hide. This is what they keep the doors closed and they keep everything so separated. And I felt like that's why it felt so like the strip or the street, because that is the Vegas experience. It is weird. You will in the same night see the most opulent thing you've ever seen, and then see the most dramatically worst example of poverty you've ever immediately. Like it's shocking. It's a crazy thing. But that's why I said why the juxtapositions of the songs, the moods were so dramatic, but I feel like it made sense because that's literally how it feels to be in Vegas.
We'll take it plus. Word up. I mean, we're at 2 hours. We always have 2 hours for the main conversation, but I do want to touch on this BAFTA thing. I think this BAFTA thing is one of the craziest things I've ever seen. If you guys are aware, for people watching, the BAFTAs, the British Arts, and I can't remember whatever it means, but it's like their Oscars, I think, right? And so it's a big annual award for the best films. And one of the films that was heavily awarded, or nominated rather, is called I Swear. And it's about the life story of a Scottish guy named John Davidson, who has Tourette's. And John was the star of the focus of a documentary in the 90s called John's Not Mad. And that documentary ended up being very important in spreading awareness about what people deal with when people who have Tourette's and what they deal with, particularly a particular type of Tourette's, which is called coprolalia, right? And so he is someone who's been doing a lot of great work. And they made a feature film on his life called I Swear. And it's about, his story dealing with Tourette's and having to deal with all the challenges that come with that condition since he was 12 years old. And so he was there because he's a part of an important piece of work. And the BAFTAs was very clear that, hey, there's someone with Tourette's here. You're going to hear different outbursts or whatever. And so he made several outbursts, during the event. The first award given that night was presented by Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo. And my man's Tourette's kicked in, and he kicked out an N-word loudly, right? And it has now turned into an international incident, right? Because on one hand, you have this guy who has Tourette's, he has this condition, and this is part of what happened. But in the days that have followed since, he did an interview with Variety where he said that BBC put a microphone near him. Warner Brothers came out and said that they heard the tape. They were there when the award show happened, and they asked BBC to edit out the N-word. BBC didn't do that. You have the whole event was tape delayed 2 hours, so they could have taken that out. Early reports said that they edited out someone who said Free Palestine. And then there was another report today that said that they edited out his homophobic slur that he levied at the host of the BAFTAs. And so this has gone way past just what it could have been. Like, oh, this is supposed to be a story that's supposed to bring attention to the struggles and challenges people with Tourette's have to deal with.
I'm looking for my Afro pessimism book.
so open floor. I'm breaking that down for everybody who's listening, but open floor to the panel. Thoughts on the BAFTAs, and how are you feeling about?
I want to jump out real on this one because I really love and appreciate. I ain't read this shit yet. You can tell by how I look. Like you look at this and you look at Urugu. You can tell when a nigga really read some shit. But I know Afro pessimism when I see it. I appreciate, Justin, how you couched the structure of it all as the culprit here, because I haven't paid a ton of attention to this because it's given culture wars in a lot of ways, and It's this disability people arguing with black people, disabled black people in the middle who are also arguing with each other. And like, I also just cannot be fazed by niggas being called the N-word in public too tough. I'm just being real with you. Like, that's never going to be like super newsworthy for me, just because of the Afro pessimism of it all. But the fact that you put the structures out there first and how there's so many opportunities for this not to be a thing, and many people in power, because they don't care or because they know how this works, allow that to happen, is, I think, really important to keep front of mind before you dive into all those other elements of the conversation. I don't have a lot of other takes beyond that, but I just really wanted to amplify and celebrate that that's where you went first, because I think that's the thing that's been missing from the discourse from what I can tell.
Word up. Want to say applause? To me.
I think that originally I was proud of myself for not being ableist and understanding Tourette's and saying, well, I think what happens is when you have this certain type, you're going to say the most offensive thing. And I know this is going to sound crazy, but that's kind of the most offensive thing, right? But then when I found out about the 2-hour delay and that they could have edited out, and I went, And then as the days go on, why won't he just apologize? I find that to be, I'm trying to decide, is the not editing out or the not apologizing more offensive? And I can understand an argument that's like, well, I don't want to present it as if I did something wrong, because that's putting other people with this disability, it's kind of orienting them as if they are wrong for what they're doing, instead of people understanding that this is outside of my control. But I really don't accept that as an answer. I don't accept that as an answer. Even if I accidentally or without the intent injured a person in any way, emotionally, physically, anything, it's not that hard to just say, I'm so sorry, this is terrible, this was your moment. I think it's really easy to do. And I think that is actually more telling than really anything else, because it's not that hard to apologize. And I haven't fact checked it, but I believe I saw like him apologizing in some other instance. And it's like, I think it's interesting how much grace they expect Black people to offer, while like simultaneously people just are not really concerned with how triggering things like that, how sharp that cut is. You know what I'm saying? So I don't forgive that man. And I don't think I'm ableist to be like, okay, yeah, you have a disability, but that doesn't
you're also racist.
Eliminate any responsibility that from injuries that can come from your disability. So I don't forgive that man. I don't even want the apology at this point, whatever, you could save it. But the BAFTAs, y'all asses in the doghouse. Why would you not edit out that word? I've been trying to think of possible excuses. You didn't hear it? You heard it. A couple of people heard it. A couple of people approved it. A couple of people made an argument maybe that it wasn't that bad, it wasn't that loud. You heard it. And you edited out a bunch of other things that I guess would offend your sponsors. And I really think that's also the loudest message. No one cares about us being no one in that institution cared enough or saw enough of a threat to us being offended. And I think we should make a little noise about that. I think we should show why you should care a lot more about offending us, and why you think you editing out other things to make sure that certain people are still on a team. I think it is important to make sure that we are still on the team. So I'm appreciating the noise that's being made. I think I saw somebody on the board step down. I think we should keep beating up the BAFTAs.
Word up. Once I get applause. I never heard of them until this year. This is the first impression I'm getting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wow, this is a crazy first impression I'm getting about the BAFTAs. I do want to make one point the last thing I saw around John Davidson was with his interview he did yesterday with Variety, or at least it came out yesterday with Variety. And he didn't say this, but in the preamble to the conversation, and said that they plan to reach out to the studio that released Sinners to issue an apology to Michael B. Jordan, which it feels way more complicated.
What?
It feels more complicated. Here's the language. I mean, I have it right here if you guys want to take a look at the
Yes,
language.
we do want to take a look at that. Oh, we still not.
It's given. I'm
apologizing.
gonna talk to your owners and let them know.
I'm good on it.
Oh, what is it? I gotta hear this.
There's a language for that.
They gonna give him a hand me down. They gonna give him a trickle down apology.
A trickle down apology is crazy.
No,
All right, so here it is. John Davidson's team shared that he reached out to Warner Brothers directly to apologize to Michael B. Jordan, Delroy Lindo, and production designer Hannah Bilcher. I can't begin to explain how upset and distraught I've been as the impact from Sunday sinks in. This is a quote this is John's actual quote in the interview. And this, from Complex, they just pretty much copied and pasted the preamble to the interview with Variety. So
See, it's continually censoring this white man's feelings, like irrespective of the disability. It's like, oh my God, like rushing to like coddle when like even unintentional harm is harm. And I think I've seen plenty of Black disability activists speaking on this, and that's the only lead I was taking, because I'm like, okay, this sounds like some damn like a woke LSAT question, fucking just a trick fucking where it's like two or true. I don't know. It just felt like, okay, who cooked this up in a lab somewhere? But I saw that
woke LSAT question. I'm sorry, what was I gonna apply?
I don't. It was just like, okay, white man with Tourette says N-word to Black, like, okay, what?
On stage
Like,
at the BAFTAs.
At the BAFTAs, I think
2 hour
obviously
delay.
Whose movie set in Jim Crow, Mississippi.
it's for sinners. It's for sinners. Like the layers of this. I think obviously with the BAFTAs with BBC, that was like on the production side of things. Outside of editing it out, from what I understand, they oftentimes will if they have a disabled person in the room like that, they'll have a microphone at their seat because they can't, like, oftentimes like they maybe have mobility issues. And that's kind of an issue by just assuming that all disabled people have mobility issues, so they must need the mic there. It's like, no, you don't need to put the mic where the man with Tourette's is. Like, that's almost like an oversight with production as well, of like, okay, maybe he shouldn't have been in that seat or whatever. But also it does feel incredibly intentional when Warner Bros. Is like, hey, bro, we told them when there's the 2 hour delay, when there's other slurs that were edited out. It was like, oh, no, y'all intentionally kept that in there because of the dehumanized nature with which Black people, hence the Afro pessimist shout out of like, this whole globe is sitting on an anti-Black axis. And that's why it's like, whether they don't care, whether they didn't see it as that bad. I see a lot of people being like, it's just a word, like, y'all need to get over that and prioritize him feeling mortified, which then, of course, I do understand, right? Like, if you have a disability that makes you say socially unacceptable things, that must be an incredibly isolating experience. Like, you probably just isolate yourself out of experiences. Like, I know he left the award show early. No one even asked him to leave, but it's like, I'm sure he was mortified. But it's kind of like, not only to Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo in the room, but like the Black people watching, like, it's triggering for us to see that. And like, I always saw the phrasing, we're so sorry if some of this offensive language. And it's like, no. The assumption should be, if a slur is said, then there is harm. There isn't if you were offended by it. That's not an apology. And doing third party apologies and all that, it just seems like we're kind of tiptoeing around apologizing to the Black people. I know Michael B. Jordan said his mom was in tears. Like, of course, it's like a dehumanizing slur being hurled at the height of your career with this movie that y'all are about to own in 25 years. Like, the layers to this is just like, I'm not seeing any care. It's a kind of like, we're going to do this blanket apology if you were offended by any of these slurs, and not like that slur in particular. I know that my disability made me do that. but that caused harm, not just to the Black people in the room, but to the community at large. And I need to apologize for that. Like it's literally almost like not having control of your muscles and you accidentally slap someone. Like you wouldn't just be like, oh, well, that's my disability. Like you would be like, you would explain the context and then apologize for the harm. You know, like that's not an outrageous thing to expect, but to see the layers and how far up it goes, and people being like, yeah, we begged them to blurt out the N word and they did not on purpose.
Crazy.
That seems very intentional to draw maybe attention to this. And I know I saw some Black Brits, just like last point, some Black women in that area were like, thank God Black Americans saw this, in a sense of like, we don't really deal with race like that, or like, we're not really on one accord, or like, we don't really make up that big of a population or that much of a stink. Because apparently the BAFTAs, I think last year they didn't have any nominees of color, and like no one knew because we weren't paying attention to the BAFTAs. And so I don't know, it starts all these larger conversations about solidarity and things, but I'm just like, we need to stop coddling this white man's feelings. Like, respect.
If I could jump on that, the coddling of white folks' feelings part, that's something I don't think, that's something I like to talk about a lot, because one thing about white people and racism is that's the only thing you can get a white person with. There ain't no other attacks you can make against a white person's character, morality, behavior that they feel the need to even defend themselves against, the way it is when they're accused of being racist. And what that has created is this like this reflexive nature in some of us, not all of us, the Stephen A. Smiths of the world, you know what I'm saying, to be like, that wasn't that racist, it's okay. It's I've heard, you know, like to be really like don't persecute this nice white man for this one racist moment that he had, which is the behavior of centering his embarrassment. The real like scary thing here is how embarrassed this white person must be for doing racism in public, because that's the only thing, for the most part, that a white person can't do in public. Like that's the only attack that can be had against them that means something to them. We got pedophiles running our government right now, you know what I'm saying, that have been caught saying the N-word in all kinds of contexts, but not on a hot mic. So everything's still cool. And like you would think they would cross that line considering all the other lines they've crossed, but they haven't, because at that point, for whatever reason, they understand that this is a wrong thing to do. And so we're always going to see in those moments them be like, this is horrifying, it's unacceptable. You know, we're apologizing to the studio owners of the Black People's Movie. You know what I'm saying? Like ridiculous stuff like that. And it's just awful.
It's always right on time. Always right on time.
You know what this reminds me of? Also, that professor, I think it was Hunter College. And that professor was on the hot mic saying all that stuff about the back door. Black kids have to come to the back door. And the response was not, what did you say? The response was, I want you to know that we can absolutely hear you. And that was startling to me. Yes. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about, Justin?
Yeah. Did you didn't see this?
I don't think I saw it. Say it one more time.
There was I think it was I want to say it's CUNY, but I could be wrong. But I know it's Hunter College. It was CUNY, right? There was a professor on a Zoom call. She accidentally left her mic unmuted, which is actually one of my greatest fears, if I'm being honest. I remember on a Zoom call. Anyway, she left her mic unmuted, and she was explaining, I guess, to somebody else in the back, like, this is how you have to teach Black people. Basically, they're too dumb to understand it this way. They have to understand things. She used some reference to the back door, like you have to bring them through the back door in order for them to understand. And she was speaking just as clear. Yep, you just how you gotta teach Black folks. They don't understand. And the person who stopped her, because there was a lot of students in the Zoom, the person who stopped her was like, hey, I want you to know that we can absolutely hear you. And then she muted up. But and I think they just put her on leave. Like she was still at work for a little while. They just put her on leave like yesterday or the day before that. And it kind of goes along with your point of, it seemed almost like they came together to try to protect her. Like, hey, not why are you saying that? Why do you believe that? Who are you teaching that to? What are you teaching the other students under your tutelage? It was like, hey, your
We can hear
racism's hanging
you.
out. Tuck that in,
Mm.
which is a common thing.
That's what it is.
Can I do one of these?
I think it's the middle finger.
So
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Teach the
That's why I
class.
don't. That's why I don't be doing it. That's why I
No,
appreciate and I try not to appropriate.
can I just point out that everything we're talking about right now is Afro pessimism. This is what that is that the Western world is built on the backs, is built on black bodies, is built on the exploitation. White supremacy is never going to stop until one or two things is going to happen, until everybody who is non-white is either exterminated or subjugated. And it starts with niggas. That's how it's always been. And I say that to make this point, is that basically it's a culmination of everything that's been said so far on this topic. That's why it's kind of hard for me to get pressed, because as I've said on the second channel, I am a big black man. I'm over 6 feet tall. I'm over 200 pounds. I cannot haul off in an instance like that if I really want to, because of the implications of what will happen. I don't just get censored. I am going to get shot, or at best, I'm going to go to jail. And so when instances like that comes up, it is indicative. This is the reason why when we talk about, not to bring up old conversations, but this is the crux of what we be talking about when we say one rich nigga ain't going to get us the liberation, because it does not address the structural racism that is that is inherent to the very society that we live in. Just making a bunch of money ain't going to do nothing about that. It's not going to do nothing about when the cops pull you over and they see what you look like. They already on defense. They already ready to pop off on you because of what you look like. It doesn't change the fact that, if you're a lady and you're going into a job interview, you got to make sure that your hair is a certain way, or else they're going to look at you, oh, here come, this hood rat Shaniqua or whatever trying to interview for this job. I tell the story all the time about how my dad vetoed my name. Me and Feet make this joke all the time. That's the difference between, street hotep and suburban hotep, is that is why, is because my parents said, no, you going to get a job, and you're not going to get a job with no black name. Like, it's just not going to happen. So right or wrong, whatever the case may be, the logic comes from the fact that this is the type of structure that we live in. So it's kind of hard for me to get pressed about it, because I've been in, maybe not been called, a hard R to my face. I don't know what I've done in that situation, but I've been called slurs to my face in public situations. And because I am a big black man who has had the experience of being expelled from 2 different schools before I was 13, largely because I was big and black, I have to self-regulate. I have to regulate my emotions at all times. I got something cooking about this, talking about the dozens later on. So, I see when people say, oh, well, I would have did this. Oh, well, I would have said that. Oh, and I can't help, and this is no shade, but I can't help but sit there and say, would you really? Would you have really? Because look at what happened to Will Smith for slapping a nigga for talking about his wife. That man got blackballed out of Hollywood. You understand what I'm saying? For defending his wife's honor. So would you really? And if you would, it makes me wonder, are you really aware of what type of society that we living in? You understand what I'm saying? Just because we can go in the same toilet as the white folks don't mean that much change. That's about all that's changed, but it hasn't changed their minds. It hasn't changed their attitudes. It hasn't changed the way that they interact with blackness. The first thing that they see when they see you is they see nigga, and they're going to respond accordingly. So because of that, again, it's hard for me to get pressed about, You know, because we know BAFTA's on some BS. We already know this. If they edit it's very telling. It's very telling that they edited out the Free Palestine bar. And you want to know why? It's because they knew that more people were going to have a fit about them editing out Free Palestine than them editing out nigga. That is why. And why is that? Because don't nobody care about black people except black people. Offering plea.
10-second applause.
Here's my offering plea. Y'all can send the tithes and offering.
We what's going on with Justin?
I don't want to be dismissive of the fact that as a black man you're worried about being shot, but I also want to shine some light on the people who still believe in the good old hands. And if you're willing to take that risk, slap the shit out of these people. I don't care. I think there is sometimes where I understand that it's dangerous and all of that, but some people are sometimes in a situation where they can be approached with some sort of bias or racism, and you can't slap the shit out of those people. You'll be fine. And if you find yourself in one of those situations, do it. That's what I think.
I concur.
Word up. 1 second applause.
I feel like you don't know what it is.
Right on time.
That gave Simpson's catchphrase. Like, pop right back up.
It's effective.
Weasel wazzle.
It's effective and efficient. Word up. Yo, that concludes our main conversation. Thank you guys so much for joining the panel. I definitely want to get into some of these super chats. There's a lot of really good questions here, but 9 second applause to this fantastic panel. Now, again, we only ask for the guests to stay for the main conversation. More than welcome to stay. We'd love to have you guys a part of these things. It makes it even more interesting. A lot of times, this is where the conversation goes to all kinds of other places that wasn't even intended. So you guys are welcome to stay, of course. I'm going to start with this one here.
Got like 10 minutes, and then I got to put little man down.
Oh, okay, cool. Let's go to the Screwface.
That's a lot of minutes. That's
enough minutes. There was a lot of Screwface love in here a second ago. Let me go find it. Where's Screwface love at? Here we go. Here's some Screwface love. This one right here from Snack Panther says, big up Screw for his hip hop is sport contest. Love this guy.
Appreciate that. Thank you. I love the name too.
Snack Panther. 1 second applause. We got another one here. Where's this other one? I just saw. How'd you come up with that, by the way? When did you start doing that? You want to give people a breakdown on what it is?
The tournament? Well, because I get literally like hundreds of people all the time, like daily, who send me stuff to react to. And it's usually like up and coming artist stuff. And I couldn't find a way to fit it on the channel and make it be like worth putting on the channel for me or the artist. So I decided to do this thing where the Hip Hop is a Sport tournament where I said 7 rounds initially, but I think it's going to be 8 now, where all the people just submitting their songs, and then I pick like 15 to listen to every episode. And then we'll listen to like 4 of them, pick the best from that 4. They'll go into the the finals bracket. Then we keep doing that until we have like 5 finalists. Then we vote on them and they go on, and the winner gets $200, and I will react to whatever song. It doesn't even have to be the song they submitted. So whatever song they want me to react to, if it's something new they're promoting or something, I'll do it and put it on my channel. And the dopest part of it is we've only done it for 2 days so far, and I've already seen artists who didn't even win, like their views skyrocket. Somebody's views is like got like 10,000+ views overnight. And then to some of these artists too, where they'll upload a song and maybe in 6 years it has 700 views, and then in the next night it has 1,200. So it's just like, and I know like as an up and coming artist, I wish somebody would have had something like that for me, because even the people who aren't winning are benefiting from it. So that's how I do it.
Word up. 1 second applause. Got this one here from Brittany Danielle, says Screw's casino reaction was fire.
Thank you. Yeah, I had like an emotional experience with that album. Like I
love that movie, for real.
There was a couple of times too where I I have to, when I'm listening to the tape, I have to check myself because I'm like, all right, I'm taking this too personal because like, it's not like, where it's like, because I'm thinking of like certain things where I even told my wife where I was just like, this album is gonna always remind me of my son. And when he gets old enough, like I want him to listen to it type stuff. So that's where it's like, I haven't had this kind of experience with an album in a long time, which is weird because I thought I have, but.
Yeah, I really appreciated your breakdown.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah, because it's not like mainstream artists make albums about like Nebraska. So this was the first time I got one from somewhere I actually live and it hit different.
Word up. 1 second applause. This one right here
I will
says.
say
Sorry.
1 second. My only, you really got me with you almost reacted to House Money. You reacted to part of it and you did a separate video and I was in the laundromat folding my shit like, no, what the fuck? But it paid off. It paid off.
I thought Kendrick's gonna have a verse because that's the one that they previewed. So I thought it was gonna be like a more. I still like this, so I thought it needed like its own thing. So
yes, yeah.
This was from Big Biz Grizz. Shout out to Big Biz Grizz. He says, "Damn, Screw, you really a hip hopologist? Brilliant man."
I try. I'm just a hip hop nerd. That's all.
Word up.
Well,
1 second
types
applause.
of nerds.
This one is from N Stark 007. Says, if not 50, then because he's a clown, then who would be a better replacement from New York for a Verzuz with Tip? Open floor.
Well, the Atlanta bias is speaking. I can't think of too many New York rappers from that era that could match up to Tip. That was a hard era for New York. That just was like that early 2000s to like late 2000s. I don't know. Fabulous?
No.
Absolutely not.
No, absolutely not.
Not in no way, shape, or
You're just
form.
naming people.
I'll throw
to name
Cam
people.
in there. Cam,
I don't think so.
Also not.
Cam can. I mean,
Cam can't. Somebody said Jadakiss.
Are we talking about people to go against 50 or
Against Tip.
Yeah.
Somebody said
Yeah.
Jay-Z. That's the only person that probably could match up with T.I. during that era. Yeah.
Somebody said Ja Rule,
no.
and
Nah.
I would. We're not
Ja
about
Rule
to act
got
like
it.
Ja Rule.
He ain't got nothing. He ain't got nothing
Maybe
like
he don't have 20 though.
24s.
Maybe he doesn't have 20, but I think that would be also funny because he'd be giving Ja Rule shine in place of 50, but he doesn't have 20. But he has like 11 bangers though.
He might have 20.
Nope.
He was
gonna fall right
dominating
off
for a
about
period of
12.
time.
You're gonna get to 12. You know how the road runner used to go across and then it wasn't no position no more. You're gonna get to about 12. It's gonna be over. But don't sleep on Ja. I mean, that might be a good little troll. T.I. versus Ja Rule.
I think that's a troll
gotta
in
pay
favor of 50. I think 50 will have a field day with that one.
Low key.
Yeah,
Maybe.
50 would be very loud. You know, and also look, T.I.'s got at least 3 number ones, maybe 4 number ones, you know, and I think it's easy to forget, like he's got a lot of cultural bangers that people know about, but he's got Blurred Lines, he's got Live Your Life, you know, he's got What You Know About That. Like these are massive songs.
He can't do
One thing
blurred
I will
lines.
say about verses, though, that a lot of people do, we always do this before we go into verses. We always start counting their hits. But like Jadakiss was beating people with freestyles. So it's like, that's not how verses always works. It's not like sometimes those cultural records will beat a record you thought it wasn't going to beat because the culture is in the room. So it's like, I feel like we always think it's who has the best hits, but Jadakiss literally got there and rapped and smoked. Didn't Jada do it a couple times? And smoked?
No, it's only that one.
No, he did too. He did he was part of the Dipset versus.
He did too?
Yeah, he was part of Dipset.
I remember Dipset one.
He did the Dipset one. Then he did another one where we were still doing verses in the rooms. And so who was he up against in that first one? I can't remember. But his pose was like this with the green jumpsuit on.
Ja Rule also has a lot of Billboard Hot 100 hits. A lot.
I think the Screws point though, I think that's where Ja loses, right? Because whatever number of hits he does have, he don't got the cultural joys that T.I. got. He definitely don't got the cultural joys of 2026 that
What about when Bobby Brown ran out of that helicopter? We loved that. Hilarious.
Word. I think you know what's interesting about this too is that Busta Rhymes did step up, and he was like, "Yo, I'll do a versus with you too."
Busta should have been had one. Did he not have one?
No,
did he do
but-
one with Ludacris? Who did Ludacris do his with?
Nelly.
Nelly.
He did with Nelly, right? But
Busta should have been had one.
Busta would destroy. I think Busta would win against anybody because his showmanship is so crazy.
Yeah,
he's got the hit. He's got the hits. He's got the cultural joints. He's like his collaborations are crazy. He's collaborated with everybody in the world. He's got about 40 years. He can go from everybody from freaking
Leaders of the New School
to freaking, you know, Chris Brown or whatever you want to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he got Leaders of the New School, and then
right.
It also depends on where it happens. So, like, if essentially 50 and Busta, well, Busta could probably win anywhere, but 50 and Ja and any other New York rapper can only win in New York against T.I. Because T.I.'s cultural moments were and this might be my perspective as a person that was here, but it felt like Atlanta dominated everything about hip hop for like a 6-7 year period. I remember when 24's hit. I mean, yeah, true. I just remember I remember the era of 24s with that particular song in 24-inch rims and color change paint on, you know, big body Chevys. And that song you could not escape and you didn't want to. In fact, you wanted to be wherever that song was playing back in 01, 02, you know?
What up? 1 second pause.
Mike Vick, like, yeah, I'm sorry. I can't.
I do think T.I. would smoke 50 Cent, by the way. I don't know if I said that, but I do think T.I.
Yeah, he would.
And I think Get Rich or Die Trying is one of the best hip hop albums ever. But I think we sleep on T.I. and kind of over repaint 50's history, because 50 has some songs that are so bad it's almost embarrassing. So like if he busts up,
but he wouldn't play those. Those wouldn't make it to verses.
And are you guys remembering
he gonna do
the
AO technology
as well?
He wouldn't do AO technology. I don't think he would do AO
He
technology.
did it like 3 times at his show. I went to his Vegas residency. He did it like 3 times.
How'd the crowd
He thinks
react?
people like that song.
How'd the crowd react?
Everybody was like, "Is this AO technology again?"
It's one of the Pussycat Dolls songs. I put all of them over there. I put the Justin Timberlake joints, the Robin Thicke joints there. I call them all. They're all Pussycat Dolls songs. That's what they all
Not
are.
for the Pussycat Dolls though, because that loosen up my
man.
buttons. Come on now.
All I gotta do is do Ski Mask Way. I'd be happy. That's all I need. Ski Mask Way from 50. We got this one right here from it's Nikolai. I hear a 6'6" brother with heels coming. Run FD.
You know, I gotta say,
Perry wears flats when he's Medea.
Yeah, because he's 6'5" to clarify. I've learned everything about this man. But I have to say, I knocked on wood for a reason. I've had no issues with Tyler Perry. This video has been under attack since essentially the beginning of January. I don't know how, Bill, I know you know what it's like. Oh, Screw, you know what it's like too, to an extent. But you also make a bunch of videos a month. Whereas the video essays game is one video whenever you can get it out. And that video you gotta eat off of it, or your whole or I'm streaming a lot more. You know what I'm saying? Or Bill's Barbershop is getting more videos. And so I've had like umpteen billion copyright strikes on this video. I don't know if Tyler's calling in favors, but not a single Tyler Perry Studios or Lionsgate Studio film has been flagged yet. Just everything else possible. So as far as I can tell, me and Tyler is cool. He took it on the chin.
That was a good point in the video too, where you're talking about how Tyler's talking as if he is just doing all this by himself, but really he's getting his money from Lionsgate. He's
Amazon.
doing the same thing.
Yeah,
He's just doing it on an institutional level, which is a little bit different. Shout out to Nikolai. We'll say applause. Screwface John, my brother.
Thank you, guys. It was a great chat. I love being in this chat with you guys. This is so much fun. I look up to everybody in here. I'll be trying not to over talk and be nervous half the time I'm in here. So shout out to you guys, man.
My brother Screwface
You did
John.
so great.
9 second
Look,
pause.
Jimmy said the same thing. Definitely. You did fantastic.
All right, we got this one right here from Doomer says, "I'll never eat another fish sandwich again." Thanks.
Can we? maybe hear the song real quick now? That
oh yeah, let's hear it.
Because I hadn't heard it yet.
All right, so this is the newest one he just dropped. It is called, where's it at? What Bully? And this is him getting his meme on in a little bit. Let's see what it looks like. Share screen. Here we go. And so it says, message
Lord.
to the dildo dealer. I don't make memes, I make music. I don't give a F what you erase, you keep posting equals it's problems. Hashtag what bully. Let's hear a song.
Cop, deuce it, tuck tail. Flee your fight. You the kind of sucker nigga we don't like. Wanna bully everybody who don't want no problem. The niggas come bully you and you don't want no problem. This nigga supposed to be a bully. I can't tell. Them wolf tickets you scrapping damn sure ain't sell. You dominate me, I can't see. Why use a hoe ain't even much a man in my auntie. Bitch, I won't pressure, need no mercy, help the bear. Talking about he danger, too sick in the head to care. So, make them cop deuces, call on truces, they don't want it. Take off my mask, I eat the face of my opponent. Call shots in person, we too rich to telephone it. Well, I remember you loaded Matt, la homie. Turn special agent, informant, detective. Increasing payment, making antics more effective. I got the power to devour your little rep and you sour. Lil boo-boo, you know you always been a coward. Shit, ran into someone who wasn't playing and you ran. It's up and stuck in that jet, where the fuck you staying? Cop, deuce it, tuck tail. Flee your fight. You the kind of sucker nigga we don't like. Wanna bully everybody who don't want no problem. The niggas come bully you and you don't want no problem. This nigga supposed to be a bully. I can't tell. Them wolf tickets you scrapping damn sure ain't sell. You dominate me, I can't see. Why use a hoe ain't even much a man in my auntie. I ain't got time to go to prison around here messing with you. All that deflected for perspective I expect you to do. To say the least, this nigga character is questionable. He do the shit you have to go and get detected to do. Might go to making us some cases just for posting some shit. It'd be a small price to pay for me exposing a bitch. Let's get this straight, nigga, I ain't Paul. I ain't walking up on you trying to buy you stuff. On that G behind them fences right now, you tough. Get popped, dropped off at the bayou, bro. I meant punched in the mouth. How you thought? Police did your rap, man. I'm all talk. This nigga supposed to be a bully. I can't tell. Them wolf tickets you scrapping damn sure ain't sell. You dominate me, I can't see. Why use a hoe ain't even much a man in my auntie. Cop, deuce it, tuck tail. Flee your fight. You the kind of sucker nigga we don't like. Wanna bully everybody who don't want no problem. The niggas come bully you and you don't want no problem.
That was tough. That may be the ATL shouty deep inside me that grew when I came here from the south suburbs of Chicago.
Okay.
But hearing that classic trap sound and flow, that OJ the Juice Man that he just pulled out, if y'all even like, is that ringing any bells? Chat, can I get some flames and roses for that pull?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know how many people celebrate OJ the Juice Man. That
Juice Man.
It sounds crazy too. Listen to what you said about Casino. Talk about OJ
Don't
the
bring
Juice
that
Man.
up right now.
Might get some tomatoes in the chat on that one.
I don't know about.
You say what?
No, I'm saying that flow, that whole...
Hold on, wait. Is OJ the Juice Man canceled and I missed it?
Oh,
No.
I don't know. I think
He's just an awful rapper. It
persona
sounds
non
better
grata.
when people spoof him.
Yeah, it's mostly people making fun of him. But that was pure OJ the Juice Man on
I
the
eat
hook.
red crayons because the red one tastes the best.
He was about tonality. He was about tonality. Like it was about the sound effects more so than it was about the bars. But whatever.
Yeah, that's kind of what. Yeah.
I think that's the weakest of the three. I'll say that.
For sure.
I like that. I like the catchphrases where I can't wait to say we come bully you and you ain't want no problem. Like you selling them wolf tickets show ain't sale. Like I like being able to bring it up, like say something like that later on in the week. That's fun for me. But I don't really like the beat that much. Right. But I also think that will be fun to perform. Like if you imagine a packed place You kind of swagging. That might be fun to perform, but
Okay,
The
yeah,
crowd is
swag
gonna
surf.
definitely refrain back with him. Because
he don't want
no
no
problem.
problem.
Like,
Yeah.
I think
that's
that'd be a fun one to perform, I think.
Mhm.
But
Right, okay. Well, we'll see.
I don't-
We'll see. That's
To
my
me,
least favorite
it
of the three.
gave, yeah, that's my least favorite, especially after listening to Right One. But it some of it gave like school project and like y'all make a song about the periodic table or some shit, and it's like kind of fire within the context of the fact that y'all like put together this song. I don't know, like maybe it was just how slow it was, like the cadence or whatever. But I was like, okay, he's having fun with it, but it just, yeah, not my favorite.
Yeah, see, this is the stuff right here that makes me even more curious about what it looks like when 50 responds, because this is victory lap stuff. You know what I mean? This is like, oh, you taking stuff off IG? Oh, now you don't want no problems, huh? Like, this is the environment that 50 really thrives in.
It's a little premature on Tip's part.
Yeah. We'll see. But yeah,
he's
that's
trying
what's
to lure
up.
him out, though. He's definitely trying to lure him out, though.
50 is so comfortable with conflict. I don't even know if this is enough to do that,
I will say he
like Diddy
pulled
lured him out, but that is because of the court case. That's where you get this documentary from. We got a 22-minute documentary on T.I. coming next week, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I will say he pulled tell him that like little girls 8 Mile bar in there. I don't know if y'all caught that one, pulling up cases, et cetera, et cetera. I caught that because I don't remember it vividly, but I do remember it was out a lot. Whatever the situation T.I. was in that disappeared when it disappeared. And I guarantee you that is on its way, and
It's
just
coming.
kind of bracing for it.
It's coming. Word up. 1 second applause to that song. Doomer 253, tartar sauce and mustard neither. That still was one of the best lines on the Right One. Gave a tartar sauce and mustard like a fish sandwich. Love that. 1 second applause. Let's see. This next one says, from Unc Ditto, Justin, you got to start a pod with you, Elle, and BK. We got ideas people out here. We'll see. 1 second applause. That's complimentary. I like compliments.
I would love that. I think we do have great talks, great chemistry.
Brittany Danielle says, birds of a feather flock together. 50, Tyler Perry and Drake. We did this one already. 1 second applause. This one says, seed these days, LOL, Supreme and Murder Inc. created that monster.
Oh, that's probably in response to me saying, did we create the monster of 50 Cent? I guess they're saying, no, Supreme and Murder Inc. created that monster. So, okay.
I agree with that.
Fair.
Yeah. Rolandi says, it's not lost to me. Tyler Perry and him teamed up after FD pointed out he hasn't worked with anyone. But I bet it's just to expand his studio.
It's even worse than that. They don't got shit to do with me. 50's just trying to copy Tyler's methodology. So maybe that means we'll just get 4 Tyler Perrys that are secretly MAGA or some shit. Maybe that's improved. Maybe that's at least 50. I ain't gonna try to write his shows and direct them. So maybe there's a benefit there. I don't know.
1 second applause. Man, Tyler Perry with imposter syndrome. I've been thinking about that all weekend. That's crazy.
Not
because
really.
it makes sense. It makes so much sense because he's not a good artist, but he has the best supply chain and he's been the best businessman. And he doesn't have fealty to the things that, generally speaking, particularly in that Seeing Her or whatever, that document, because I did watch that. He doesn't have that same fealty to his community. Like that is
don't give a damn. Eat this slop, y'all. It's my new slop. Yeah. Joe is now Joe got a movie. He says pussy 75 times in the movie.
Wow.
Oh God.
It's crazy.
I think he separates his community. He thinks that community is his community. He probably doesn't look at us like his community. So he's like, they like it. I'm serving as like a drug dealer. Like, what are you talking about? My crackheads are looking for me.
He calls us highbrow Negroes.
He's talking to himself. I like that part too, FD, when he said he's talking to himself in all these scenes. Joe's his dad.
Yeah.
Medea's his mom.
He's sitting between them.
Like
right. That's crazy. 1 second applause for that. This one is from No Bread, All Circus. 50 still has that New York goon mentality. He does have that. He definitely has that. We got this one from Andy Pandy. Shout out to Andy Pandy. 1 second, please. She says,
Hey, Andy.
Tip's allegations are not secret or only in ATL. I'm in Ohio. He and Tiny like group fun. Thank you for framing it that way. 1 second, please. Black China defended them and said they treated her great.
Well,
Black
isn't
China
that how
looking
it
great
works?
too. I
But, like,
mean,
isn't that how it works if it's a group thing and like a couple? Isn't that kind of the whole thing? Like, some people are gonna say, "I
We
had a
call that
great time at."
trafficking.
Yeah, like I had a great thing at that thing, and they never did anything to me. And then there's like a whole closet full of people that are like, yeah, that was, allegedly. But I just,
Allegedly.
Yeah, heavy on the allegedly.
1 second, applause. This one right here is from Rubulu Uchi. Rubulu Uchi. I feel like there's something in there.
I like
Y'all
Rubu
should
Lucci.
react to what bully right now. Ti, we just did. 1 second, applause. Shout out to you, brother.
I'm a tap out. Y'all gotta go get something from off the porch before somebody tried to snatch it.
My brother, Lil Phil,
man.
thank you for coming through. 9 second applause.
I'm gonna run in a little bit if anybody's trying to get me to. So sorry, talk.
That was the realest exit.
He said, I'm gonna run. I gotta get something off the porch for someone takes it.
I was about to say, I'm about to run if anybody's trying to get me to crash out again. I'm in a much better mood though, so it's not gonna happen. But
let's get to the Tyler Perry stuff. Get you some questions before you go bounce. This one says, it's from Nuke Juice. I met Malcolm and Regina King in 2013 in Grenada and said Tyler-ish. Finally proven right. Okay.
I feel like ish mean ain't shit. I don't know why.
that's
I
my
don't have
thing,
it
baby.
lined up. I don't
I'll
can't quite
take a
map
pause.
it out.
Official Conk says, why do y'all hate light-skinned people? It's BHM.
Is the perm from the Malcolm X movie?
I don't trust this account at all to be representative of anything useful.
This one right here is from Tara Toy, Will Smith, Denzel Washington, Michael Jackson, past, and Quincy Jones, Spike Lee, mentor and hire Black American writers, producers, actors, directors, and we know in movie industry. Directors who we know in movie industry, excuse me. They are humble and guiding Black creators now. I agree with that. 1 second, applause. Let's see. There we go. Jermaine Johnson. Shout out to Jermaine. He says, I was low-key afraid and nervous while watching the Tyler Perry doc. I felt like Tyler was somewhere in my living room watching me watch the doc.
I love how certain characters start to get these villainous kind of
That is
around them. That's hilarious to me.
one thing I struggle with in the video, and that one of the reasons why any video that I have that is a takedown of a particular figure, except for I guess Charlie Kirk, I try my best to humanize them because the dehumanization that happens through these platforms is just wild. I try not to attract like I've gotten so many DMs. Do Oprah next, do Jay-Z next, do 50 next, etc. Right. Like because people are so reactionary and like I don't have the best take on what that is specifically, but I know I never want to be just that person because that audience is waiting for you to have the same experience as well. And yeah, I don't hope we get, I mean, unless he deserves it, I hope we don't get a surviving Tyler Perry by Netflix, you know what I'm saying, soon. But yeah.
I did want to say, FD, just to give you props, like you did really humanize Tyler, and I liked how you zoomed out to the macro, like you looked at all the systems that he's in, and like you contextually, like, I didn't know the things about like his dad or like, you know, just like where he comes from, and it does people a disservice when you don't contextualize them, and you did a really good job of that. And I know that to be true too, because I was in the car. So we were like on the way from New Orleans back to Dallas. It was like an 8-hour ride. So I was like, let's put on the video. That'll take like half of our ride up, right? And we're in the car with like kind of like a Jack and Jill Gen Xer black man. And so he was very much like, okay, what are y'all, you know? And by the end of it, he was like, oh, I'm subscribing to his channel. And I love how he just broke it down. And he even, on your Kevin Samuels part, like he paused it and he was like, well, Kevin didn't really come into the scene like that. And, you know, we kind of had a whole sidebar Black Manosphere conversation and about how I mean he was like, yeah, you're right. He's right though. You know, like when he blew up, he was bashing women. So you know, we were connecting the dots. And I think
I'm still waiting to see these Kevin Samuels pro family videos.
They don't exist. They don't exist. But the take was like, well, it was about like grooming and like, I mean, basically the touch point for the manosphere, which is like either gym content, grooming content, wellness, whatever. And then by like the third video, it's like women ain't shit, blah, blah, whatever.
Yeah.
But I just mean you did a good job of that because someone who really was primed not to consume a video like that or to not have the tolerance to hear anything bad about Tyler and what he's done for his community was not only receptive, but was like, damn, okay, this is making me think about a lot of different things. So I think you did a great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
One second applause. Brittany Danielle says, we want Tyler's money for Black artists, not his content.
I don't think that works that way, but I could be wrong.
That's literally how it works in Hollywood. Then you go to the producer, says, here's my film idea. The producer's like,
you decide to fund it, you're probably looking for a baby you. So I understand that it's not his.
No, it's just the industry. It's I'm a producer. I produce films for profit. So you come to me with your idea. If I think it's a good idea, here's the budget for it. Maybe I have my notes, maybe I have my rules, but at the end of the day, no, it's a great way to make money. If you're Tyler Perry, if he wanted to, it would be a great way for him to make money. He doesn't have to do anything else but cut the check and have the discernment to say, I'm going to give this money to, I don't know, Coogler versus.
Yeah, I understand how that process works. I'm asking, you don't think that he would lean more towards content that?
Well, I think he would because he's.
Do you understand my question?
Yeah, like you don't think he would lean more towards content that's like his content?
Maybe not even exactly like his content, but in the wheelhouse of the same ideas that you so eloquently broke down are problematic to the Black community. You don't think he would find something that's on the spectrum of that, and that's what he would choose to invest in?
He has produced now 2, if I'm understanding, films that were not written and directed by him. That is the Ruth and Boaz movie, which I've heard is basically just another one of his movies, and Peoples, which is like 2013. So he would definitely do that because he sucks. Like that's my
point.
Well, Precious too, right? I mean,
producing Precious was not like his production, if that makes sense. He was brought in to produce Precious on basically kind of like on a, hey, we give you this credit, but then you got to help us sell this back to Black people.
Okay, so so nothing came out of his budget.
Yeah, nothing came. Yeah, he really had no. That was all lambyap, to use a New Orleans word. There, but yeah,
that was my point. So I'm glad we agree.
Shout out to Big Biz Grizz. He says, look at what Tyler Perry did for Black folks in Hollywood. Now look at what Eddie Murphy did. There's the difference: infrastructure, opportunity, and legacy.
I think the legacy piece is really key here too, because it's like when all the people that you listed in your video, it's like not only did they just put people on, they like birthed giants in the industry, like mainstay legacy acts that went on to do much more. Like not just like a couple shows over here. It was like we now have Denzel. We now have like these icons. Bigger, these icons. Exactly.
Yeah. What up? Let's take applause. Showtime Kel says Tyler could easily start a festival or script competition where the prize is him bankrolling the first feature of an inspiring Black filmmaker. The first one is always the hardest to make.
That's what Issa's doing. Issa doing a new project, Runway. Yeah.
What up?
Well, I'm gonna love for Issa to do. It's gonna be fantastic.
Shout out to K-Way for real. K-Way for real. He for real for real. He for real for real. Let's take applause, K-Way. Me too. He says, there's no justifiable reason why Karen was pregnant for 2 years on Sisters. She isn't an elephant. Put tariffs on Tyler's ideas.
It took me a second. I did not understand what I was reading because I didn't watch any of his shows. It just hit me that she was pregnant for 2 years.
Put
tariffs on Tyler's ideas, though. That's crazy. That's nice. That's nice, K-Way. 1 second applause. Yo, I'm gonna start using that one.
Tariff Tyler. I need it on a shirt. As a matter of fact, Tariff Tyler. Wait, I'll send you one.
Let's start put tariffs on these ideas out here. There's a lot of bad ideas floating around.
terrible.
He's got sisters. He got brothers.
Oh my
Married
lord!
sisters,
I'm
divorced
not sure.
sisters.
Did I accurately articulate how much I despise Tyler Perry? Did I get it across?
No.
Okay. I didn't think so. I feel like I need to.
But that's okay though. You know, my grandma like him. I love my grandma.
I think that's part of the reason why I hate them. Him.
Like, look what you doing. Look what you doing.
You stole my granny.
That's like if we really get down to it, it's like you're making
like
me argue with the elders in my family.
He's like Fox News for black people.
Terrible.
Damn, I wish I'd have got that in the script. That's going in the secondary video that I'm doing.
That's what he is. 1 second pause. Shout out to Doomer253. All I'm gonna say is FD is on point about Tyler Perry. Chill with the anti-intellectualism in the chat. Respectfully, motherfuckers. LOL. Hey, look at
the second best thing about coming here is to be in the presence of a hostile room. I don't know when the chat turned on me, but it was several Culture Uniteds ago. And like, I want to make sure I'm still in shape for that. Because, you know, I gotta keep the pen sharp, so to speak. Got to keep the sword sharp. So when they come and I got to dodge tomatoes, you know. So I appreciate that, Doomer 253.
Word up. 1 second pause. This one right here is from Andy Pandy. Says, please stop trying to describe Tyler's fan base. Y'all are stereotyping and it's so offensive. Marcus Garvey was more like a black Donald Trump. He wanted to be the political leader until death.
I can't let the black Donald Trump one go. That's a little too much on Garvey. I have a lot of critiques on Garvey that I try to leave out because Garvey is very paradoxically way more prominent in not paradoxical. I know exactly why he's so prominent in like normie black discourse versus some of his peers and his contemporaries. Well, we're not gonna do black Donald Trump. I will definitely get a call from some of my elders if I didn't say something and this got out public. But did we stereotype Tyler's?
Said they're old church-going black women.
He says that. I'm sorry. Those are his
That
words.
is the demographic. Okay.
Which part is offensive? Maybe the saying that they're not really that smart.
I didn't say that.
They're not.
I don't think anybody.
Well,
said
the video
that.
you do say that they don't have good taste in art.
That's not saying they're not smart.
No,
Well,
but it's a separate thing. It's a separate thing that's still not flattering.
Yeah, I think it's like cultural, like low cultural, like they lack the aptitude to appreciate it.
I didn't say aptitude because I try not to be, because I get a lot of, I'm a smug motherfucker, I guess. I didn't know this until I started talking in public.
Same.
So I be trying to like downplay that. So I really try. I said they lack the essentially taste. They lack the, not even the taste, the spectrum to appreciate things outside of a certain area. And I said that's emblematic of our society as a whole, and not specifically just them, because I compared it to me like in wrestling, or the fact that Joe Rogan's the top podcaster in the world, you know. So
yeah. And like the overall anti-intellectualism within pop culture, within the context of America, not just specific to like his fan base.
Yeah. Right. This next one's from Jet the Playwright. Says, Tyler will always help actors and actresses because he needs them to create. But how many writers has he helped, or black filmmakers, not to mention playwrights?
All right, we're
take
gonna make next one the last one before I roll out. I don't want to. I'm sorry. Let me shut up.
You get the answer.
No, this is my back. I squatted today way more than my spinal cord was ready to do, and so I am suffering at this point.
K-Way for real again says, I caution anyone latching on to billionaires or having a weird parasocial affinity. History shows us you can't acquire $1 billion wealth in this country without sacrificing your morality. Eventually, it all comes out. 1 second applause. I think we talked about that. And this one's for you. Snack Panther says, a great point in FD's video was the Spike Lee issue where Spike Lee bent the knee and still hasn't worked with Tyler.
Yeah. The one edit I wish I could retroactively go back and do is re-showing, because I don't think people caught in the intro sequence, not the intro sequence, in the trailer that a lot of people didn't see, I show a snippet of Spike at Tyler's big celebration for the opening of the studio, where you hear him he says, quote, "You and me together, that's powerful." You know what I'm saying? And it's such a sniveling, like, oh, Spike. And I had issues with Spike, like a lot of issues with Spike too. But I still don't want to see him like that. And to know the full capacity of like the gap between them, even just as artists, let alone as like what they've done in the industry. It's tough. It's tough going out like that.
Word up. And Black Star 99 says, FD bringing up J. Cole made me think of Revenge of the Dreamers 3, where J. Cole, Ebe, Dreamville, etc. had a bunch of rappers, producers in the studio making art. I don't see the same for Tyler when he has all the resources.
That's what I thank you for. I'm happy somebody caught that take. I don't know. Whenever I bring up J. Cole in public and it's not to clown him, I'd be scared of more tomatoes, but in real life. But that was kind of what I was thinking of. Is like the Dreamers 3. That's 3 separate compilations he's done with rappers from his crew that have like, I think it's safe to say Jid has surpassed Cole in the last couple of years. And I just can't think of a single situation where a rapper has facilitated another rapper's exceeding them. I may be just not remembering, but I can't think of it. Like I think people have exceeded people just because they couldn't be stopped, like Kanye and Jay. But I don't think Jay placed Kanye here to succeed him the way Cole did for Jid. You know?
Wait, what makes you think Cole placed Jid here so that J. Cole could? I don't think we'd have gotten Jid like the way, at least the stories I've heard of Jid talking about Cole. It sounds like Cole really invested in Jid as an artist and put him in a position to win that like exceeded him in ways that Cole maybe didn't predict, but didn't care about because he just wanted this dope artist to like make it. Or he just wanted money. And when someone's signed to you and they do well, you get more of it.
But if that was the case, like, where is Tony Yayo? You know what I mean? Going back to 50. Like, I
think he probably maximized Tony Yayo in a way that would have never happened without 50. I think he definitely got the most out of Tony Yayo. And I wouldn't be surprised he got a piece of this podcast that Tony Yayo got right now, too.
I didn't even know Tony Yayo had a podcast. Damn.
He's got a podcast. Who's he doing a podcast with? Oh, Uncle Murder. Tony Yayo and Uncle Murder.
Let me get up out of here, y'all.
FT singer. Congratulations, man.
Thank you. I appreciate the love so much. This was very not just fulfilling. There's a better word than that.
Validating.
To kind of validating, but even deeper than that. There's a deeper, like, visceral, as a person that looks at what I do as like art and like really like puts a lot of thought into it. Sometimes the response to it is not the response to it that I have in my head when I'm making it that I want. And so to have that reflected from so many of my peers, I'm trying to not to break down again, has been extremely fulfilling and gratifying and validating and all the other words I can't think of. So I appreciate y'all so much for that.
Word up. 9 seconds plus.
Congrats once again on the I'm tired. Engagement. Thank you. Peace and
thank you.
Peace, FD.
Have a good one.
Word up. That was a good piece. That video he put together I had a lot of brand new thoughts after watching that.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how much I realize how much I wasn't paying attention to Tyler Perry. I think that's ultimately what it was. And then all the stuff with his personal life, I had no clue about. And the way he was able to be hypercritical, while he laid out Tyler's entire history almost, but still keep his humanity at the same time. I think it's stuff like that that makes FD really special as a writer and a producer. So I think if you haven't seen it, everybody should check that out.
Yeah. Ditto.
I definitely stopped paying attention to Tyler, but I'd already made my mind up. So to me, it was just like, knew it.
Word. Yeah. Stephen Wing says, I think the best way to think of it is a family tree or heritage. Our art has roots, a traceable history, and hopefully sprouts for the future. Tyler has a heritage today, helped him, but no seeds. Tyler has a heritage today. I guess maybe that helped him, but no seeds. That's what it looks like. 1 second pause.
Maybe the traceable history helped him, and then he bore no seed.
Mm-hmm.
And Stark says, even if we have Black creators doing dope shit, it doesn't matter if we don't own our rights. Disney gets paid when I watch it in living color, not Keenan.
Valid.
1 second pause. Or you could be the only one with the rights, like Tyler. Will Thompson, Fargo, he mentioned this earlier. I'll read it again. He says, Casino was an instant classic for me. First since Damn, I went super fan status with purchases after one listen. I love the doc rollout too, but I wish there was more personalness in the direct-to-consumer side. Hard at scale, but cold showed away. I got an idea on direct-to-consumer. Peep Twitter for the deets. I'm curious. Let's see what the direct-to-consumer idea is for this. Let's see what we got. All right.
I will say that's a great point because after like the second listen, we bought tickets to the tour and bought the vinyl. So like it literally inspired us to go like spend money, which I think, and I see he's like doing signings in different cities too. So I think that's really cool. Personal touch.
You're talking about Keem?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Cole.
Oh no, Keem is signing his albums and people bringing like old albums for him to sign and stuff at these like different places.
Justin, did you forget what you were doing?
I'm looking for direct-to-consumer. He said he had an idea on Twitter, so I figured he would tag us on it. And I was correct. Ha-ha! Look at that.
Very smart. This is good marketing, Will Thompson.
Will Thompson doing a good idea. Let's see what this idea is. So Will Thompson,
does it say for the culture united?
Will Thompson, let's see what it says.
Wow.
Cooked up something absolutely insane for Company Man tonight. Going to drop a huge super chat. Oh, he foreshadowed. Word up. Thank you. 1 second. Top of Culture United. Affirm my belief that Baby Keem dropped a classic and direct to a future thread under here. The material's great, but the story for Third Verse Podcast. Okay, so. Okay. Looks like he wrapped it. Okay.
There's no S. Sorry, just keep our branding right.
Right, scripture, gotta take that off. I'm doing direct-to-consumer distribution strategy. Would the Company Man or BK be interested in beta testing, reviewing, and critiquing the end user experience for the rollout? I will include unpacking instructions for the end user here as a digital preview. Okay, remove the detached but safety storage large binder clip from its safe storage place. Admire your uniquely graffitied turd key. Reattach from binder's clip. This may be a little tricky at first. Remove the large binding. Okay. Let's see.
Holding it. Okay. I'm sorry, I was confused.
Holding the CD in case
to
the art book. Admire the art book and listen to the CD to unpack art book. Remove only functional binder in the bottom left corner. There's a lot of directions. This is reattach the big binder. Remember the revolution not be televised.
Can you scroll to the end of the thread?
Let's see what it looks like. Let's see. The only reason I want to do personally packaged direct-to-consumer distribution is because I'm only looking to print 701 copies of my upcoming political conscious rap album on CD and vinyl. 701 is in North Dakota area code. And so I want to feel personal and direct. Can send beta tests to P.O. Box or business address. I was trying to do it like Lareezy Music, no deal, no ad money invested. I even had to be talked into releasing the music on streaming, but I invented a budget for marketing to beta test this DTC strategy, and I'm blowing the whole budget on this idea.
I would like to say invented a budget is hilarious. 1.
Yeah.
2, I think I understand what he's saying. He's saying he has a DTC strategy, and his is going to be to create a puzzle or maybe not a puzzle, but a systemic thing that needs to be taken apart in order to get to it. He's just using CD covers that we know already, just taking off clips and taking on clips and putting clips in different places. And when you're done playing the game, undoing the puzzle, you will get the CD. And he's only going to do 701 of them for some area code. I think that was North Dakota.
For North Dakota.
Yeah.
I understand what he's trying to do. I'm not sure that will work if you don't already have an audience that enjoys puzzles in that manner. You need something to pull those people in where they're like, hey, I want to be able to go through the process of clipping these binders and unclipping these binders. And if you don't already have like those type of people who are like, I like this type of tactile experience in order to get to my results, it could be a turnoff. So Will Thompson, we looked at it.
1 second applause. Let us know after you try it out, though. I want to see how it goes out in the field.
I thought you were talking
to me. He did tag you too,
BK.
BK. Did you have any thoughts, BK? He tagged you on this as well. by the
I
way.
know. I was like, well, okay. I was trying to like follow and everything. Look, I think you have an incredible conviction to put $200 out on a super chat and lead us to this thread. And I think, yeah, you, like Elle said, try it, see how it works, take the feedback. But it does definitely seem for like super niche, like already into you and also like want to take the time to like do that. But I also think that like getting inventive in the digital age is really hard. And I just have big props to anyone who tries to do that, in this age. So yeah.
Yeah.
One
Cool.
second, applause. This next one is Nilotic Nicole. Am I pronouncing that wrong? Nilotic? I feel like I got that wrong.
Melodic, maybe.
Melodic?
Nilotic. Nilotic sounds like a
Militant.
basketball player. Sounds like an NBA player from Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
Nilotic Nicole for 3. Thank you for this amazing conversation. Lil Bill and FD are my fave YouTube unks, even though I am 53, representing Philly. One second, applause. I got a lot of family in Philly too.
Shout out to Philly.
This is
Dirks in love. Sorry.
Okay, this is from Horty Style.
Oh,
Totally different style there for a second. Horty Style says, didn't go to Durskin, but shout out to my Cal City family, Nikki Gyros on me. I gotta check that place out because I've never had it. And apparently, the way y'all reacted, I was trying to act like I knew what y'all were talking about.
I saw you. You did good. You was like,
I was just like, oh, word.
yeah, so the south suburbs, right outside. Chicago stops at 135th Street, and right in the 140s, 150s, you have the south suburbs, Dalton, Calumet City, things like that. And the school that FD talked about in the beginning of his video, where he said he had mostly white teachers, and they would bring out the video and they would put out these slave movies. I was so startled watching that because he said, and I'm going on a quick rant, I'll hurry up. He said, yeah, I had mostly white teachers, but I had one teacher, Mr. Scott, and my ears perked up because Mr. Scott is my favorite teacher of all times and everybody's favorite teacher of all times that's there. And I was like, maybe it's a lot of Mr. Scotts. And then he kept going and he said, so shout out to Dirks in middle school. And I'm like, he went to my middle school, but it was jarring because one thing I love about my middle school is I had mostly Black teachers. So I had this weird juxtaposition of he went there 5 years before me, but his experience was it was mostly white teachers, and I had a completely different experience. So I actually put on Facebook to all my other friends who went to Dirks in middle school, did you have mostly white teachers or Black teachers? Majority of them said white. And I talked to one of my old teachers, and she said, you had a unique experience because we created what was called like 8 South, and it was a block of teachers. So actually, the years that FD went through, where I guess the Black students felt displaced from the white teachers, I think 5 years later, it ended up creating, maybe, this is a hypothesis, it ended up creating something where when I went through there, I didn't have that experience at all. I had a very super Black, very high, be high in your morale, go out and save the world type of teachers. And so that was fascinating to me.
Wow. 1 second, applause. I like that connection.
Thank you for letting me rant about my middle school.
You're good. You're good. Connecting dots. I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure people in the audience saw the FD's doc. You know what I mean?
That was crazy.
Now they can connect. They didn't know you were in it.
I didn't know I was in it. I was like, what the hell? I was like, I was on the Truman Show. I was like,
1 second, applause. Snack Panther says Casino is sonically better than any other album I heard this year.
It's February.
It's only February. Yeah. It's
Like,
just second month of the year.
I mean, assuming he's not saying calendar year.
Yes, assuming he's not saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if he's saying calendar year, I'd have to disagree. That Clips album still sounds immaculate.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Jonathan Andrade says, very good album by Keem. To go from Dramatic Girl to Blame was so dope to see the range. Excited to see how far Keem takes us. I agree with that.
Me
Okay.
too. This made me, because don't people say that like artists hit a sophomore slump when it comes to their like sophomore album or their second album, like especially if the first one really pops. So to take that long off and then to come back and like he was like, okay, I'm dropping my album in 2 weeks. Here's 3 pieces, like here's 2 pieces of media. Here's a doc right before the album drops. Here's the listening party, but I'm performing at the listening party. And I'm not being elusive. My grandma just died and I've been going through a lot. And so thanks for supporting me. That whole arc, so beautiful to see.
Efficient. What's that?
Very efficient.
Impactful.
This one is, oh wait, that's the next one.
Okay.
This one, Jermaine Johnson. I'm putting it on wax. Casino is a classic. BK, you think it's a classic?
I think so, for sure. It's definitely like a Gen Z classic if you want to break it down into that subcategory. But yeah, I think the vulnerability, the storytelling, the production, and the bars, combined, I wouldn't be mad at saying that, but I'm biased, so.
I think it'll be a Gen Z classic. I mean, I think Gen Z is unique, right? Because of all the losses. I mean, so many artists have passed away that before they really got a chance to run. And if you really look around, it's like Doechii, Glorilla, Young Boy, Baby Keem, Rod Wave, like a bunch of people who I wouldn't even necessarily think of as rappers after that. It's just a thin population. Sexy Red's in there. I think Big X the Plug is in there. This is one of the best albums I've heard from a Gen Z artist, though, I can say that. Like from an album standpoint.
Yeah, like from top to bottom.
Yeah. It's
Then kind of your point of like just putting it on and getting so stuck in the loop of like, oh, okay, I want to do it again. Like that's
right.
That is like, that's really key. And not just the whole like, it has tons of replay value, like, people, which is fine. But just like the ride, I'm still getting like chills listening to certain songs. And like he gets a certain beat switch and you're like, oh my, like he really just I just cannot wait to like wear some fucked up ass, dirty ass shoes and go like mosh pit for real. Like throw some elbows for real. Like I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about like I always listen when I listen to albums, replay value is very important to me. 1, 2, if an artist can reach default status with an album, because that's the hardest thing. A lot of times I'm listening to something and then I'm like, do I want to listen to this? Do I want to go find something else to listen to? Or is it easier to just keep listening to this because it's so dope? Right. And that is default territory. If you can get into default territory with me or with anybody else, that is a significant hurdle. Right. A lot of times I have no clue what I want to listen to. So I just put on the album I like already. I'll just start moving around, start doing stuff. We'll see what happens. Right. And then maybe a thought triggers. I'm like, oh yeah, I do want to check that out or whatever it is. But if that doesn't happen, I'm still listening to this artist. And this album is one of a rare handful of albums that's made me feel like that in the past couple of years. Clips made me feel like that in the past couple of years. West Side Gun, 12 last year. Default status, held me down all beginning of the year. And so I see a lot of that in this, and I think that's going to play well generationally. One second, plus.
I just want to see what happens this summer with it. So I'm reserving my classic. I want to see.
Okay.
I want to see if they really.
It's already a regional classic, though. You were talking about that last week. It's a Vegas classic.
It's a Vegas classic for sure. So I just want to see
a little bit more time.
I like it already, but I just feel like if we start seeing it really go up this summer too,
right,
we might have to give it to him.
You got that Too Short song sitting right there.
Okay, sex appeal. Ooh.
That's ready for spring break. That's spring break ready right now.
You feel what I'm saying?
Because she's in the Sex and Pills.
If you know, you know, and that's you know, or whatever dude said.
Right. Word up, 1 second applause. The True SK says, Dramatic Girl got me doing the Valley Girl sway every time I hear it. House Money Casino and Circus Freestyle are peak for hype. They're all fire.
Agreed.
Yeah, once. And I wonder too, because like FD mentioned how like, okay, it's like 11 songs, but like some of them are like 4 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever. I'm wondering, it's like, will he give us the whole Circus Circus freestyle? Like, I think by the time, because the show's in April, I think by the time then, like, we'll probably know all of the words. Like, I'm already listening so much that I'm knowing the rest. I'm like, is he gonna perform that whole song? And like, is the floor gonna cave in? And like, is he gonna do the full house? I wonder how he's gonna like transition it all, and like, how is he really gonna go for the whole like? I want to hear the breath control and like, because the mic was on when we went to go see him a couple years ago. So I'd love to see that improvement too.
1 second applause. This one is from Brittany Danielle. Says the song Highway 95 felt like driving from Vegas to LA after a very long weekend. A drumming, constant, almost monotonous beat that sounds like anxiety on repeat. That's a great description. Do you write blogs? Are you write? I think maybe Brittany Danielle does album reviews. I gotta check it. We got looking at that because that's actually really great right there. Regrets, looping, memories, replaying. That's poetic. Yeah,
I like it.
You ate that, girl. Yeah.
1 second applause. I like that. I wish you could retweet on this. I'd retweet that. We did that one. Let's see what this is. Yep, we did that one. What's this one? Afrofuturism says the album didn't have homework, FD. PG Lang didn't release it for nothing. You sound lazy, yet want people to watch a 4-hour video essay.
Ooh, thing.
Ooh.
Ooh, burn.
Not too much. Not too much Afrofuture.
I'll pass it along to him.
It didn't I think he will. I hope he will. I think it really enhanced the listening experience to the point of like I cried to one of those where they were like, it's not that she didn't want to have Keem, it's just that situation, like, I don't know, that hit me. So you didn't even have to come from where he came from to feel some of the things they were invoking, and the score and the double panel and the home video with that just enhanced, because I was like, I could just see these people's faces. Yeah, it was great.
1 second applause. That was you and Mogo went viral off that clip too, when you guys were reacting to the.
I know, I said really? Okay. But no, that was great. I was super grateful. But I was like, oh my God, they got my ass crying for real. But it hit me. It hit me. Like, it was very visceral, much like with the first episode with whether that's like Keem's grandfather or something. But like, they showed some real shit in there.
Yeah, you're right about that. This next one comes from Chauffeur. Shout out to Chauffeur. 1 second applause, Chauffeur. She says, Casino feels like a perfect snapshot. The way a photo is aimed at a single subject, but the periphery and the edges of the frame pull focus. It's everything that can happen in a moment of life. I understand Keem as an artist. That's poetic too, man. Y'all dropping bars today.
Bars.
That is crazy right there. 1 second applause. One more 1 second applause. That's great.
Ooh, 2 seconds.
Something you said, Justin, about like now you're super invested in Keem, like personally. That is something that I feel like I walked away from this whole thing as someone who was already invested in him, but more so, just for his music. This made me think this little nigga gotta make it. Like he's already made it, but I'm like, bro, nah, bro. Like whatever. If you have no fans, I'm dead, bro. Like you got me for life, because I feel like I'm in the family, and he really brought us in on some like. I care about this young Black man for real, like deeper than the music now. So
it's a rare thing. I can't remember the last time I felt this way about it. Yeah, I can't remember last time I felt this way about like a combination of a documentary that had to do with an album, right? This one was so seamless. Album? No, because the way that they trickled this one out differently. Like there's been a lot of great documentaries plus albums out there. I'm not saying that part's not original. It's not like they, reinvented the wheel with that. I'm saying in terms of how seamlessly connected to my experience. Like, I say this to say, I don't think about the documentary and then think about the album. Like to me, it's all the album. Like that's the way it feels. Yeah. Because the conversation are also so seamless. Again, like you were talking about this earlier, BK. I knew who Jarrell was. I know who Aunt Connie is. You know what I mean? Like I know you talk about we talk about your mom. I've got this image of Keem's mom with her head in her lap with postpartum or whatever, just not even wanting to talk. And by the time I get to, the last song, what's it called? No Blame. No Blame. And I'm like, oh, I get it. Like it felt like an emotional release in that regard, and I can't think of the last time I had that personal experience with a combination of a documentary and an album. So that to me, that's the magic of the whole thing, the whole combination. We talk about this on Third Verse. It's going to be on the episode tomorrow. Stats like, man, he made a hate-proof album. How could I sit here and watch all this poverty going through it and hate on Baby Keem?
Crazy.
So I can't be out here just picking through his whole album now. I want the kid to win, They got strategies, man. They know how to pull the emotional chords over there at PG Lang. I will say that. 1 second applause.
Mm-hmm. And the listening party, even the way when he went on that rant and was like, this is for the kid who walks home slow. And it's just his shadow because the light is so bright behind him. Like they just understand composition and score and just on a very technical. I mean, that had us literally crying in the bed. I've just cried. I've never cried so much throughout a whole rollout and the album and just, but that whole, he was like, I'm not trying to be elusive. Like, this is not a gimmick. Like, this real life happened to me. But the way that was shot, I was like, damn, like, they're getting it on like some 4D chess level. Like,
Right.
yeah.
Was dope. Brittany Danielle again says, I think it's so. Does she have 2 accounts?
I don't think this is not 808 Brittany Danielle.
Oh,
This is
it's a different Brittany
Brittany.
Danielle. We got 2
Wow.
Brittany Danielles. Word up.
And
One
that's
second applause.
Brittany. That's Brittany.
Brittany. Okay. Brittany.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. I think it's so interesting the women like Keem and some dudes weren't feeling it. This is against the narrative. Hashtag South Central versus everybody. Yeah. 1 second pause.
I saw that reaction on the TL too. Well, I don't know if that was specifically about the good flirts, but I saw like the girl, not the, anyway, Twitter's bots now at this point, but I did see the response of like the ladies being like, damn, Dot, like that was crazy. And then the niggas being like, well, it's that. Like, he didn't spaz on the beat. It's like, bro, it was smooth, bro. Like he's not, come on, man.
Like, go love on somebody already.
Right. And a lot of times it's just those quotables. You know what I mean? Watches, who you with? Watch a sinner with my favorite sinners. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. Just gets in. Rubbing on your booty, kissing on your booty, loving on your booty. You know. So. It's funny. I like it. Twins Spirit Talker? Spirit Talker?
Spirit Talker?
Spirit Talker. Twin Spirit Talker. There we go.
Yeah.
We
can read.
My screen. We do that. Oh, it was small. I did do that. Twin Spirit Talker says it's definitely not an age thing. I'm 61 and enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, because I think I said maybe I'm in my auntie age where I need the Sonics to be like a certain type of thing.
1 second applause to Twin Spirit Walker. Jermaine Johnson again says, ask 4 people their favorite song off the album, you get 4 different answers.
That's good.
I think that's the case too, with my experience anyway.
Perfect.
I feel like people had that reaction to GNX too, where it was like, what's your favorite? And you couldn't even pick. But this even does it in a more efficient listen too, by a couple minutes. I think GNX was like 44-minute runtime, and this like 37. It's like in and out. But I feel like when that dropped too, everybody was like, is it TV off? Is it Luther? Is it Whacked Out Murals? Is it? And that's just what you want. I feel like as an artist, that's definitely what you want with an album.
100%. K-Way for Real says FD having more smoke for Dot and none for Too Short, being 60 years old and still pimping, calling women bees is surprising. I don't think he listened that closely.
Pimping, y'all are crazy.
He did not have smoke for Dot.
I don't think he listened that closely either. I think he's going to listen to it again. 1 second applause. Jar, big shout out to Jar over at Rap Roundtable. 1 second applause. Jar says Keem absolutely set the tone for the next era with Casino. I think he did that too. Dude, I knew somebody. I was hoping it wouldn't turn into this. I knew it was gonna happen with somebody. My man Doomer, right on time. Damn, we all just forgot the fall off exists.
This is not true. We just saw J. Cole and Marathon Burger. We saw the Civic up there. They was looking up the Civic skirt.
We did not. At the shop. He had the Civic at the shop.
We did not forget about fall off. We're just not, only focused on the fall off. The fall off did not, in fact, fall off, Doomer.
That's a great way to put it, Elle. Also, no one has mentioned, Sky said this in, I think, his review, that no one had mentioned Drake's leaks, or like even Drake at all. But like, where like, basically if you turn the clock back to like maybe the beef era where like, all of, the channels were going up and like the views were going up. If you talk about this and you triangulate Drake into everything, it's now gotten to the point where there's just like no interest. And that's something that I was thinking about listening to some of the pop records and like sexy records and like melodic records, like people saying, I like Keem with the melodies, he does kind of And he had a bar like, "You better be glad you came before me." And I mean, that could have been for a lot of people, but it just feels like Keem exists in that lane that that Drake exists in terms of just giving you a hit, giving you a hook, giving you some nice lyricism, giving you a melody, talking to the ladies, like dirty macking a little bit. Like, he don't even take you on vacation, babe. Like, what's up? What's up with that? He really does kind of, and he's got a lot more gas in the tank and a lot more art and artists behind him. So I don't know. I didn't think too much about the fall. I didn't think too much about the fall off, but anyway, there was a lot of
Did you ever
juxtapositions.
finish the fall off? By the way,
I never finished it. I never
Yeah.
finished it.
we're getting
And that's why I
destroyed 'cause
never.
of that take. You know that, right? I know you saw the online.
I didn't even
conversation.
see that. I didn't even see that. But I
destroyed us. They're like, why? PK didn't even listen to the album. We can't listen to her about nothing.
but I literally said, I said I will have the most incomplete take, and like, don't come to me for my fall off take because I didn't listen to it, and I felt like just juxtaposed with the fact that Casino was such a short, effective, potent listen, that proved my point of like, you really got to just kind of edit your shit down. But whatever. Anyway, I'll get off of it.
I mean, the two artists at two different points in their career. One of them's at the beginning, and the
For
other
sure.
one is talking as if he's at the end. So you know, it's not apples to apples, and it's all art anyway.
Yeah,
but-
no, he just could have did it more efficiently. But
Yeah.
sorry.
1 second applause to Doomer. Shy Nose, big shout out to Shy Nose. She's dope. Shy Nose says Keem's album, story, and documentary touched me, and I have the album on replay. New Keem fan here. Good flirt song. Momo's voice and Kendrick's verse was fire. 1 second.
Shout out to Shy Nose.
Shy
She knows
Nose.
about Nicki's gyros.
You know who 97 says FD said in a recent stream he don't know who Coast Contra is, so he just kind of out the wave at this point. As a fellow old, I say this with love. I'll pass the note. 1 second applause.
A fellow old, hilarious.
Fellow old, right?
Super funny.
Old is a construct. No. K-Way for real. Damn, FD, you ain't never spun the bun loose. Tragic.
Ooh.
Never spun the bun loose.
Yeah.
Y'all don't know.
See,
Y'all don't know. Y'all don't know what
he's
he's
a
talking about?
I don't know.
dumb lungs on you, spun the hair bun loose. Like, you know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he
Y'all
says
get
it
that?
on Good Flirts. Like, yeah,
Yeah,
dumb lungs on you, spun the hair bun loose. Like, you
Oh,
know.
gotcha. That's a good first reference. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, I
Yeah.
get it now. That's crazy. Sometimes you miss them. All right, we got
Freaking
that
K.
one. This one is Brown Girl L says BK's review is always top tier. Proud of you, baby girl.
What is
What's that say down here?
Is that a ticket?
OBJ BK Farley 3. Don't come for me, Kendrick and Keem FD.
Oh, hey, that's my mom.
Oh, okay. That's dope.
I'm like,
Okay.
wait, I know this type of typing.
That's funny.
Funny.
1 second applause
We all
to BK's
slowly
mom.
zoomed in. Like,
like, she goes by L too.
Oh, okay. That's dope.
oh,
That's dope. That's great. That was we got next. FD backpedaling better than Michael Phelps.
oh, he was trying to get his roses.
I guess that means he's not backpedaling well because Michael Phelps is a swimmer, right?
hmm
Oh yeah, I guess he meant
Backstroke.
backstroke. Come
Backstroke.
on, man, you have to get the bars right. at
That's what I'm
Culture
saying.
Unite.
See, there's a bunch of people who got mad at me for some of the critiques I had about Birthday Blizzard when I talked about forced metaphors.
Mhm.
I personally have a problem with forced metaphors from lyricists because I know how hard it is to make like the perfect metaphor. Right? And this one, big shout out to Reggie, we appreciate you, is a forced metaphor, right? Maybe it's backstroke, maybe it's autocorrect, but Michael Phelps he don't backpedal, man.
He don't backpedal. He
He do the
backstroke.
backstroke, you know, but backstroke would still be a forced metaphor because it's like no one just actually let me backstroke a little bit. I didn't really mean that. That's not a saying, right? So it's
No.
one of those things where it's like
Did it connect?
it didn't. It went like this. It's like the
Shit.
door is ajar. The door is ajar.
He like unironically should have said J. Cole, like a FD backpedaling better than J. Cole or something because he's like on the bike and
On the
he
bike.
gives his apology,
Right.
you know? Like maybe, I
Right.
don't know.
And I don't even take that as hate. That's
backpedal?
actually a good metaphor, right? 'Cause-
I would have to see him ride the bike backwards. I ain't gonna lie. I'm very sure.
He real life rode because he literally backpedaled.
Let's
you
get off
know?
the J. Cole.
But
Let's get off the J. Cole.
anyway,
We got enough J.
yeah.
Cole content. We got enough J. Cole content. We straight. Leonardo Thomas says Thugnificent crew head slaps.
Y'all know what that is?
No.
Or
From the Boondocks? I know Thugnificent from the Boondocks.
from the Boondocks, like he would do something and his crew just it's funny. Just look up
yeah. Like when he would do something dumb. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to say applause. Thugnificent. That's my bowling name. Whenever I go to the bowling alley, I type my name is Thugnificent when I bowl.
Wow.
It never fits, but people get the gist. M. Reed says, I believe righting wrongs on Good Flirts is a callback to Poetic Justice. Do y'all have a favorite bar from Casino Hoo Hoo?
Wow.
Righting wrongs is a callback to Poetic Justice. I'm gonna listen to it again and see if I can catch what Mr. Eid or M. Reed, Mr. Enigma. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Jim Carrey fan. What M. Reed means. I'm gonna listen to it again and see if I can catch it.
Favorite
And
bars
no, I don't
on
have a favorite bar yet.
favorite bars. You got one, BK?
There's just too many. There's so many quotables on this album. I also love that too. No, but I just got the dumb lungs on you spun the hair bun loose because it was like a tongue twister for me.
Yeah.
So now when I say it, I'm like, I got it right. It's great.
I'm still trying to understand the painting walls or losing Pinterest. I know it has something to do with adult hugs and art Pinterest, but I haven't pulled it all together yet.
I also like he got his name on his chain. What the fuck he got a name for? They niggas know my name. What the fuck I need a chain for? That's fire.
Right. That part's fire. I like that one.
Somebody had mentioned that like he has bars on here that kind of will make a dude just like take his name chain off and then go put it to the side. Like kind of make you feel bad for like doing that. Fire.
We'll take applause. That's actually a good one. I love that one too. That one stands out to me. What's this one say? Kun Goon coded critiques. Kunegund? Kun Goon Kunegund? Yeah. Watch the documentary or Kayate, por favor. 2, Dramatic Girl is about escapism. 3, Blame is returning to reality and having to deal. 4, Kendrick verse is a double for his relationship with hip hop. I have to listen to that song.
Not sure about that 4, but I will go look at it.
I gotta listen to this.
Kayate, por favor, is shut up, please.
Oh, that's what Kayate mean.
Shut up, please.
Oh, that's a FD. She's saying that to FD. 1 second blow. She wasn't talking to us. We watched it. Yeah, we're not in that category. We're in the other category.
Returning to reality and having to deal. I wish I was writing this down. That's okay. I'll just replay the video and see if I agree with some of these takes.
Yeah. I'm definitely going to go back and listen to these last 2 tracks, Blame and I guess Good Flirts is what she's talking about there. And with that ear in mind. Thank you for that. 1 second applause. This next one, Brown Eyed Girl Elle again. I'm 53 and I absolutely love the doc and the album. Get it together, FD. Get it together, FD.
That's crazy.
That's awesome.
Shout out, mama.
JD Double says FD love Orlando Brown music.
I couldn't name an Orlando Brown song to save my life.
Okay.
I didn't know he made music.
No.
I still don't know if he make music.
Eduardo Robinson says, as someone who is on the younger side of my hip hop experiences, I wanted to ask, what, in your opinion, is the most underappreciated album in hip hop? My pick would be Mecca and the Soul Brother by Pete Rock and CL Smooth. As an album, I mean, it's got one of the most classic songs in hip hop history on it. You know what I mean? Troy is on that. Open floor for you guys. What would you say is the most underappreciated album in hip hop?
Most is hard for me because when things are relative like that, I'm sure I'll pick one and then I can think of another one that's more underappreciated.
I have to go with a modern pick, very modern pick. It is Megan self-titled. She had a crit feature on there. She had a UGK feature on there, and it just didn't really. I don't know, because of, I guess, her positioning within the culture and like whatever. I I just feel like people didn't appreciate the Southern rap that was on that album, and I think Act Two was great too. But uh, to have a self-titled project and to have a unreleased Pimp C verse on there because they thought you were so worthy is like incredible, and I think that should have got more appreciation.
Andy Pandy is somewhere celebrating in the comment section. She loves Meg Thee Stallion. And you came out with Meg Thee Stallion, giving her underappreciated props. I know Andy Pandy happy. 1 second applause to Andy Pandy.
I think I'm gonna go Gutter Rainbows by Talib Kweli, but I reserve the right to remember another album that was more underappreciated in the future. But as far as bars, lyrics, concepts, like the Gutter Rainbows was about like oil spills in different hoods. So it's like water is by the gutter, but it's rainbows in it. But it was about environmental catastrophes, about oil. And it just has some really great songs on there. And it like I don't think people give Talib Kweli enough really respect for how he has a lot of projects and songs that I think are like kind of structurally perfect. It's almost like I think the AI of lyricism was trained on Talib Kweli data in some ways. So I'm going Gutter Rainbows by Talib.
That's a good project too. That's actually a really good project. I'm gonna go with I'm gonna give two. One is Pharoah Monch's Desire. I think it came out in 2009, maybe 10, something like that. And it's significant because it's his first project after being dropped. Was he dropped? So Pharoah Monch had a song called Simon Says that was on Internal Affairs, which came out at the end of the 90s. And then the whole industry consolidates and everybody gets shelved and nobody's allowed to release music. So there's a 10-year gap between when Pharoah Monch dropped his, what a lot of people believe to be a classic. It definitely has classic songs on it because Simon Says is on that song, to when he comes back with Desire. And this album is the most immaculate album. How about this? It's on the most immaculate tier an album can be, in my opinion. Right. That album, the storytelling on there is visceral. It pulls you in the entire time. He's got songs where he does sort of impressions. I won't say impressions, but he's able to mimic the flow of like Chuck D and a few other artists for very narrative-driven songs about, you know, the journey of a gun or whatever. Right. He is the one who brought that into hip hop with his verse on Straight Bullet, which is something that which is the beginning of where we start seeing guns personified and bullets personified. So he closes that loop that he started. We saw Pac do that, for example. We see Nas do that, for example. He closed that loop on there. It is be on my wall worthy, right? When I add more albums to my wall, that album will be on my wall, right? That one. And then I'm gonna say Lupe Fiasco's Drill Music in Zion. I feel like that album gets lost in the Lupe conversations a lot. I think people will talk about Samurai before they talk about Drill Music in Zion. They'll talk about a lot of other projects. And that Drill Music in Zion, he made that in 2 days or 3 days. You know what I mean? And just the Miss Mural on there, like all the storytelling on there. I just think that the production on there is really great. So I would say those two are probably.
Finally, it's my turn to have a prop.
Oh, there we go.
Music in Zion. I'm so excited. I finally have a prop.
That album is underappreciated. That album is, I mean, you want to see the example of someone who just is like on a level different. He made that again in 3 days. Okay. He made it in 3 days. The story behind that is crazy. So Chill called up Lou and was like, we need another album. And then Lou was like, oh, I got this Samurai joint I'm working on. And then Chill was like, let's do another one. So Lou turned around and made that in 3 days and went back to teaching at MIT. Like, it's insane. Like, you put it in that context. Yeah, that album should have a lot more people appreciate it because I don't know many people who even moving like that. That's insane.
And also another thing that I think people miss is that he's painting these covers.
Yeah.
Like he paints under the name Wasalu Jaco. So this like means something with this diamond and this skull being cut, just like the Man Eating Tiger one from Tetsuo and Youth. Yeah. Like he's a great choice, Justin.
Yeah, that album to me. I don't know how more people ain't talking about that one. That was crazy. 1 second, pause. That was a good question. No Bread All Circus says, whites playing in your face.
Oof. Don't they do it?
Yeah,
That must have been about BAFTA.
Yeah, that's the BAFTA talk right there. That's so crazy. The BBC. I watched when you were talking about that, Elle, when you're talking about like Black British people. There was this one chick who went viral. I guess she's in New York now, but she was Black from the UK, from Britain, and she was talking about how Black people in America stand on business in a different way than Black people in the UK do, because they've only been there, or I guess they only have like a 70-year history there. All these things she was saying, whatever. And one thing she was talking about too was how racist the BAFTAs have been previously, how many problems they have with BBC for letting slick stuff like that slide all the time. And they were for real. So when you said that, I was like, that's exactly what it looks like. It was a very odd thing to me because I'm not used to this, but she said, yeah, now everybody's celebrating. Oh, they mess with the Black Americans now, huh? Now they got to figure out what they're going to do. I was like, really?
And
I don't know.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I also have a little bit of a conspiracy theory of, did they allow it to promote the thing? And is there a funnel where it's like, hey man, what if you didn't edit this out? Because in a way, I don't know that we would have heard this much about this man in this movie, because I think he was nominated for an award that night. That's why he was there. I don't know if we would have heard this much about him and his movie without this. So I have a conspiracy theory that maybe this was marketing. But I'm always thinking about marketing though, so bias.
Definitely, like, we're in the rage bait clip economy, and I feel like they absolutely capitalize off that, because when like Warner Bros is coming out and it's like, whoa, like, we stepped in, we tried to, it just, there is no good reason to keep it in after all the things we heard you edited out. It really gives rage bait, clickbait kind of marketing. But then also it's like, we also would have been talking about it. Our eyes would have been on it because of Sinners, and Ryan Coogler making history there and whatever. But like, to the nth degree. And then I saw somebody posted, unverified source, Twitter, but they were like, oh, they're like streaming Malcolm X on BBC right now. And it's just like, okay, I don't know. There just seems to be some weird racially charged rage bait going on over there.
Yeah. Well, 1 second, pause. This is from Ezio Henorte, Hanny Tori.
I think it's one word. You got one capitalization there. Hanatori.
There's two. It's Ezio Hanatori.
No, I meant from the H. I meant.
Oh, Ezio Hanatori. That's
I like it.
name too. That sounds like a video game character.
Yes.
That sounds like a solid Snake villain.
Facts.
Oh, he's wearing Assassin's Creed too. So, that fits. That tracks. Maybe that's an Assassin's Creed character.
Let's find out.
Let's find out. We got to figure out who you are first, Ezio.
Coming with this fire name and whatnot.
Sorry, let's see. He's a fictional character in Assassin's Creed.
Look at
that. Look at that. That's context clues. That's problem solving.
It's us. Right. I can't get it past us. It's Culture United.
We can't get past us. We know who we talking to, even when
they're
masked.
We're going to see you on Wednesday. You know?
Oh.
We're going to see you. Put a whole other spin on it. I like that.
Yeah.
1 second, applause. Ezio says, there was a report today or yesterday saying he reached out to Warner Brothers to apologize to Lindo and Jordan directly. I think we talked about that. I think that's way too much. I mean, I'm not saying way too much for him to do that, but what did FD say? I'm going to talk to the owners of your film?
The white people that own.
That's just
I think
crazy.
directly is a stretch. Like, I don't even see how that could be directly.
It's not direct.
It is literally not direct. Like, how you going to go through a third party to them apologize? Nah.
Right. Yeah.
And this man mama was crying in the building because she was so like, nah, bro. No.
Yeah. I did a video on this and I showed him a lot of grace. And for me, all of this was a learning moment. And I got hip to a whole bunch of creators who have Tourette's. All of them have videos of them apologizing to people, by the way. But now that it's been like 3 days, he sees all the conversation. Absolutely. He has now talked to he's released a statement on his own. He's done this interview with Variety. He hasn't said anything about but the whole film is trying to teach people to ask for grace about people with this condition.
Hello.
Like he is actually making me look into Tourette's. And what I found in Tourette's is, there's a whole bunch of compassionate people who have Tourette's who understand that their condition can make people uncomfortable, and they acknowledge that discomfort and they apologize in all these videos. But he's not doing that, right? So now that's bringing me back to where I started. Like now I'm like,
yeah,
why was that the last thing he wanted to say? But why was that? You know what I'm saying? Like, why is he afraid to say that? You know, I don't want to go too far on that note.
well, it was just like a fine line to toe, because it was like, okay, the corporalia literally makes him say the most inappropriate thing at the time. And so like, of course, like there was that conversation of like, oh, you planned this tick, or like, why? And it's like, okay, no, that's
Right.
like
It's
not how
that.
it works.
I don't think it's what it
But then
is.
the other side of it, to your point of like letting it hang and like not apologizing directly and being like, I'm sorry if you were offended. I mean, we know that's like not how you apologize.
Yeah.
Right.
It just knowing that like the history of the word, and people are kind of acting like, why don't y'all just brush it off? It's just a word. It's like, that's the dehumanization of an entire like group of people. Like, what are we talking about? So
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
crazy. Let's take applause. Ezio Hanitorre.
He came back in the chat and said, I've never been more embarrassed of a name that I picked when I was 14 in my life.
Oh, wow.
That's dope. It's a fire name.
We liked it. Look how we
Ezio. I like Ezio. That's a dope name right there.
They said it's Ezio, but
Ezio.
whatever.
Okay, that's another language. Shout out to my man Cam Sulon. He says, Tourette's or not, I would have a Will Smith moment up there on that stage. It could be a reverse Will Smith moment. You know, they'd be
Yeah,
like,
you gotta walk off the stage.
they got to walk off the stage. We'll find them.
Yeah, we're not abusing disabled people.
Let's take applause. Definitely not doing that. Although in the interview that he did with Variety, he was explicit to say that Tourette's is not a disability; it's a condition. So,
Which
having
is,
a
I think,
condition is different.
So maybe,
and I think that's also
Right.
like a intra-communal conversation, like how some Black people are like, I don't want to be African American, I'm not, call me Black, whatever. That's how I felt about that. I was like, oh, okay, this might be for y'all to like, because then I saw someone in the comments were like, yeah, some deaf people don't consider this, and I was like, okay, this is not my conversation.
It's not none of my business. But also, what about it being Variety? And remember what Variety tweeted about sinners and how we already have Variety on our list of people to stomp out because of sinners, and now you're interviewing the guy. Variety might be our ops.
He might have said something, and they might have just taken that out.
Sure.
What's the relationship between Variety and BBC though?
Their collusion.
See,
we gotta dig
get
deep.
this level to see. Now I get distracted in my day. You know what I mean? I've got a new list of things to accomplish. Now I gotta go figure out
when all three of us squint in unison. Better watch out.
You in trouble.
It's on now.
Oh gosh. Brittany Danielle says, this is actually really cool. We got a Brittany Danielle and a Brittany Danielle. They're spelled different. That's cool.
Yeah, I like it.
Look at the universe. Brittany Danielle says, what did Rayvon say in his On the Radar freestyle? Our melanin is a threat. Yeah, that's true.
I liked Rayvon's portion. I guess we'll talk about it later.
Yeah, who else did you like in that? Because we were supposed to get to it today, but we're running out of time.
I was surprised by do I want to say the white boy? I said it, huh?
Marlon Craft?
Yes. Yeah. I was surprised because a part of me was like, who is this? I think he did pretty good. So I really liked him. I really like Rayvon. And I liked another guy whose name started with a B.
Started with a B?
Yes.
Bruiser Wolf? Was Bruiser Wolf in this? Who was in this?
No, it wasn't Bruiser Wolf. Let me tell you what his name was. I remembered this before I got sleepy. The On the Radar Cypher.
Ben Riley.
Ben Riley. Yeah, Ben Riley was dope.
Yes. Oh, he was fire.
Yeah, Ben Riley was dope.
What did y'all like?
I get to they're on my queue tomorrow to react to. So they're just on the queue. I literally have been swiping past all the clips except for Rayvon's because I was like, ooh, we dragging white people. What's up? His is literally the only one that I saw in full, but then I was like, ooh, okay, I'm gonna kind of like a screw moment. Like I don't like to pre-watch, but
Mm.
so I'll text you when I watch it tomorrow.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, let us know. I want to. I mean, I loved Ray Vons. I thought Ray Vons was fire. Marco Plus I liked a lot. Ruben Vincent, to me, he's the one I went and rewound. You know, at least for a positive reason. And Lareezy I liked a lot. Like those are the ones that impacted me the most. Marlon Crafts was dope as well. Nasaan, man, come on, Nasaan. Nasaan did not need to do that. I'm very disappointed. I'm a Nasaan fan. I think Nasaan is talented enough to not have to play those kind of games. And what he did during his Cypher, he used it as a moment that sort of mirrored Royce the 5'9's BT performance where he said hi Rihanna, but this way with Nasaan he said hi Revolt, and so he was basically talking about how Revolt hadn't shown him any love. And then he did the same with Rob Markman, and so he shouts out Rob, and that was the craziest thing that I've ever seen, because Rob's whole career is essentially dedicated to independent rising artists, up and coming artists, and new artists. The entire career, like that's how I know him. You know what I mean? Like not even just as a fellow journalist, but as someone who would read the stuff Rob was writing. You know what I mean? And so to take that moment to do that, especially coming from Nasaan, when I got hip to Nasaan, when Nasaan was on Genius, and Rob booked the thing for Nasaan to be on Genius. Like I just, it looked thirsty, and I could see where he's coming from, given that he's his proof son. You know what I mean? So he's in that, you know, that Detroit family tree, the D12 family tree. A big part of their storyline is calling out people who they didn't feel like were supporting them enough, right? They did this with XXL, they did this with the Source. You know, it's just that chip on your shoulder kind of thing runs in the blood. And so I could see where it's coming from. And that's where I get really disappointed in him, because it was so poorly executed. He has been so amazing at curating fantastic freestyle looks. Like his on the block freestyle is crazy. He's bringing in characters and stories in ways that we haven't seen before. His Lyrical Lemonade lunch table freestyle is amazing. That was so dope too. And so here I could see artistically, inspirationally, where he might be pulling from. I could see where he might have gripes, even though I don't see how you got a gripe at Rob Markman. That's nuts, especially when you're surrounded by everybody. Like if you know that these labels if you know these publications didn't support you, if you know these publications put out a list of people to watch out for and you're not on that list, then you also know who's on that list. And you got to know that you're in a room full of people who will immediately disagree with you, right? So what he said was like, oh, you don't support the new guys. Well, most of the other new guys got the support. So it's
read the room.
You know what I'm saying? It looked thirsty. I felt like it was self-serving to a degree. I can understand where it's coming from, but then the execution was so poor on top of that, where it was like, my favorite things about you in general, you didn't even do here, right? And so that ultimately just takes away from whether he called out Rob or Revolt at all. When I looked at that Nasaan, I almost didn't recognize him, because all the things I really love about him, he did the opposite, trying to make a breakthrough viral moment, and I don't think he needed all that to do that. And so that's probably it's just really, really upsetting.
That's kind of an interesting era, because that was my first time seeing him, so I was like confused and like unimpressed, like what the hell is going on? And so it's like you didn't serve the fans you already had, and you didn't impress the new people who were just seeing you for the first time. And it's like, so who did you do that for?
Right, and you're burning bridges, and you're burning bridges at the same time, like, you know, so
like, great job.
You know, people.
That was not a good. That was selfish. Like, you know, it almost was like, damn, we can now see that you made this whole moment about somebody else, and like you're hurling accusations, and it's falsehoods in there. And because I saw the Genius, and then I saw a couple viral moments. He does really well on TikTok, just breaking through, you know, with his visuals and stuff. And I always thought, damn, okay, there's nobody that sounds like him. He's so different. And to your point, Justin, because I guess, did Rob include a clip of that in his video, in his response to him?
He did,
I think he might have. And that was the only thing that I saw of him. And I was like, this was very tacky. And then it's like you didn't get to showcase off like your bars and your skill. Like I didn't like it.
Yeah,
Selfish.
completely missed the mark. Completely missed the mark. But we'll see how these things evolve. Relationships evolve all the time. I'm sure people will make up in the future, one way or the other. We shall see. But I couldn't believe it because Nasaan was one of the artists I was looking most forward to. I did an experiment on my channel with a series I wanted to start, which was more new artist focused, because I've been trying to find ways to focus on new artists without compromising my algorithm. And it's a delicate game in YouTube. If you post 3 videos in a row that YouTube thinks underperform, they're going to stop recommending your channel, right? So this is why people start other channels, for example. This is why there's a Culture United Clips channel. There's a Clips channel now. You know what I mean?
Hey.
So we making progress. But like, I did an experiment with Nasaan off of, just telling his story to the audience. And I'm a legitimate fan, and to see him play it that way, that was
tomato.
Not only did you miss the mark, Nasaan, but you robbed yourself of the mark, man.
1 second plus. We give you that one.
I'm getting sleepy. When I get sleepy, I start rapping. I want everybody.
That was good. I'm gonna give it to you. I mean, even though that's a very common rhyme, rob, mark, man. Yeah, that's.
But is it of the mark because you missed it, so you robbed yourself?
Okay, we'll do it again.
Oh, did you miss it?
No, I mean that gets 2 seconds. It gets one more too. If you gotta reach.
No, I'm just playing.
Very good. This one is from DFP. It says, "What makes this worse is that they've been playing in Center's face since the movie's inception, with that ridiculous Variety Mag article downplaying the success of opening weekend. So all this feels very shady." Yeah.
See?
Yep.
That was it.
Can't let the man have his moment. Like we really should have just been talking about him making history, and now we gotta triangulate some white people. It's insane.
Right. Yeah. 1 second plus for a great point. Graduated Thought. That's a great name too. Graduated Thought. As a disabled person, I need people to stop treating disabled adults like innocent children who don't know any better. Holding Davis to account for his actions is the greatest show of equity.
It's a great
I
comment.
totally agree.
Yeah, nice. Thank you for that. 1 second plus. Because he looking racist right now. I'll tell you that. It's not that difficult. Hey, I'm sorry. Delroy, Michael. You guys know I didn't mean it, but I'm sorry that you had to be subjected to that.
Like, I can't even believe I was a part of creating this type of situation. Thank you for your professionalism and dealing with it. All of it.
Man.
I feel terrible.
Right.
Hey, bro.
Ezio Hanatori's back. He says it feels like the most successful MI6 psyop of all time. It does. I mean, this I think speaks to what you're talking about, BK, with how there's just a, what'd you call it? Like a rage bait culture.
Rage bait.
Yeah.
Yeah. BBC did that on purpose. 1 second plus. Do we do this one? It's Too Easy says, wait till y'all find out he has a scene of them using paint to do blackface in the same film he was there for at the BAFTAs.
I'm not finding that out.
I don't want to see that. The more I see this guy, the less I like it.
Nah.
I'm lying. I'm looking it up. Look it up as soon as we get off here. Yeah. But wait, I will have to watch the whole movie? Ugh, I'm not doing it.
1 second applause. This one is Emperor
Ryzen?
Ryzen? I feel like he's in the same game as Enzio Hanatori. No, they look like they're both in Assassin's Creed.
Why would they have blackface in a show about Tourette's?
Because it was in Scotland. They have a different cultural thing. I lived in the Netherlands, right? They do they have Sinterklaas, right? Yeah. So they dress up like the Moors, which is them putting on blackface and running around because Sinterklaas had the Moors, you know what I'm saying? So it's culturally it's different. Imagine being mad at them for doing what they've done for 300 years. Y'all want to be in their establishment so bad they abandoned the BET Awards. Build their own stuff.
That's when I thought I knew who they was. Then they abandoned the BET Awards, and now I don't know who we're talking about.
I guess they're talking Viacom, right? Because then Viacom bought BET. Vivendi owned Viacom.
And then they abandoned the BET Awards.
Right. So they is not Bob Johnson. Well, because They own they own BT, and so if BT doesn't have the budget or isn't making the money or whatever.
No, but why was Viacom relevant in the first place to get to the BET things? Does Viacom
because
have any?
he says they abandoned the BT Awards because like Viacom because they own BT.
Thank you, sir.
1 second, pause. Next one is, I think we did this one, right? Black Star. Oh, we didn't do this. My issue is that we're always expected to show grace to racism, but Free Palestine gets cut. Listening as BK speaks, we get the short end of the stick because we aren't viewed as important enough to care about cutting it out.
Mhm.
I agree.
They do not give a shit. Malicious or not, it's still violent. You know, whether they didn't care or they were like, yes, let's do it.
Oh man, and when they took out the homophobic slur that he threw at Alan Cummings, it's like, wait, so everything else is a problem. Everything. Oh, I thought it was no.
I
It's
thought it was just one
everything else.
swoop, and it was like,
Right.
okay, y'all didn't catch it. And I thought I thought it was a quicker, like a 2-hour delay is crazy. I actually started thinking about the
Dragged it a long
production
time.
while like, oh, maybe they were, because it's live productions like that are extremely stressful.
Mhm.
And it's a tense kind of work environment too. So then I started feeling bad, like, oh, what if they only had like a 10-minute delay and somebody messed up something and it threw it off and they missed it. Like I'm kind of mad at myself for that because I started kind of making excuses like, well, maybe it's this, maybe it's that, maybe it's this, and everyone just was like, no, they hate y'all.
Yeah.
That's all. Like, oh,
Yeah,
word.
that's what I went through the same process. I went through the exact same process, and well,
They just hate us.
now I know not to fuck with the BAFTAs. Take that.
True.
And I'm start using it as an insult. Yo, BAFTA. BAFTA, look. I can't wait.
One second pause. That's funny. Just Gwen. Shout out to Just Gwen. She's dope. 1 second pause. Just Gwen. She says, "Great panel, Justin. I'll have to catch the replay. I'm a little under the weather, but wanted to pop in and show support. Salute FD for your Tyler Perry video. I feel seen finally after years of his fake beep.
I hope you get well soon.
Yeah, I know. Shout out to you, Just Gwen. 1 second pause again. Let's see. We got this one here.
I think it was fake ass after years of his fake ass.
Yeah, but I appreciate her, not compromising the channel, putting some crazy language on the screen.
Fire.
But even though I don't think ass would qualify as favorite
Still.
crazy language,
I
but
thought
it was still it's the protective nature of it,
I like it.
Shout out to A6670 says he's an activist but didn't reach out to fellow attendees for an event planned in advance. Wouldn't have needed an apology. BAFTA's always been racist, by the way. There's a lot of that coming out.
Didn't reach out to fellow attendees planned in advance.
Didn't the BAFTAs like make a couple PSAs or
They did.
is that what he's
Alec
saying?
Cummings,
Oh.
yeah, Alec Cummings talked to the audience, let everyone know. Everyone was aware that someone with Tourette's, who has coprolalia, I think it's pronounced, was there. And so that his outbursts were going to be a part of that so they wouldn't be, surprised. And then the BAFTAs put a microphone next to him and kept in the N-word, and everything went left.
I think that's kind of dragging it too. Like they gotta use microphones to get the audience applause. So is it only a microphone by you, or was there random microphones hanging in the area so that when people clap, they can get a even audience applause? But maybe I'm making excuses, but I was like, oh, they put a microphone right by you. It just feels like they set me up. Like, sir, just apologize, sir. All right, go ahead.
He
Like a real
basically
deal.
said, that's basically what he said in his Variety article, was that he got set up. I mean, essentially, that's what
Yeah, and then he was like shocked, or that he thought that the setup was weird. Like maybe it was one like that. Like I don't know.
Right.
Hell no.
It's Too Easy says to everyone asking, yes, the film he was there for contains a blackface scene, guys, as painting a room, and it's treated as joshing around. See, this now is
Like
Tomato.
We're yeah. It's like,
They're
we're
gonna make
done.
us drag
Like,
him. But I do feel like you said, rage bait. Like that's gonna be some great marketing when we cuss him out for 2 weeks.
Wow, that's terrible. Chi-Town Till Death says, so FD assumed he was getting one thing from Kendrick and Kendrick did something else. So basically FD set himself up for disappointment. I thought Kendrick was coming to do the Kendrick I like. He did a whole different Kendrick.
Showed up to this birthday party for chocolate cake, and they got regular cake.
I thought it was going to be chocolate.
I'm disappointed.
I will say that was a good part of that was a fun part of watching all the different reaction videos because I love watching people. I don't know, it's almost like watching people open up their Christmas gifts or something like that. You're like, I just can't wait.
Mm-hmm.
But every single time they got to Good Flirts, they thought that it was the teased clip that actually we know is House Money. And so they were like, ooh, like I'm excited, like expecting this really hard hitting verse. And then he comes in like, you used to call my phone on a Friday night. Everyone's like, how is Kendrick gonna? So either people really like were like, I didn't like that, or they were like, oh, like I expected, the documentary clip, but I got, something real smooth. So
that's a great verse too. I like that. That song, I love that song. That's one of my favorite. That song is always stuck in my head.
Yes, it's so good.
What's going up outside? What they talk about outside?
Oh no, I just had to do that for a helicopter. I'm like, Lord, Lord, they're gonna drag.
Let's take applause to Chi-Town Till Death. Super sticker from Brendan A. Fitzpatrick. Thank you, Brendan. Let's take applause.
Ooh, super sticker. I don't know.
Doomer 253 says, I'm down to Montgomery Riverboat Brawl, the UK. Doomer's funny. I'm not sure if I follow Doomer on social, but I know this Twitter got to be crazy. Memes galore in his Instagram. We'll take a plus.
The Riverboat Brawl was probably one of the funniest things I've ever seen on the internet in my entire life.
Now that's who should get a feature film. That's what needs to be at the BAFTAs.
Yes.
They need to make a film about that. Follow that security guard around all day. Follow the guy who swam. The guy who swam to the
Aquaman. There. Remember, right after that, people had like chair earrings.
Yes,
folding chairs everywhere that like had a chain. It was a folding chair. Like wow. I will never forget that. The first time I watched that was just so funny.
Shout out to Bradley Neighbors 4059 says no question, just an appreciation for the excellent perspectives over the past 2 hours. Highly entertaining and enlightening. Thank you all.
Thank you, Bradley.
Thank you, Bradley. 1 second, pause. This one is from Change I Want to See. Shout out to Change I Want to See. 1 second, applause. Change I Want to See says, I just got to say, I love Culture United more and more every week and pray we can put the protection on it required to keep it from being snatched away with someone nefarious. Notices how nutritious it is. No, that's right.
I've thought about that too.
Yeah, you thought about that too. Right, because, could turn into Tyler Perry.
I like the little love.
Yeah, I like that too.
Pray we put the protection. It's like almost like alliteration salad in there. That was nice. We've been having a poetic night. I gotta be honest.
We do. I know, man.
Nefarious notices how nutritious. Like
bars. It's actually
salad.
Bars. That's great.
Yeah.
We'll get that one. 2 second applause. Okay.
It's fire.
That was good. Jar said, need some New York representation on this panel. LOL. I'll let you up, Jar. We'll talk about it. See if we'll come back next week. We'll see what's up. But Jar in the rap roundtable, though. If anybody in the audience who doesn't watch Rap Roundtable, punch yourself in the face. I mean, it's really great stuff. Like the whole squad, and their personalities are really great because they're all very different. So, always appreciate you, Jar. For second pause. Have you been on there yet? You been on there yet, BK? Elle, y'all been on there?
But I would love to. But I've always watched them like they're just like my really cool uncles that live in New York or something like that. Like it's just like you said, the variety, the entertainment. They're just unabashed, but it ain't no bullshit. Like you know what I'm saying? It's like you're unabashed in what you're saying. Like, but this take is actually gonna be hot, but I ain't saying no bullshit, and that's what I really love about them.
Right.
I think I would have to be somewhere where I could scream.
Say one more time.
Like environment.
Like right now in my environment, I don't think I would really like scream or make a point hard. So I would have to be like, okay, I'll do it, but I'm getting a spot to do it. So that, because I mean, Gotta be able to defend some of those takes. And I have some hot takes.
Yeah. Right. Sizzling.
I snapped and pointed, but whatever. Edit it out.
That's that Jay Prince right there. Jay Prince keep the finger gun picture. Every picture, finger gun, finger gun, finger
Like
gun.
he's really Spider-Man, but he's playing it off. He's like,
That's so funny. Shout out to Painkiller 0247 says, "Are you guys expecting Iceman to be dope?"
No, but if it is, then I will be surprised.
yes.
I don't see any indications that we're going to get anything but more of the same. I hope, just from an artistic standpoint, that he challenges himself creatively, but I don't see any indication that this man has gone away, lived life, grown, even gotten to the studio with some collaborators that don't hate him. So I'm not expecting it to be dope, but if it is, I'll be surprised.
Do not drop the album if it's not a classic.
Thank
Don't
you.
drop it.
There's a few reasons why I think he's going to drop it regardless, right? I think a lot of people are trying to get out of the music industry. A lot of these established artists are trying to get to the point where they don't have to work with the label anymore, right? J. Cole dropped a double disc, a legit double disc. There has to be more reasons than just his preference to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Two, I wasn't talking to you.
Okay.
Two, that was.
We know.
Yeah. At first I was like,
I wasn't being rude to anybody. She was being nosy. She always be jumping in conversations.
that sounded very human. Like,
Right.
Got a woman from Icelandia in his house?
That's funny. There's a woman from the Apple Store, actually. Genius Bar. That's where I met her. Plugged her in. She's been smoking ever since.
Like all of us was like, we're not gonna say anything. No.
That's funny. But take this for what you will. I got a text message the other day. Someone telling me that Drake decided to start over on Iceman. He didn't like the stuff that he was putting out. And we were talking about earlier with the leaks not moving anything, I think that's another indication that something's got to change, because I feel like I'm just beginning the same song. I don't have expectations for it. I would like for him to do things differently. I think it would be amazing to hear him make songs about being a full, well-rounded individual and a person. I would love that. But, whatever he gives us is what he delivers, and I'll treat it as such then. But my expectations are low. I'll tell you that. I'm not expecting much, but I can't put it past him because he's made great music before.
What point were you trying to make about everybody's getting out of the business?
If you look around the music industry, either the money is all being funneled into like that top 1%, or the labels are out here buying up all the independent platforms. So it's like they want to maximize all the distribution opportunities that comes with independent artists. They're putting little to no money to artists that are in sort of that, middle class, so to speak. There's 4 or 5 artists, 5 or 6 artists, I guess, in Gen Z that are actually trying to be the number one, to hit that number one spot. They're going to get all the investment. And where does that leave you if you still have an open contract with a major label system that is deprioritizing you and buying up independent platforms, right? So you're better off getting out of your deal now so you can hurry up and get started on building your independent catalog. And that way you can, you don't have to sell as much, but you make more money, right? If you already have an audience, you can already do arena tours. Whatever you needed from the labels before, you don't really need anymore. And so all these guys are at the end of their deal. Like Kendrick, he did a deal before he battled Drake, right? So that's when when he did that deal with Interscope. So that deal with Interscope, his first deal with Interscope was just for the diss track songs, basically. And that was kind of like a test to see how Interscope would handle it. And then he drops the album with PG Lang, GNX, and that's still in the Interscope Universal system. So they got PG Lang, which is an independent house, and they've got Baby Keem, who's over at Columbia. So that's not even in Universal system. That's at Columbia, right? So that's Sony system over there. But you look at J. Cole, he's up here saying, I'm finally out of my slave deal on his album, right? So however he decided to exit, that was like, to call it a slave deal lets you know how he felt about still being there, right? A$AP Rocky, right? A$AP Rocky had this album that's been around for 10 years. He was in a rush to get that shit out, right? You call it for one reason or another, but I think he's contractually up, right? With at least for his solo stuff. You know, they still have stuff over there with Playboy Cardi, but the point is, I think, like, you know, there's a lot of artists who have reached the point where it's better for them to be independent. They don't want any obligations to a label system that's no longer prioritizing anybody who's not Luke Combs, or prioritizing anybody who's not Bad Bunny, or not prioritizing anybody who's not Morgan Wallen. You know what I mean? There's only maybe 15 artists, period, across all genres who can do 300,000 first week.
So then maybe it should be a trash album then. You come out with a trash album, get out the deal, and then you save the good stuff so you're free.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see where it goes. But
some trash strategic? It's trash strategic. Okay, I'm getting sleepy. I tried to
I think we're
trash strategic.
Trash strategic. That's funny.
Trash strategic.
Let's see. I think we're almost done here. This one here says Ludacris. This is from Chi-Town Till Death. It says Ludacris should go against T.I.
I want to say Luda went already, but I guess Jadakiss went twice. Not really. He went as Jadakiss and then he went as Deluxe, right?
I don't think that's much. I mean, I think T.I. beats Ludacris pretty handily, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And
Maybe
I think
I'm wrong about
FD
that.
was trying to see if there was a New York rapper that could go against that could go hit, you know, song for song or whatever.
So you have a Mason Dixon line. JIREHPC says, just want to shout out BK, proud of you and your growth.
Hey, that's my homie Jira. He's actually a rapper out of BR, out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, out the boot.
Word up.
Shout out Jira.
1 second applause. Let's see what this one says. FD, have you figured out what One Piece is? I'll ask him. But there's a restaurant down the block from my house that is a One Piece restaurant. Apparently, it's an anime of some kind.
Manga, I think.
Yeah, some kind of anime. But they have a restaurant. There's only two of them. There's one here and there's one in Vegas, I think. And that line is down the block every Saturday. I had no idea what it was, but they have good slushies. 1 second applause for slushies. Fly Bry.
An ice type of girl. Anyway.
Fly Bry says, have you guys seen Spotify's list of hip hop's next leaders? What do you think about that in contrast to On the Radar list? Great question. That was something we were supposed to talk about. I do have that list in front of me.
It wasn't as relevant as I think On the Radar list. The On the Radar list was way more tapped in, I think. So what's actually happening right now? Because like, how is Sexy Red on your leader of I don't know. That seems silly.
Yeah, I agree. I think On the Radar was actually trying to. I think they were using different data in order to decide. Oh, I'm on a roll, but Spotify seems very much like commercial, almost like the right label paid the right price to get you there, and On the Radar seemed a little bit like, do you have the bars or no? Bars or no?
Yes. Bars or no.
So this is the This is the hip hop's next new leaders. Baby Keem, Big X the Plug, Sexy Red, Glorilla, Doechii, Central C, Rod Wave, Lil Tecca. And so I think the difference between these two is they're positioning this. I think this list is positioned more to be like, who's going to be the next Kendrick, Drake, Big Three, Tyler, those guys. And I look at the new class list to be more like, okay, you know, who is sort of the next ones to get attention? In a way, the next one to be Baby Keem, Big X the Plug, Sexy Red, Glorilla, Doechii, right? And I look at those two as very different because this one is all established people. Baby Keem's got a Grammy already. Big X the Plug has made, you know, he is the only artist in history that went #1 on the rap charts and the country charts. right? You know, Glorilla's multi-Grammy nominated. Doechie's got best rap album. You know, Rod Wave, Lil Tecca, Sexy Red, Central C, all these guys are super established already, you know. So I don't necessarily even look at them as the same way as I look at who the new class is highlighting. Because even if those guys, like none of those guys have really had a mainstream career yet. And all of these people have. So
yeah, I understand the distinction you're making, but I still feel like even with those two different goals for the two different lists, On the Radar, I think is more accurate. Like, I don't think these are hip hop's next leaders. To be honest, I think a majority of these people are maybe hip hop's old leaders, athletes.
The old new school, like the old new school leaders. Like, had this came out like a couple years, it's like Tekka, Central C, Raw Wave, Glorilla, Sexy Red. Those all seem like they're not to like diminish what they're doing, but it's like I can see Keem and Glorilla on here because it seems like okay, they're still burgeoning. Like even though they have got the Grammys or whatever, they still have so many years, so much runway ahead of them to like inspire people after them to make, hey, I want to rap like Doechii, I want to rap like Keem or whatever. But just there's not even that much relevance with Tekka or I mean I know Central C just dropped something, but like I don't know. There's no potency with the other people. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't want to diminish them because I think all of these people are decent to great artists, but that leaders thing just feels like a bit of a stretch. I have to be honest. It's a stretch. Like their labels paid well for them to be on this list is what it feels like. I'm not saying that's true, but it feels like, all right, everybody, I got a couple slots. I got 8 slots. Who's sending over the check for your artist? That's what it feels like.
Word up. 1 second, applause. Let's see. Will Thompson, thanks for the feedback. More pieces in the box. Dope.
Will
Thompson, 1 second, applause to Will.
There was already a lot of pieces in that box, Will, but whatever.
Showtime Kel, my favorite bar is, what can I do in Bahamas right now? My fine shit is scared of the ocean.
I always giggle at that because he's just like, again, to me, that's a very like Drake-esque bar where it's like, oh, what am I going to do in the Bahamas, right? Like this new girl I'm courting is like, she don't swim for real, you know? I fuck with that.
Oh, yeah.
It's fly, like, I don't know.
Let's give 1 second, applause. Brittany Danielle. There are 2 Brittany Danielles. No, word up. Well, shout out to both of y'all. 1 second, applause to y'all. This one is from, did we do this already? Jair? Okay, we did that one.
We have to get the Brittany Danielles to split and figure out who will take Brittany, who will take Danielle, who really wants it the most.
King Peasant says, have you started liking Circus Freestyle yet, Justin? It's still my least favorite song on the album, but I do like it more. And I like it. I just don't think Keem is that compelling when he's flexing on this album. This project is so narrative driven to me that I get sucked into that part. And then when I have to think about him as like a rapper, in a Cypher format or in a flexing format, I think there's a lot left to be desired. And I also don't think I think that beat is designed to be anthemic, and I'm sure it's going to go up at a rave and a festival, but it gets very redundant. The beat switch is too early on that track for me. The beat switch happens in like the first 8 bars, 16 bars, right? So it doesn't even feel like a beat switch.
That's a great point.
So by the time it switches, now I'm just in this song for a long period of time. I think it's funny. The caveman stuff is interesting and it's funny and all that, but like the combination of him not being that compelling flexing to me and then the beat switch coming in too soon and then the track itself feels redundant, that I feel like I would have to be at Coachella to appreciate that song. And that's not how I want to listen to music.
This doesn't sound like you liking it. I gotta be honest. He asked if you started.
It's my least favorite, but I like it more. I don't skip it.
Do you like it enough to land on liking it?
If I started that album and I started on shuffle, and that was the first song to come on shuffle, I would just skip to the next song. But if I'm on shuffle and any other song comes on, and then that song comes on after it, I'll listen through it. right? And then the difference, the key to that is if the song you don't want to hear comes on shuffle first, that's actually a pretty good thing, right? Because like, oh, you're like, oh, good, let me get that out the way right now.
Yeah.
Right. That song is not bad enough to where I would skip it. You know what I mean? If it came on in the middle of a listen. But if it starts it, I'll get past it real fast because I'm just like, I don't want to start with that. It's my least favorite song. Start with Casino. Have you heard what he said on Casino? That's great. You know what I'm saying? So this one is Brittany Danielle again says love Black Star and Talib, but he has harassed Black women. You're talking about Talib Kweli. I think this is about your
the Gutter Rainbows.
Gutter Rainbows. Okay, well, 1 second applause. She is speaking facts. That did happen. Treble Latrice says, if you appreciate Pharoah Monch, please check out this track called On My Mind by Marcus Strickland. Marcus is dope. Featuring Pharoah Monch and Bilal. Oh my God. Thank me later because it's fire. Word up. Definitely going to do that. 1 second applause. And this one here says, So Ozzy War made this. So Ozzy War made this. So Ozzy War made this. Thanks for another amazing panel. I look forward to Wednesday nights. Have a good night. And enjoy the rest of your week. And happy Black History Month. Ozzy War. That's a dope name too.
Happy Black History Month, man.
I like it. It's almost over too. And we got 2 more. This one says, shout out Big Crit. Cataly Brits. That Big Crit album didn't get talked about nearly enough last year. That was one of my favorite projects. What songs do I love? There's 2 songs I love on there. Hunte going down, Hunte going down, Hunte going down, Hunte. That song right there. Was that 95, 85? He's on one of them highways. Let me see what this is.
I don't think I listened to this album. Did I miss it?
That Crit is just one of my favorite projects last year. Like, I thought I missed this. I think it came. I think it came out at a poor time from a strategy standpoint, but elevated the I-20 elevated the ever living Sub Knocker is one of my favorite 3-track runs all last year. Going downtown faded, can't say it, say they ain't rated. I'm looking like the latest, greatest, yeah, faded. I love that. I mean, I don't even know what he's saying, but I
got so many things to listen to.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. I love that. It's a really good project. And our last one for the night comes from Jay Penske owns Variety, Rolling Stone, Deadline, Hollywood, Billboard, and The Hollywood Reporter. Seems to have beef for sinners. Does he own the BAFTAs?
Does he own Penske?
We was trying to, connect that dot. But
yeah,
it could just be racist UK people, though. I mean, come on.
I mean, it's starting to look like it. Word up. You guys have anything you want to say? You want to let people know? You want to direct people to? You want to inspire people with? You want to shout out? Shout out to Uncle Ralph McDaniels for creating the word shout out, or at least popularizing the word shout out. Can you imagine that?
Who?
Uncle Ralph McDaniels. So back in the day, there was a show called Video Music Box, and Video Music Box was the first hip hop show. Essentially, Uncle Ralph McDaniels was the first guy with a camera. And so he was a bit older than what the average person who went to a hip hop party, essentially, because he was in college, right? Crazy story. So he was in college and he was at the Manhattan Tech or some school in New York City. And he was studying to be a television engineer. And he wanted to get them to give him a camera so he can go to all the parties and just film what it looked like. And they wouldn't let him do it. They were like, no, we don't trust you running around New York City with this camera. So they tried to do a show called Studio 24, which was like a disco thing, and it failed. And they were like, okay, we'll give you a shot. We still got some extra room in the budget. So he goes outside and he creates Video Music Box. And Uncle Ralph is like the first VJ. And he's the first guy with a camera. Him and the kid, Vid Kid, was the guy who was shooting. And he would go around to all the parties and he would show all the rappers who were performing on stage, and all the breakdancers, all the B-boys, all the B-girls, all the DJs and everything. And then he had a moment where in every episode he would go into the audience and he would say, all right, Uncle Ralph McDaniels, I'm right here with everybody. Who do you want to shout out? And people would be like, I want to shout out my mom. I want to shout out my sister. I want to shout out my cousin over on 25th Street. And we're talking like in 1982, 83, this is what happens. And so shout out has gone from video music box with Uncle Ralph McDaniels to now just part of the general lexicon.
Wow.
That's where it came from. So who would you guys like to shout out in honor of Uncle Ralph McDaniels?
Definitely my cousin on 25th Street. No, I'm just kidding. You want to do your shout outs first? While I try to remember.
Let me think. Well, I want to shout out my fiance. What's up, boo? You know, I know you in the shower over there. You over there, but what's that shout out? I also want to shout out my mama for the $50 dono tonight for the super chat and for, you know, just showing me love. I turned her on to your channel, Justin, and live streams on YouTube and video essays and like the rabbit hole she has gone down of just new content. And she puts it on the TV, like, so it's like, you know, so it's great. So no, shout out to her for like, you know, figuring out that I have a hobby and then being like, okay, let me learn everything about it because like you're doing it. So shout out to her, shout out my man, and then shout out y'all. Shout out Elle and Just.
Fair enough.
I love y'all.
So I'll have it. 1 second applause.
I'm gonna do a random thing and shout out an artist who I have been listening to their music. I don't know that they're super popular right now, but I think they've been doing a fantastic job making just great music. He's actually from Florida. And I don't know that I like that many Florida artists. I mean, of course we have Plies, we have some songs from Trick Daddy or whatever, but I don't know that. But his name is Rico Dreams. And I would like for you guys to go and listen to Rico Dreams. My favorite song is Van Cleef, but he has a bunch on there, Waffle House, things like that. So I'm going to use my shout out to bring some attention to good old Rico.
Word up. Shout out to Rico. 1 second applause. And I would like to shout out everybody. I would like to shout out Elle and BK and everybody in the audience and everybody who's watching this, everybody who's super chatted. I want to give a shout out to my dad. I do want to give a shout out to my dad. I went to Greenville, South Carolina last week, and I haven't seen him in probably about a year and a half. And, you know, I lost my mom a few years ago. And, you know, I'm happy I have him as an example of how to grow past some difficult things that you've experienced in life and you've experienced with your family, you know. And it was really great to see him. It was a visit that I needed, you know, personally. I think we both needed just for our relationship. I think my mom passing was difficult for both of us. And I was very nervous about going. I mean, even when I ran out of here last week, you know, to go catch that flight, I was very nervous. I had no idea what that weekend was going to be like. I had no idea what the energy was going to be like. And it was amazing. It really was. And I've been blessed to have wonderful parents. And one of them passed away and one of them still here. So I want to give a shout out. I want to give a shout out to just family in general, you know. So another episode of Culture United in the books. Hashtag see you Wednesday. We will see you next Wednesday, 5 p.m. It's all happening.
Bye.
Culture united, our culture united, our culture united, our culture united, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world.